The little one's ability is dangerous to other mutants, Charles said, voice calm but firm. Magneto is looking for her. We don't know what he's planning, but we can't let him get to her first. He looked directly at Nuo Lin. Nuo Lin, among everyone here, you're the only one who can avoid being affected by her power. From now on, you're responsible for protecting her. Nuo Lin didn't hesitate. Understood, Professor. No problem. Anna Marie nodded even faster, like she was afraid someone might change their mind. Logan opened his mouth, clearly wanting to argue. He'd been the first to find the kid. The first to shield her. The first to bleed for her. And now he was being pushed aside like an extra. But then he saw it. Anna Marie's gaze, which had barely left Nuo Lin since the moment she entered the room, drifted right back to him again. Logan stopped mid-thought. What was there to say? Fine. Let the new guy do the babysitting. He could go back to drinking, picking fights, and chasing women. Same old life. Logan turned away, and his eyes landed briefly on Jean. He couldn't explain it, but she had that kind of mature charm he'd always been weak against. His type. Still, he was Wolverine. A lone wolf by habit and by fate. Memories missing, past unfinished, and a trail he couldn't ignore forever. Once the Anna Marie problem was handled and it was clear Magneto wasn't hunting him, Logan was ready to leave. But Charles stopped him. Logan. Sit down. We need to talk. Logan frowned. About what? Isn't this done? The next discussion concerns the future of mutants as a whole, Charles said evenly. Including your future. Logan's impatience didn't fade, but he didn't walk out either. Then came a knock. Knock, knock, knock. Professor, we're here. The door opened and Katie Pride and Hank McCoy walked in. Charles's expression softened slightly. Katie. This is Anna Marie. She'll be with us from now on. Can you take her around and help her settle in? Katie brightened immediately. Of course. Come on, I'll show you everything. Before leaving, she shot Nuo Lin a playful wink. Anna Marie caught it, then looked at Nuo Lin. Under his small nod and gentle gesture, she understood immediately. The next conversation wasn't meant for her ears. So she followed Katie out without protest. The door closed. And the real meeting began. Not a lesson. Not a welcome speech. A survival meeting. Far away, in Alberta, Canada, the air was sharp and cold. Before Sabretooth's highway ambush could even fade from the snow, 3 figures arrived at the scene. Broken trees littered the roadside. A torn car door lay twisted in the dirt. A pickup truck had been blown apart, the wreckage scattered like shrapnel. Eric stood at the center of it all, his expression dark enough to freeze the air. Where is Sabretooth? He asked quietly. The mission failed. So where did he go? Toad and Mystique stood behind him, silent. Neither dared speak first. Eric's eyes hardened. Find him. If he's alive, I want him alive. If he's dead, I want the body. His voice sharpened on the last word. Anna Marie was essential. The key piece in what came next. He couldn't afford to lose her, and he couldn't afford to lose the men sent to retrieve her. Toad and Mystique split up immediately and began searching. Not far from the wreckage, they found the evidence. A stretch of forest had been carved open, trees sliced and burned. The clean, brutal lines of destruction told the story. Cyclops had been here. A major fight had happened. But what didn't make sense was this. Sabretooth was strong. Ridiculously strong. Even if he failed, he shouldn't have vanished. And the X-Men hadn't captured him. If they had, Eric would already know. Which meant only 2 possibilities. Sabretooth was trapped, somewhere. Or he was dead. But death didn't fit either. With that healing factor, killing him wasn't easy. Not even close. They searched for a long time and found only blood. Eric was ready to call it and leave. Then, as he lifted into the air and scanned the treetops from above, his eyes caught something. A patch of forest in the distance. Flattened. Torn apart. Another battlefield. Eric's face tightened. He headed there, Mystique and Toad following. And then they saw it. Sabretooth. Frozen in a slab of ice. His condition was horrifying. Even with his healing factor working, the damage was too severe. The pain had knocked him unconscious. The cold had preserved the worst part. His body was separated. Upper half and lower half, trapped in different layers of ice. Toad sucked in a breath. Mystique's eyes narrowed. Even Eric paused. What kind of opponent could tear Sabretooth apart, launch him this far, and leave him like this? If that had been Mystique or Toad, they wouldn't have survived. Eric didn't waste time. Metal groaned as he manipulated nearby debris, shattering the ice and freeing Sabretooth. The moment the ice cracked, Sabretooth's body twitched. Healing kicked harder. Slowly, painfully, his body began pulling itself back together. When Sabretooth finally woke, his first reaction wasn't gratitude. It was confusion. He asked what happened. Sabretooth didn't talk much, even on a good day. The amnesia made it worse. But he wasn't stupid. He could communicate. Eric listened, patient in a way he rarely was, and pieced the story together. By the end, Eric's expression turned heavy. So Charles found someone new, he murmured. Flight. Laser beams. Super strength. A powerful mutant. And apparently, loyal to Xavier. Eric's disappointment was real, almost bitter. If someone like that stood with us, he said quietly, our future would come much faster. Mystique cut in, practical as always. What now? Eric didn't hesitate. We proceed as planned. We take Senator Kelly first. Then his eyes shifted to Mystique. And the girl. Anna Marie is yours. Mystique nodded once. Calm, confident. As you wish. To her, Xavier's school wasn't a fortress. It was a house full of people who'd gotten comfortable. Mutants who believed they were safe. That kind of comfort made infiltration easy. As the meeting went deeper, Logan started out the same way he always did, arms crossed, face blank, acting like none of it mattered. But the more Nuo Lin spoke, the more the room changed. Even Logan couldn't keep that bored mask on. Because what was being described wasn't some vague, bad future. It was a future where they got crushed. In that timeline, Logan eventually joined the X-Men. Years later, to change the fate of mutants, he was sent back to rewrite the future. And even after he succeeded, it only bought them a few decades. Then everything collapsed again. Worse than before. This time, humans didn't just hunt mutants. They erased them at the root. For 25 years, no natural mutants were born. The old ones aged and died. The ones who got caught didn't come back. In the end, only 3 were left. Logan, Caliban, Professor X, and the cruel joke? They were all old. Caliban was sick and fragile, with no real combat power left. Professor X was barely holding on. And Logan. Logan's healing factor was failing. His strength was dropping. His body was finally starting to age for Real. To keep the 3 of them alive, he had to work constantly, scraping together money for food, shelter, and the special medicine Charles needed just to stay stable. Their assets were laughable. A rented car. They used it like a taxi to survive. Even a few street punks were enough to cause trouble. Logan stared at them like they were telling a bad joke. He didn't want to believe any of it. Beast and Scott had already heard the story once before, but hearing it again still made them quiet. Heavy. Like they didn't know where to put their emotions. Logan finally spoke, voice sharp. I've got a question. You said you can travel to another universe. Why didn't you just go back and investigate the past? Get answers. Change things earlier. Nuo Lin didn't dodge the doubt. In the world before Days of Future Past, he said calmly, the moment I arrived, I got swarmed by sentinels. He looked around the table. And I can say this responsibly, every single sentinel had the combat strength of a full X-Man. Some were stronger. The room tightened. Nuo Lin continued. If the X-Men fought together, maybe you could wipe out a few hundred. But sentinels aren't people. They're products. Consumables. Give them non-metal materials and a bit of replicable genetic data, and one factory can produce thousands a day. And the worst part? Once you fight them, they adapt. They copy abilities. Then they adjust their bodies into a counter-version designed specifically to restrain you. He gave examples. Against an ice-type mutant, it becomes flame-based. Against someone like Colossus, it can turn metallic after contact. He paused. Yes, there are flaws. They mainly replicate body-based abilities. They can't fully reproduce powers that act externally like telepathy, magnetism, or weather control. But even with that limitation, it's still enough to wipe mutants out. He let that sink in. Now picture this, Nuo Lin added. You want to ask about the past while fighting under pressure like that. There's no time, no space, no safety. You're either moving or dying. Nobody argued. The room was quiet, but not calm. It was the kind of silence you get when people realize the enemy isn't just stronger, it's endless. Nuo Lin spread his hands. And as for the world after reversing the future, the timeline is already different from ours. Even if I bring back details, what good does it do? We won't be walking the same road. Charles watched the faces around him and tried to lift the atmosphere. Don't lose hope, he said. Those are other universes. We've seen the threat early. That means our future can be different. But the comfort didn't land. Because knowing you might die differently doesn't make you feel better. Logan's jaw tightened. What future? According to this, whether we change it or not, destruction still comes. So, what do we do? Charles didn't flinch. For the first time in a long time, he admitted something openly. We've discussed this already, he said. And Nuo Lin made suggestions that forced us to confront a hard truth. Our old approach had flaws. He wasn't denying the good he'd done. He had improved mutant living conditions in certain places. He had built a shelter. But he hadn't solved the core problem. Mutants were still feared. Still pushed down. Still treated like a problem waiting to happen. They had no real voice. So they tried to gain acceptance by being useful. By being obedient. By proving they weren't a threat. But unilateral compromise was just begging. And people didn't respect beggars. They used them until there was nothing left. Then they discarded them. Charles's voice hardened. So we are changing the plan. We are stepping out of the shadows. Not asking quietly anymore. Not waiting for permission. We will stand in the light. We will use our own strength to make the world listen. Even if it means conflict. War for peace. Fighting so mutants could live with dignity. Charles tapped a control, and the plan they'd discussed appeared on the projection screen. The room filled with the soft hum of the projector. Beast and Logan, seeing it for the first time, looked genuinely shocked. Because Nuo Lin's ideas weren't traditional. They were blunt, modern, and almost shameless. Media control. Celebrity packaging. Building a hero brand. Manufacturing public goodwill like a product. Creating buff halos around selected mutants. It sounded ridiculous. Yet, it also sounded familiar. Because humans had done it for decades. If it worked on people, why wouldn't it work for mutants? It felt like taking a strange path. But given their situation, maybe strange was exactly what they needed. Charles glanced at Beast. Hank, your thoughts? Hank hesitated. It's unusual. But I can't deny it's feasible. If it works, it could drastically improve the environment for mutants. He said it carefully, like he didn't want to jinx it. Charles nodded. Then we move forward. First, we establish an organization. I'm calling it Group X. It will need media channels and a portfolio of high-quality assets. I will transfer the properties under my name into Group X to fund the early stage. He paused, then continued. And we will select a public-facing team. For now, 7 members. A Super 7 to represent the organization. He looked at Nuo Lin. Nuo Lin, would you consider being one of them? No, Nuo Lin answered instantly. Not even a second of hesitation. To the public, the Super 7 would be heroes, symbols of justice. But in reality, they'd be exhibits. Public property. A zoo star attractions. Endless appearances. Endless PR, endless smiling for strangers. Nuo Lin had no interest in living like that. He preferred the other role. The one behind the curtain. The one who controlled the board, enjoyed the benefits, and let subordinates handle the noise. Charles's expression turned regretful. Because Nuo Lin was the perfect face. Strong, sharp, and with a presence that could pull crowds just by standing still. Charles had even chosen a code name in his head, Dawn. Hope. The rising sun. A symbol that mutants weren't fading away. but Nuo Lin had already shut the door. Then Nuo Lin added, calm and confident. I won't join, but I do have other proposals. Charles's eyes lit up immediately.
Hey everyone, Firescale Audiobooks here. If there's a novel you'd love to hear more of, you can support us on Patreon or Ko-fi. Depending on your tier, I'll make extra parts just for the stories you're most excited about. Usually I can only upload 4 to 5 parts of each novel, but with your support we can go beyond that. And of course, don't forget to hit subscribe. It helps more than you know.
This is the plan I wrote before, and the specific details need to be improved. Nuo Lin took out a note and Charles took it carefully. This was a secret related to mutant and needed to be kept with the highest confidentiality. It must never be revealed. First of all, during this operation, I discovered a fatal point. I heard from Aurora that every time the X-Men are dispatched, they will register with the United Nations in advance and even notify the local government. There is such a thing. Hank and I discussed it together and decided on it. Charles nodded, and Beast beside him was also confused. Isn't this a good thing? Gain the trust of the government as much as possible. Although the current environment is getting worse and worse for mutants, there is still Congressman Kelly who often promotes the dangers of mutants in public and spreads the idea that mutants need to be controlled or even imprisoned. There are many congressmen like this, and many of them respond with malice to mutants' attitude. But because of the efforts of Charles and Hank, there is also a small group of politicians who recognize their contributions and fight against those people. But after all, mutants' voice is too small. Under the deliberate propaganda of those in power, mutant has been described as a demon from hell, a monster that wants to destroy humans with genes. There are even many code names for mutants, and they are all called demons. They fear, they want to kill the mutant. I wish I could exterminate them. But Charles was still very determined before. He was even a formal member of the X-Men and was registered with the United Nations. Their existence is no secret, even their ability is widely publicized. Your intentions are good, but you underestimated the evil of those people. Nuo Lin shook his head. Charles clearly had telepathy ability and could probe the minds of almost everyone, but in the end he still preferred to believe that those people would be kind. To be honest, Charles is too holy. He obviously has godlike power, but chooses not to use it. Otherwise, he will discover how evil the evil people in this world really are, and how huge the forces that covet and want to destroy mutants are. If he really went to see it, mutant wouldn't always start to resist at the most dangerous moment, but at that time there is no way to save the day. Therefore, Charles is not a qualified leader, and Eric is too radical and not suitable. Plus, this is the Marvel Universe, and there are countless who are better than Magneto. It's just that Magneto is currently the most powerful one on the surface, and that's all. Not to mention other things, Hulk is running around, so there is no need for Magneto to be weak. Not to mention secretly, those magicians, strictly speaking, are not inferior to Magneto, especially the Ancient One. Is it so serious? Charles was puzzled. Jean and the others also looked over. Serious? This can no longer be described as serious. Let me ask one question. During your daily operations, didn't you notice anything unusual about the target? Nuo Lin's eyes were serious. If he didn't believe it, no one would notice. He had also checked the basic situation of the world before, and saw a familiar name on the list of United Nations members, Alexander Pierce, the current president of the United Nations Security Council. When X-Men reported to the United Nations, they were simply throwing themselves into a trap. In other words, Hydra is not ready to deal with Mutant Academy, otherwise it is really possible that when the X-Men are dispatched, the school will be wiped out. Charles looked at Scott, Aurora, and the others. Due to the inconvenience of his legs and feet, Charles spends most of his time at the base camp, while Scott and Aurora are the main force and occasionally Jean takes action. They know more about this. Aurora thought about it carefully for a while. It seems a little strange. During several operations, the defense layout of the target point was too weak and the personnel were relatively sparse, especially some scientific researchers. The important targets were not in the base, and even the scientific research materials were very sparse. Rare. When Charles heard this, His expression gradually became serious. In the past, he didn't care and didn't think about it. Now that Nuo Lin mentioned it, the problem became serious. You mean we have enemies in the United Nations? Yes, they may even be arresting or even conducting experiments on mutants secretly. Nuo Lin nodded affirmatively and briefly recounted his experience last time. It seems that we should pay attention to this and try to avoid revealing the target during the next operation, so as not to alert the enemy. Charles said slowly after thinking deeply. Sorry, Professor, I didn't expect this. Hank was quite embarrassed about this. At first, he thought it was a good thing for Mutant, but he didn't expect that it would indirectly help the enemy. It's not your fault. After all, we agreed together in the first place. We just didn't expect that our situation is worse than we imagined. Even the United Nations cannot be trusted. Charles sighed. He was really full of enemies. Since the United Nations has our enemies, we might as well not report to them in the future. Logan curled his lips. He didn't understand. It was just a matter of reporting. It was so troublesome. Charles shook his head. The agreement we have reached with the United Nations is not convenient for unilateral destruction. It can also easily cause regional conflicts and even make more people stand against us. This matter needs to be carefully considered. We will discuss how to solve it later and hide our whereabouts as much as possible without falling out with the United Nations. Nuo Lin did not speak casually, and they still discussed it. As a future boss, it makes sense to adapt from now on to only asking questions and not being responsible for answering them. After Charles and the others had reached the end of their discussion, Nuo Lin made a second addition. I propose that in the future, cultural and other aspects of the course need to be dropped and some practical training courses added. Every combat-effective mutant should have the power to deal with crises. Even if it is just to protect themselves, they must also strengthen relevant training. As for those with non-combat variant abilities, they also need some military knowledge training. At least they must be able to yell or glare at people in dangerous environments. In fact, Mutant School has courses in related fields, but the class hours are very few, and they are only for X-Men official members and candidates. This is Charles's philosophy. He wants the mutant students to live like normal children, rather than training them to be soldiers. At Nottingham University, only X-Men are considered combatants. Definitely, this is also related to the weak ability of most mutants. First and second-level mutants account for the vast majority, and only some of them have high cultivation potential. Although this idea is good, don't forget that this is actually a war. Originally, the number of mutants was at an absolute disadvantage, and their living conditions were not good. If everyone did not practice ability, when disaster struck, they would not even be able to protect themselves and would be held back. As soon as Nuo Lin's proposal came out, Scott opposed it. No, they are still just children. If we instill in them knowledge that only soldiers should master against their will, then what is the difference? Between us and evil forces, still a child. Nuo Lin sneered. When their black guns are pointed at us, they don't care whether you are a child or not. In the eyes of those people, mutant deserves to die. He was even trained by them to kill without a brain. Weapon. Or do you want to see people who have graduated from school be caught and dissected for experiments because they have no ability to protect themselves? Faced with Nuo Lin's questioning, Scott was speechless. In the previous operations, it was not impossible to see those people arresting children for experiments. But he always felt that since the school was protected by the X-Men, nothing like this would happen. Unexpectedly, more than 10 years later, Mutant would suffer a devastating blow. Even though he was as strong as Professor X and Magneto, he died in the battle. Naturally, they dare not say that they can protect the school from invasion. However, it is indeed against common sense to allow students to participate in actual combat training. This was the United States, and they were so culturally conditioned that they couldn't even imagine that. It is also completely contrary to freedom. Let's do this. Students in the junior high school and above will have an additional practical training class once a week. Students in the high school will need to conduct certain practical training every day. All those with abilities that are more combat-oriented can voluntarily participate in simulated actual combat training after 3 months of training. Charles finally decided to adopt Nuo Lin's opinion. He did not have the confidence to protect all students, and the facts prove this. In this case, it is better to give them the power to protect themselves. Perhaps we can also contribute in the future. Start cultivating now, and you will be able to be independent in more than 10 years. Although he is a holy mother, he is not pedantic. He knows how to develop in the future and must make corresponding changes. After Charles agreed to Nuo Lin's proposal, others no longer objected. What follows is a series of task arrangements. Charles directly handed over the task of selecting the Super 7 to Nuo Lin. According to what he said, since you don't want to be the boss, then you, who is most familiar with the world of black robes, will be responsible for recruiting everyone. Nuo Lin has no objection to this, even a little eager to try. But having said that, he is indeed the most suitable person to be one of the 7. Homelander is billed as a smaller version of Superman. And he is a real Superman bloodline, with abilities similar to those of Homelander, and even has more biological stances than the other person. In the future, he will also have super abilities such as freezing breathing. To be honest, Nuo Lin also wanted to try the feeling of Homelander before traveling through time. Definitely, Yaya Tiancheng was not within the scope of the attempt. He is not that perverted yet. Finally, after thinking about it, I gave up. Without him, the water in this world is very deep, and the incarnation of Homelander will only lead to violent beatings. If you want to do whatever you want, you have to at least have a star-studded start to become a Homelander to a certain extent. And you can only do it for a few years, and you will be as cowardly as you should be in the future. Homelander just dares to mess around in the world of black robes, but in Marvel, he is taught every minute how to behave. However, although there is no hope of becoming Homelander in Marvel for the time being, you can go to the black robe world. There is not much water there, so you can do a lot of work. The group of 7, which one should I choose? Originally, according to Nuo Lin's idea, the 7-person group can basically be said to be the 7 strongest among mutants. Otherwise, it will not be enough to convince the public. In this case, we need Charles and Eric. However, if one is in a wheelchair and the other is a world-class wanted criminal, is it still attractive to bring in such a person? In this society, who would want to see an old man in a wheelchair? Idiot fans first look at their appearance. You are old and lame. Who cares about your idiot? You can hold on until you are full. But Eric may be able to gain a wave of fans. For example, those Al-Qaeda organizations, or some anti-human personality groups, as well as violent maniacs who advocate violence and respect the strong. These people are useless and will only cause trouble, and all they will do is have the opposite effect. Nuo Lin also thought about recruiting people directly according to the configuration of the 7-man team. Mutant lacks everything except for various abilities. It is not difficult to complete the 7-man team lineup. But as for strength, it's hard to say. Don't let someone kill a few of them every time they go out on a mission. The 7-man group will really become a joke. How about we bring Wolverine in? Nuo Lin mused secretly. Wolverine, among other things, was still very busy in terms of saving his life, so he would not die so easily. And it has a good image, which is most attractive to young people. Especially the melancholic eyes that Logan shows from time to time give people the feeling of being full of stories and making him a star. But considering Logan's terrible character, I'm afraid he won't agree to this 7-person invitation. In desperation, Nuo Lin could only be selected in the academy. Pick out the taller ones among the short ones, and pick 2 to make do with it. Nuo Lin walked while thinking. However, the direction is indeed Katie's dormitory. Yesterday I fed another wild cat, and today it's time to feed the domestic cat too. Moreover, Shadowcat has reached the edge of secondary mutation, so it naturally needs to work harder. Arriving at Katie's dormitory, Nuo Lin walked in through the wall. A night of silence. Nuo Lin. I've become stronger. Early in the morning, Nuo Lin was woken up by Katie's exclamation. After Nuo Lin woke up, he quickly covered Katie's mouth. If he spoke louder, everyone in the dormitory next to him could hear it. Katie was also aware of the situation at this moment, but still couldn't suppress the surprise, and said as quietly as possible, I went to the toilet just now, and when I walked through the wall, I subconsciously wanted to breathe. In the past, I would have been directly repelled by the wall. But after I passed through it, I realized that I no longer needed to breathe. Nuo Lin congratulated. Not bad, what else? I guess there are definitely other improvements. Katie nodded, I'll try. With that said, Katie was ready to undergo molecular mimicry on the spot. But Nuo Lin stopped her. Before the experiment, maybe we should do a morning exercise. An hour passed. Nuo Lin left the dormitory in high spirits and returned to his office. Yes, he has his own office too. At yesterday's meeting, Nuo Lin graduated from high school on the spot and became an official member of the X-Men, temporarily codenamed Dawn, or Son of Dawn. The name Nuo Lin seems to be okay. He has the power of Krypton and is inseparable from the sun. It's just right to call it Dawn. In the academy, an official X-Men has his own office and a 2-bedroom staff dormitory. Because they are responsible for protecting students, X-Men staff dormitories are generally not far away from student dormitories. Once something happens, you can take action immediately. Nuo Lin's dormitory is located on the 2nd floor, very close to Chin's dormitory and also close to the girls' dormitory. As for the office, it is actually rarely used by the X-Men. Usually, activities are held in the conference room or the underground base. I will only stay in the office for a while when preparing for classes. However, due to the special nature of Nuo Lin, although he became a formal member of X-Men, he did not assume the teaching tasks that he should have. Nuo Lin is also happy and relaxed. Who would go to class if he can show off? Use your brain. After returning to the office, Nuo Lin first took a leave of absence from Katie, and then experimented with Katie's secondary mutation alone. First of all, with the improved molecular mimicry ability, you don't need to hold your breath when walking through walls. It seems that in this state, you are completely integrated with the surrounding environment, and breathing becomes unnecessary. Nuo Lin speculated that if under the condition of molecular mimicry, one could directly traverse the core of the Earth from the surface and see the sleeping god Tiamat. In order to prevent Tiamat from being alerted in advance, he deliberately told Katie not to dig too deep into the ground to avoid causing irreparable disaster. At this stage, there is almost no solution to alert Tiamat in advance. Secondly, during molecular mimicry, you can also float. This ability is useful for Katie, but it is meaningless for Nuo Lin. Does he still need to float? If he wanted to, he could even fly directly out of the Earth. But Katie can experience the feeling of flying. Then, it can directly destroy electronic instruments when passing through them, and it can also energy absorb shockwaves and attacks, directly exempting physical damage and most energy damage. This ability is not unpowerful. As long as the molecules are mimicked, they are almost invincible. In addition, the breathing problem is solved, and permanent molecular mimicry is completely possible. If Katie could awaken to this extent in days of future past, Sentry wouldn't even think of hurting her. The only concern is whether long-term molecular mimicry will be affected by some unpredictable effects. In addition, Nuo Lin also speculated that molecular mimicry will have the derivative ability of psychic immunity. As for the last ability, it is awakening what Shadowcat can do in days of future past. This kind of molecular mimicry time travel seems to have touched the conceptual level, and it can actually allow people's consciousness to briefly return to the past, possessing their own body during that time period, changing the past, and then changing the future. In the experiment just now, Katie time traveled herself to 3 days ago. He even thought about manipulating his past self and looking for Nuo Lin XX. Fortunately, Nuo Lin had told her in advance not to try to do anything that went against the past, so Katie returned to the future after confirming that her consciousness could travel through time. This ability is very powerful. Although it cannot directly return to the past, it also touches a corner of the essential power of this world. If you continue to improve, you might actually be able to travel through time and space. But Nuo Lin was not excited. Traveling through time and space is very high-end, but actually very tasteless. In the Marvel Universe, there are many people who can travel through time. The most typical example is Kong. But what's the use of traveling back in time? Time in the Marvel Universe is non-linear. Traveling back in time and changing some things only caused the timeline to separate from that node and create another parallel universe. It turns out that what is supposed to happen in the universe will still happen, and the tragedy will not disappear because of this. It's easy to travel to the past, but it's difficult to come back. There are too many multi-universes. Who knows which world they are coming from? Maybe it was destroyed after you traveled back in time. It's like reversing the future. Is it really reversing the future? The subsequent results cannot be changed, and the remaining Wolverine, Professor X, and Katie will all die. Nothing has changed. Only Wolverine's consciousness survives. However, although this ability is relatively useless, it still has its uses. It allows people to achieve another form of immortality. If the world is destroyed or your body ages, then you can go back in time and continue living, or even experience another life. But Nuo Lin doesn't think that he will sink to that level. This wave of Shadow Cat ability improvements has brought a qualitative improvement to herself and Nuo Lin. The rest of the time, Nuo Lin took the student handbook to select the appropriate target. However, after picking and choosing, I found that it was difficult to choose the right candidate. There are hundreds of mutants, and their abilities are all kinds of strange. There are those who blink to change TV channels, there are those who release ultrasound waves, there are those who spit out acid but are not immune to it, and there are those who have duplication abilities but are still as strong as ordinary people. Most of them are useless. Like the girl who can release ultrasound waves from her mouth. Although her ability is okay, she is only 12 years old and is not suitable at all. Sunspot, Bishop, etc., who appeared in Days of Future Past are not on the list, and they will most likely join the Academy later. At this stage, in addition to X-Men, the only games that Mutant School can produce are Iceman, Pyro, Colossus, Shadowcat, etc. Very disappointing. That's it? How to gather a group of 7 people. Nuo Lin waved his hand and put a question mark next to Iceman, Pyro, and Colossus. They are all third-level mutants, and their strength is acceptable, but they have not undergone long-term training. Only Colossus has barely reached the official X-Men level, and the other 2 are not mature enough. It's just okay to control them based on their strength. At worst, let them do firefighting and other tasks in the future to give them a sense of presence. Other things. Nuo Lin was helpless. He even thought about putting it on hold for now, working harder on his own, and cultivating Shadowcat, Naughty, and Twinkle. Shadowcat, the first to be cultivated, has greatly increased in strength after the second mutation. In terms of life-saving ability, it even surpasses Wolverine. Even Pyro, Iceman, and Colossus combined couldn't hurt Katie. If the stalemate continues, Katie can even kill 3 people by herself. Although Pyro and Iceman have elemental abilities, their physical fitness is the same as that of ordinary people, and they can kill an owl with a dagger. Although Colossus can be tempered, Kitty's ordinary strength cannot harm him, and can only give him a fatal blow in his non-tempered state. This is one of Katie's remaining flaws. But for Nuo Lin, it is not a flaw. His physical fitness is that of a Kryptonian. Even if it is not as good as Zod and Henry Chow, it is not comparable to that of Colossus. In the improvement of molecular mimicry, the biggest improvement is Nuo Lin. Combined with other abilities, he can now even completely defeat Homelander and live up to Zord. Whether it's Homelander or Zod, their only means of attacking non-physical existence is their heat vision. However, Nuo Lin has experimented and found that heat vision is ineffective against molecular mimicry. But Nuo Lin's attack was effective on the 2 of them. If he hadn't been able to effectively break through Zod's defense, Nuo Lin would have even returned to the Flash universe, waiting for Zod to arrive. Nuo Lin has tried it, and the ability to suddenly stop when the molecular mimic passes through an object. Whether the target can be destroyed via an insider attack. Later I found out that this method works. But your own body's strength must be greater than the strength of the object passing through. Otherwise, it will be torn apart by passing objects. The internal defense of Kryptonians is actually not much different from their external defense. Biological stance can even work inside the body. Molecular mimicry ability has very little effect on Kryptonians. It can only be said that Kryptonians are too buggy. Nuo Lin has a guess, and that is to kill Zod instantly before he takes off his Kryptonian armor. At the moment, the Kryptonian has not yet mastered the biological position and has a certain probability of being killed instantly. If you don't have enough time, you can only try this method. Then use molecular mimicry to destroy the world engine. There is kryptonite inside the world engine. Its defense power is amazing, and it also has a certain self-protection mechanism. There are two main protection mechanisms. One is a nanometal weapon that can automatically identify attacks and can transform into tentacles to restrain or even kill intruders. The other is gravitational waves. This kind of gravitational wave is very difficult for Henry to resist, and the closer to the interior, the greater the gravity. Coupled with the influence of kryptonite, it is enough to cause fatal damage to Nuo Lin and Kayla. However, with molecular mimicry, one can be immune to gravitational waves and even immune to the effects of kryptonite to a certain extent. Maybe the world engine is no longer the biggest problem. Together with Big Flash and Little Flash, the success rate of defeating Zod and other Kryptonians, as well as the world engine, is almost 50-50. We are closer to success. Thinking of this, Nuo Lin misses Kayla a little bit. I looked at the time and saw that almost 3 days had passed since I left the Flash universe. And the Flash universe is 7 or 8 hours. Well, it's time to go back and be pampered for once. After locking the door, once you close your eyes and then open them again, you're in Gotham. Still a familiar manor. It's dusk now. Next to the manor, another house rose out of thin air. The house has only 2 floors, and a special kind of glass is used on the upper and lower floors. It's completely impossible to see through from the outside. You're back. It's been 7 hours, 40 minutes, and 48 seconds since you left. That means you've been in that world for 3 days, 4 hours, and 48 minutes. After a while, Bruce's familiar voice came from behind. Nuo Lin raised his eyebrows slightly. Good guy, he is indeed Bruce. He can calculate the time so accurately. After careful calculation, I found that the time I spent there was exactly as the other party said. It was built by someone? It only took 7 hours? Are you sure the quality is okay? Don't worry, the main body of this house is made of the most comprehensive metal with the best performance in the world, as well as the most advanced comprehensive glass. Using the special glass newly developed by Wayne Group, it has one-way perspective and can only see the outside from the inside. It also has an added sound insulation effect, which can block more than 95% of sounds. Its defense is enough to defend against large-caliber weapons and a certain degree of artillery attack. There is no need to worry about defense. I can also have people improve part of the design, which can gather sunlight. The temperature and light inside are far higher than anywhere else outside. For this reason, all the furniture and appliances inside are made of heat-insulating and fire-retardant materials. This also means that, except for Superman types like you, ordinary people cannot stay in there for more than a day during the day. In addition, I also strengthened the shock-absorbing device. Unless someone deliberately causes an earthquake, it will not affect the interior of the manor. When he said the last sentence, his tone became a little more serious. When people do X, they just make the sound louder, but you are playing earthquake. He is old and cannot stand the trouble. Ahem, I gained a lot from my return this time. Even if I face Zod and the others now, my winning rate will be 5 levels higher. Nuo Lin awkwardly changed the subject. Although the topic change was very poor, it successfully diverted Bruce's attention to the topic of the Doomsday Crisis. The 5th floor is already pretty good. Bruce did not think that victory was low. The enemies they faced were a group of unreasonable Kryptonians. It would be good to have a 5-level probability. For their originally destined fate, there is still a 5-level chance of reversing the end. Who can say less? During this period of time, he has been monitoring Barry Allen in Central City, who is still the slightly delinquent boy who grew up with pampering. Although Bruce himself despises this kind of person who is not affectionate and does not cherish life, he hopes that the other person can continue like this until the end of the year, or even forever. This way, they have enough time to prepare for the crisis. We still have time. If we work harder, we may have a higher winning rate. Not sure whether he was comforting himself or Nuo Lin, Bruce patted Nuo Lin on the shoulder and encouraged him. Just when Nuo Lin wanted to have a good talk with Bruce, Bruce pushed him forward gently from behind. By the way, Kayla is in that room now. Go quickly. Don't waste time. Huh? Nuo Lin looked back at him in shock. Bruce glared and said with a tone of deep contempt, "Boy, don't tell me that you can't do it now. Men can't say no. If you really can't do it, you can tell me at any time and I'll push it for you from behind. Tut tut." The tuts at the back, combined with the contemptuous eyes, were very lethal. "No? You're not talking about you, are you? That's right, someone has long been powerless." Before Bruce went crazy, Nuo Lin disappeared in front of him at a supersonic speed. Bruce smiled helplessly and looked at the warm sun, feeling a little lost. At this time, he saw a few clouds approaching in the distance, and his brows suddenly wrinkled. He took out a walkie-talkie from his arms and said, "Everyone, cheer up. The target is those clouds of XXX. Get them away. If it gets close to Gotham, your 3 million bonus today just don't want it. Don't be stingy with ammunition. I will provide it unlimitedly." Within a few seconds after the words were spoken, boom! There were several inconspicuous shelling sounds in the distance, and a dozen fighter planes took off. The cloud that had not yet approached was dispersed before it reached Gotham. Bruce had just felt relieved when he felt a slight earthquake again. Looking at the newly built buildings that seemed to be shaking in the distance, Bruce rolled his eyes. After ordering people to continue monitoring the weather conditions around Gotham, he went straight back to the manor to start restorative exercises. At the same time, under his instructions, Wayne Group is also conducting some new weapon research and development. Several defense satellites were even temporarily launched, each equipped with missiles for use in space. They also use their connections to bring in several troops from other military bases to conduct patrols and exercises in the waters near New York. All the funds were paid for by the Wayne Group. Once the Kryptonian spacecraft arrives, it will face satellite missile attacks, aircraft carriers, and various fighter plane bombings, and then besieged by the United States soldiers as well as Superman-like teams. If it can increase the possibility of victory, Bruce will spare no effort to do it. It's all about winning. After a burst of clouds and rain, Kayla lay weakly on the bed, naked and still covered by the sun. Cells in the body are hungry for energy, strengthening themselves and slowly regaining their physical strength. Nuo Lin, is Carl really hopeless? Then what is my responsibility on Earth? Kayla's eyes were very confused. Her duty is to protect Carl from growing up and restore the glory of Krypton. Carl is the last hope of Krypton and the destined leader. But now that Carl was killed by Zod, she only had one thought of revenge in her heart, and she also felt a little empty inside. It is certain that Carl cannot be saved. Zod will give priority to pursuing the spacecraft you are on, especially Carl. They have always believed that Jor-El will entrust the Code of Life to Carl. In order to revive Krypton, they must get it Code of Life. But if you want to get the Code of Life, you have to kill the host. Do you think Carl can be saved? This is the flaw of placing the Code of Life in the body. Jor-El thought that by doing so, he could prevent others from obtaining the life code and doing bad things, and at the same time, he could say goodbye to the old Krypton that had gone in the wrong direction and become old-fashioned. But he didn't expect that Zod and his team could actually escape from the Phantom Zone. And because they were exiled, they just escaped the crisis of Krypton's explosion. What was even more unexpected was that something happened and Carl and Kayla were separated when they left. Nor does it get stronger due to yellow sun exposure. So much so that Zod followed the signal to find them and directly killed Carl, who was helpless to fight back. As for Kayla, she doesn't have enough sunlight to be a Zod whose genes are the template of a general. There is an insurmountable gap between a soldier who has experienced many battles and a civilian who has never received military training. From this moment on, the tragic fate of the future has been decided. Even if the big flash doesn't come, what awaits this universe will be the fate of being transformed into New Krypton by Zod. Kayla is silent. Krypton was destroyed, and his cousin Carl died. She and Zod were the only ones left in the entire universe. But because of Carl's revenge, she must kill the culprit, General Zod. Even though she is a Kryptonian, she is willing to let other Kryptonians go. But looking up, there was not a single familiar person in the vast universe. Except Nuo Lin. Kayla looked at Nuo Lin in confusion. Come on. Make me stronger. At this time, Kayla understood the gap between herself and Zod. In her infinite anger, she became a machine only for revenge. In other words, the Walking Dead. She didn't even want to have free time to think about it. As soon as she closed her eyes, she remembered the fire of destruction that engulfed all the people when she left Krypton and the sad news of Carl's death. Actually, you don't have to be like this, Nuo Lin said softly, stroking her delicate face that was still flushed. No, it has to be this way. Kayla gritted her teeth. She didn't know how she did it. She was lying on her back powerlessly, but she still looked down like a queen. What? It can't be done? As long as you say no, I will do it today. Let you go, and we will continue after you return to that universe to rest. Seeing the same words spoken by Kayla and Bruce, Nuo Lin wondered if they had communicated secretly, and it would never end until they squeezed him out. However, this is too much to underestimate me. The enhanced golden gun and iron kidney, combined with Superman's physique, make Kayla a no-brainer. If I hadn't been afraid of firing her and fainting again, would I still have the energy to speak now? Even if there is sunshine at any time to replenish my recovery, I still have to lie down. Nuo Lin understood that Kayla wanted to divert attention in this way, increase her strength and potential, and kill Zod with her own hands to take revenge. But what about after killing Zod? Kayla never thought that she might even leave the planet directly and go to live in seclusion in an unknown place. Thinking of this, Nuo Lin leaned down and whispered into Kayla's provocative and stubborn eyes. Kayla's pupils also dilated. Kal also exists in other universes? In other words, the Kryptonians are still not extinct. But soon, this joy faded away again. So what? I can't go to other universes, and you can't take people through it. Besides, even if there is Carl here, he is Carl from other universes, not my cousin, let alone a Kryptonian from this universe. It's just a person from another time and space. He is not him, and I am not me. As she spoke, Kayla's eyes widened again. His face became more rosy. Give birth to a child? A daughter that belongs to you and me? At my current age, would it be too early to have a child? And why did you only talk about having a daughter instead of a son? Don't like a son? You just want a warm little cotton-padded jacket? Oh no. How can we inherit Krypton and revive Krypton without a son? My son is too naughty? How can he be naughty? How can he snatch milk and drink? Why do you want to fight with your child? Wait. No. I didn't say I wanted to have a baby with you. Stop it. Kayla quickly tried to push Nuo Lin away, but she didn't use much strength at all. Just a few token resistances, and then with a helpless look on his face, he let you take your pick. There is no way, in the entire universe, apart from Zod and his team, there are only Kayla and Nuo Lin who can copy the Kryptonian physique. Ordinary people have almost no chance of being together with Kryptonians. It would be fine if the man was a Kryptonian, but now it's a woman. With a man's self-esteem, would he still exist if he met a female Kryptonian with unlimited fighting power and tirelessness? When the man is exhausted and paralyzed, the female Kryptonian pretends to be satisfied and exhausted and whispers to comfort you very well. Tisk, where's your self-esteem? Oh, broken. This is the result of female Kryptonians using their biological stance to deliberately control body functions. Otherwise, just that layer alone can make ordinary people sigh, feel inferior, and shed tears. It's up to you. Anyway, I can't resist you. If you have the ability to give birth to a child or something, let me get pregnant. Kayla was immediately thrown into disarray, but her hands and feet firmly held Nuo Lin and refused to let him leave. There was a look of helpless disgust on his face. Seeing this, Nuo Lin was not polite and launched a charge for the prosperity of Krypton, fighting to the death. Kayla, on the other hand, paid a heavy price in order to revive Krypton's prosperity. Another day passed. By the time Nuo Lin came out, it was already dark. Bruce leaned against the wooden pile in the distance and just looked up at the stars quietly, as if he was enjoying the last piece before the end. The fighting ability is pretty good, but it's a pity that I was a little behind at the time, Bruce said without turning his head. He didn't know if his eyes were tired. Anyway, Nuo Lin felt that his eyes were worn out and couldn't be closed. Otherwise, how could he open his eyes and tell lies? I have recorded what you just said. When I find the young you later, I will show it to him, and then compete to see if he is as strong as you said. Nuo Lin shook the phone. That was recording. When Bruce heard this, he immediately turned around and wanted to take it away. However, Nuo Lin shook his hand and the phone disappeared. You'd better be fine. Bruce gave his sincere instructions and looked up at the stars again. Do you think we will see these again in the future? Believe me, it will. Nuo Lin promised that whether it is to improve his strength or for Kayla, he will try hard. After only a dozen hours, the winning rate increased by 5 levels. I believe the probability will be higher in the future until it reaches 100%. Maybe. Regardless of success or failure, at least we worked hard for it. Bruce smiled and asked another question. By the way, I heard you say before that there are many parallel universes in our universe? Does that mean that there is another me in other universes? Nuo Lin nodded. Definitely. There are other universes outside the universe, and what happens in each universe is different. Then, if you have time and are you interested in telling me about the other me and what happened, just treat it as fulfilling the last wish of a dying person. Bruce got interested and took out 2 bottles of unknown brand of red wine from his back. Since Gotham returned to normal and Alfred died, he hadn't had a real conversation with anyone in a long time, because everyone who knew him and understood him is dead. After losing his identity as the Dark Knight, he is no longer used to it and doesn't know how a normal person should live. He does not need to personally intervene in the group's business. Money will be automatically transferred into his account every month and every year. Now, he doesn't even know how many numbers he has in his account because it means nothing. It's just a bunch of virtual data. The arrival of Nuo Lin made him feel the crisis and rekindled his fighting spirit. At the same time, he also had someone to talk to, because Nuo Lin is from another universe and will not stay in this universe for a long time. Even if he says something, it will not have any impact on him. Looking at the red wine handed over by Bruce, Nuo Lin smiled, took it, opened it, and took a sip regardless of the image. This obviously does not match the aristocratic temperament at all. However, the old Bruce obviously didn't care much about the so-called noble status. If it hadn't been for Nuo Lin's arrival, he would still be a slovenly old man with slovenly clothes and hair that he hadn't washed for several days. I saw Bruce imitating Nuo Lin's movements and drinking it in big gulps. Cool. Seeing this, Nuo Lin started talking about another universe. It is surprisingly the Justice League universe where this bat lives. When I heard about the various crises that occurred in another universe and the various Superman types, Bruce mused. Is there Atlantis at the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean? On a paradise island somewhere in the Atlantic Ocean, there are also descendants of Zeus, Amazon female warriors, and a demigod named Wonder Woman. Bruce's focus is more on Superman. He desperately needs more help. It's not that Bruce placed his hope on others, but that he had tried his best and finally discovered that even if he gathered all the power on the Earth and exhausted all methods, he could not defeat the Kryptonians. Nuclear bombs and hydrogen bombs, which symbolize the highest level of human force, cannot pose a threat to it. This is a technological crush. And in this universe, are there various mysterious objects in the Justice League universe? No matter how smart Bruce is, it's hard for a clever woman to make a meal without straw. They may not exist in this universe. Nuo Lin shook his head. According to the setting, the Keaton Bat universe was originally a world of normal humans. The appearance of the Flash caused the universe to go awry. But not necessarily. Because when Nuo Lin and the Flash appeared, the universe changed. The Kryptonians are an example. Perhaps there is also a star called Apocalypse deep in the universe, and there is the Green Lantern Corps that guards the sector of the universe. Atlantis may also exist on the Atlantic coast. Diana might still be living a carefree life on Paradise Island. But it's all possible. Maybe not? Or maybe there is. You said Aquaman lives in a sea area in Maine. Don't think about it. I already know the result. Seeing Bruce's eagerness to move, Nuo Lin poured cold water directly. There is indeed Aquaman's father over there, but he is not married to the Queen of Atlantis, but to a fat girl. Arthur also exists, but now he has become a man. Dog. Cyborg Victor is here too. He is currently playing football at Gotham University. He is just an ordinary college student. As for Las Vegas, where Wonder Woman is located, there is no Diana there, just a vaudeville troupe. Except for you, me, Kayla, and the file-size Flash that is about to appear, we have no helpers. Even if they exist, they will appear later. With the Earth's current technology, don't even think about finding them when they don't want to appear. Well, it seems we can only rely on ourselves. Bruce sent a message asking for help. There was no need for Nuo Lin to deceive him. With the energy of Wayne Group, it would be easy to find these people in the places Nuo Lin mentioned. But what if you find it? Either an ordinary person or a dog, compared to another parallel universe, they are simply miserable. In that universe, although there are many villains, there are also many heroes. But what about their universe? Heroes are absent, but villains are not lacking. According to Nuo Lin, even if Zod is defeated, a more powerful existence may appear later. Thinking of this, Bruce felt his scalp tingle. He was already in his 70s and 80 years old, and he was about to be buried, but he ended up having to run around to save the world, dragging his old body to fight. Why don't we let people retire well? Doesn't he deserve a good ending? Was that idiot the one who caused all this? Barry Allen? Or who is it? Bruce couldn't figure it out, and he was not a resentful person. He continued to chat with Nuo Lin. We talked until late at night. Bruce is quite proud to know that he made Gotham one of the safest cities in the world, a feat that almost no other Batman in the multi-universe has accomplished. Am I an idiot in other universes? Is there a no-killing principle? Putting villains in a lunatic asylum and waiting for them to escape to continue arresting them? Am I condoning or arresting them? Oh, it turns out there are many supernatural forces doing mischief, okay? Let's not talk about it anymore. When you go to other universes in the future, you can tell them everything I have done and use my personal experience to teach them how to transform Gotham. At the end of the count, Bruce got drunk and fell asleep directly on the lawn. Upon seeing this, Nuo Lin got him into the manor and returned to Marvel. I looked at the time and saw that nearly 2 hours had passed. It happens to be mealtime. Although there is no need to eat, Nuo Lin walks out of the habitual trend. As a result, he met Jean Grey directly. Jean was obviously startled by Nuo Lin, who suddenly came out. When he found out it was Nuo Lin, he said angrily, "Nuo Lin, next time you go through the door, can you knock on the door first? At least let the people outside have someone. Be mentally prepared. Sorry, as an apology, can I treat you to lunch?" Nuo Lin was not embarrassed and invited him along the way. Jean rolled her eyes and said, "Do you need to charge for the cafeteria?" "It's okay, we can go to the city to eat." Jean hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, "Okay, let's go to New York first. There happens to be an outdoor event next week." "Outdoor activities? Why haven't you heard of it before?" Nuo Lin asked curiously. "You have only been here less than 3 weeks, so it is normal that you have not heard of it. Every once in a while, we will organize an outdoor activity where all X-Men members will bring some students of the right age who have not exposed their mutant identities too much, mainly to allow them to experience the life that normal students should live, such as visiting exhibitions, museums, zoos, amusement parks, etc. The world has too many misunderstandings about mutants. They always wear colored glasses. Every outdoor activity is precious, and they must be on guard against the attention of some thoughtful people. I don't know if this situation can be improved in the future." Jean sighed as she thought about her past. Very few mutants can experience that kind of ordinary life. What special abilities bring them is not good luck, but isolation and even school violence. Nuo Lin patted her shoulder. "Don't worry, everything will be fine." Jean forced a smile and said, "Let's go quickly. Don't forget that you are still responsible for protecting the little naughty boy." I'm afraid Magneto and the others will take action again soon. I know what I know, let's go. Nuo Lin is not worried that the little naughty boy will be deceived by Mystique again. He had asked Clarice and Katie to stay with the little naughty boy. And he also left some gadgets for the three of them. If there is a problem, he can know it as soon as possible and rush back. New York, Manhattan, 5th Avenue. Today, Jean is wearing a dark red leather jacket, paired with her flaming red waterfall hair, which looks particularly charming under the sunlight. Because 5th Avenue is located in the center of Manhattan, it is a famous business district in New York, full of traffic and bustling. Therefore, Jean and Nuo Lin are very close to each other, especially when passing through some famous scenic spots. The flow of people increases dramatically, and they may get separated if they are not careful. Coupled with Nuo Lin's appearance, which looks like a work of art carved by God himself, it has attracted the attention of countless people of the opposite S*X. I don't know whether it was intentional or unintentional, but Jean leaned closer and closer, as if she was declaring sovereignty to those people. Jean had a gentle smile on her face, but her expression was extremely vigilant. At the same time, her whole body was tense. It was obvious that she was not acting so naturally. As they passed the corner of a street, what appeared in front of their eyes was a white building with a strange shape that looked like a teacup and a white spring. This is the Guggenheim Museum, one of the most famous private modern art museums in the world. Although it seems strange from the outside, the inside is said to be very wonderful. There is also an inverted spiral space inside. When sightseeing inside, you can experience a sense of novelty that you can't experience anywhere else. Jean briefly introduced the news she had heard from unknown sources, looking very interested. Do you like those arts very much? Nuo Lin said with a smile. Definitely, art can cultivate emotions and make people feel like they are witnessing history. Jean Grey tilted her head, as if she was hallucinating. But seeing Nuo Lin's face again, consciousness returned. She suddenly realized that the greatest and most incredible art in the world was right next to her. For a moment, I felt less interested in the amazing art in the museum. How can those arts compare to Nuo Lin? Jean suddenly changed her expression and no longer showed much interest in the art museum. Nuo Lin didn't say anything when he saw this, and the two of them continued to walk forward. To be honest, there are many art things that Nuo Lin can't appreciate, such as abstract art, which is very confusing. Sometimes, looking at the magnificent Forbidden City or gardens left by our ancestors, isn't it better than those arts? It's not that Nuo Lin is biased, maybe it's just as those few people said, too vulgar? TSK. There are many attractions on 5th Avenue, including the Guggenheim Museum, the Metropolitan Museum of Art, the Whitney Museum of Art, etc. However, Jean's interest was not high, and the two simply skipped these priceless treasures that represented cultural treasures from various places. We passed the New York Public Library on the way, Patrick's Church, etc., and even saw the long-famous Empire State Building. However, in the Marvel world, the Empire State Building is obviously not the tallest building. Not far away, there is a taller and more luxurious building than the Empire State Building. That is naturally the Stark Building belonging to Tony Stark, the richest man in the United States. What's wrong? Are you looking at the Stark Building? Jean followed Nuo Lin's gaze and didn't look good after seeing the most famous landmark building in New York. Apparently, Stark's reputation as a playboy has even reached the mutant community. I'm thinking that maybe we can also bring Tony Stark to our side and use their influence to change people's perceptions of mutants. Is that Stark? Will he help Mutant? I would rather believe that Representative Kelly has a clear conscience and will stop publicizing the harm of Mutant. Jean pursed her lips. Due to the influence of her experience, she never thought that those rich people who were drunk and dreaming would care about mutants' life and death. Those capitalists, all of whom have dark hearts, should hang lamps on the street and expect their consciences to show concern and sympathize with Mutant. It would be better to expect Angel to descend to Earth. However, Angel seems to have descended to Earth. Jean glanced at Nuo Lin. If there really is an angel in the world, it must be Nuo Lin. Otherwise, why is the light on his body so dazzling? Even in a dark world, it is like the light of hope in the morning. guiding them forward. That's not necessarily true. Maybe it's really possible to have a conscience discovery. Nuo Lin smiled mysteriously. Iron Man had not yet been born at this time, and Tony Stark was still the playboy who hung out in the garden. It is even said that he is related to the 12 cover girls in last year's Maxim men's magazine. Maxim men's magazine is a well-known entertainment magazine in the United States, with millions of copies published every year, which makes many men envious of Tony Stark. I wish I could take my place and spend one night with 12 girls as husband and wife. Jean obviously didn't believe what Nuo Lin said. Tony Stark's external persona was really too bad. Not only was he a playboy, but his character was also very bad. If he hadn't been a rich man and a genius, he also had a good relationship with the military. Cooperation. If it were an ordinary person, I'm afraid he would have been beaten to death long ago. A few minutes later, the two came to a high-end clothing store. Jean obviously likes the color red. She changed into a red round-neck woolen dress with a pure white bottoming shirt. This outfit has high requirements on the body and image of the wearer, but Jean's figure is very suitable for this dress. Moreover, she looks young and beautiful, with long dark red hair hanging loosely on her shoulders, and her light is discernible. How about this one I chose? Jean turned around in a circle, her long hair waving gently, stirring up some strange emotions in people's hearts. Nuo Lin did not hesitate to praise. It's great. I match you so well, it's like an elf in the flames. Hearing this, Jean seemed very happy. In excitement, she gently hugged Nuo Lin and kissed her. Nuo Lin has quick eyes and quick hands and seizes the opportunity, which is very sweet. At the same time, he felt an incredibly powerful energy filling his body instantly. It's as if just one thought can lift all the objects around you. This is a power called psychokinesis, and he also gained abilities such as telepathy. The mental power spread out, and he perceived the emotions and thoughts of the people around him. Oh my God, how can such a handsome man exist in this world? No, I have to go around again and take another look. I've taken 10 pictures, but I can't get enough. I really hope he didn't notice, otherwise I'll be embarrassed. Damn it, he came out at this time. Oh my God, I feel so weak just looking at it. No, it's here again. Nuo Lin was speechless. No wonder he always felt that there were many people around him, and there were many familiar faces. He had seen them many times on the road just now. He deliberately circled around him. Sure enough, when a woman becomes lustful, it really has nothing to do with men. If it weren't for the powerful and guarded Jean protector at his side, he might have had a few more red marks on his body before he could leave the city today. If it were a thinner man who was alone, he would probably have to wait until tomorrow to go out, and if he had to crawl out, he would have lost a lot of weight. However, what Nuo Lin is more concerned about is not telepathy, but the special energy deep in his mind. In the spiritual sea burning like a flame, there seemed to be a cry. It was a flying phoenix with spread wings. Damn it, even the phoenix force was copied? Wait, is this a real phoenix or a fake phoenix? Is it also the power of the mind and emotions? Nuo Lin was stunned. Phoenix force. Even if it is just a fragment, it will be devastating. In the X-Men universe, if Jean can perfectly control the Phoenix Force, wouldn't he kill whoever he wants to kill? The oldest mutant apocalypse, the consumable Sentry Army, they destroyed as many as they came. Not even a scum was left. They were so overbearing. Unfortunately, due to Charles's improper operation, he chose to block rather than induce Jean to master it, causing the Phoenix Force to become Dark Phoenix, which in turn controlled Jean, killing Scott and many ordinary people and mutants. Finally, he was killed by Wolverine. Otherwise, it will be Sentry's turn to reverse the future. No matter how many ants there are, they are still ants. Even if the Phoenix Force is just one of tens of thousands of fragments, it can kill countless ants. And now, a kiss allowed Nuo Lin to copy extra Phoenix Force. This is embarrassing. Is this something made out of nothing? Or a phoenix from another universe? After the Phoenix Force is broken into countless fragments and scattered across the multi-universe, the number of fragments is fixed. But now that I have directly copied one, is it really still a Phoenix fragment? Moreover, this fragment has no obvious humanization or negative impact. At least Nuo Lin could feel that the other party had no intention of controlling him. And there is no mental cage to restrain the Phoenix Force fragments. A truly free Phoenix fragment. As long as Nuo Lin wants, he can use the Phoenix Force to deal with the enemy at any time. It seems Zod is no longer a problem. Although he didn't know how powerful the Phoenix Force fragment was, just one of countless pieces, Nuo Lin could feel the huge energy in it. The key is, Phoenix Force symbolizes heart and emotion. It is a kind of spiritual energy. It is true that Superman also has a certain degree of mental immunity, but compared to physical resistance, this resistance to magical damage is much lower. Zod is not as good as the real Superman and has never absorbed the sun, which means that he is less resistant to psychic and other magical abilities. Not to mention, the Phoenix Force also has the power of material decomposition, which can control matter to a subatomic level or even higher, and can even change their own elements, which is equivalent to the large Eternals member Cersei. Isn't it difficult to instantly kill a Zod who just came to Earth? So, how much can the success rate increase now? 8th floor? 10 floors? Nuo Lin doesn't know. The only thing he can be sure of is that he will decide on Qin. This is a rich woman, so she must hug her thighs. I just don't know if his ability can improve Phoenix Force after passing negative distance. I guess it's not possible. After all, Phoenix Force is not Qin's original power, nor is it genetic power, but another pure energy creature. But does negative distance count as being with Qin or with Phoenix? If it's a Phoenix, well, why don't we think of a way to turn into an energy life form? This will give us much greater hope. Nuo Lin. Qin was gradually going crazy as she was kissed. She felt hot all over her body, and there was a fire burning in her heart. Nuo Lin's body is filled with the aura of hormones, which is enough to drive any woman crazy. And after copying the Phoenix Force, this feeling became even stronger. Like two powerful magnets, there was a strong attraction that pulled them together, completely forgetting that they were still in a business district. In the vague shadow, Qin seemed to hear a cry, crisp and exciting, containing countless deep feelings like fire. She also had hallucinations in her mind. A suffocating unknown force kept rushing against the mental barrier, trying to get into Nuo Lin's body, as if there was something fatal there that was attracting her. Nuo Lin, on the other hand, has a weird face. It seems that his Phoenix is a male, while Qin's Phoenix is a female. Otherwise, why would his Phoenix just fly around and make Qin's Phoenix so excited? Could it be that his Phoenix also inherited his ability? Shaking his head, Nuo Lin stopped guessing. His Phoenix Force fragment had no consciousness, it was just a ball of pure energy. This also means that the Phoenix Force in the piano's body is simply attracted by him, which causes violent fluctuations. He is not still crazy by Qin. At the moment, Qin has been affected by the Phoenix Force and her emotions are amplified. If she doesn't stop him, she will do something terrible in the street. There are too many people outside at this moment. Although they are all a group of women who show jealousy and envy on their faces, there are even some women who are looking forward to it, gearing up and eager to try. Inadvertently, his thoughts were penetrated. Hurry up. I can't wait any longer. It's so slow. Didn't you see that the door has been blocked for you? No one can see it. If it doesn't work, just let me do it. I'll do it later. Enjoy it. Crazy. Really crazy. If it doesn't stop, it will eventually turn into an open-air party with many people. And Dark Phoenix will also be born in advance. Nuo Lin quickly controlled the Phoenix to submerge into the spiritual sea, hiding its aura. Qin's will is also returning. However, it is obviously not easy to return to normal for a while. At this time, the whole world seemed to have pressed the pause button. All the women who were watching stopped their movements, and their expressions remained the same as a second ago, either excited, crazy, or as wolf-like as a tiger. A woman standing at the front said, Nuo Lin, I am Charles. Qin's situation is very wrong now. Bring her back quickly. Nuo Lin nodded, hugging Qin, who was still unwilling to let go and clutching his collar tightly. using molecular mimicry to turn into a shadow to the outside world, and then turned into a rocket and soared into the sky. Although he has not absorbed the sun for a long time, his current speed has reached Mach 3. This speed has exceeded that of most current aircraft. With a speed of up to 3,672 kilometers per hour, Nuo Lin can travel from the northernmost to the southernmost part of the United States in 1 hour, and from the easternmost to the westernmost in less than 2 hours. It only took less than a minute to get back to Xavier Academy. Charles had just deleted the memories of the onlookers. In a blink of an eye, he saw the figures of Nuo Lin and Qin falling from the sky. He was still a little dazed for a moment. Is this it? So fast. Charles blurted out subconsciously. Nuo Lin rolled her eyes. This word doesn't suit me. Charles covered up his embarrassment with a smile and then looked at Qin worriedly. I didn't expect that power to wake up so quickly. I thought it would last longer until Qin could suppress and control it with her own ability. You mean this power? Nuo Lin turned his palm upward and a small red phoenix emerged. Although it was only a trace, it was still filled with frightening power. Charles was really stunned now, and then he became frightened, and his voice rose an octave. You copied this power? At the same time, although Charles deleted the memory of the person who was affected by seeing Nuo Lin and Qin at that time, he did not delete the memory of witnessing Nuo Lin flight. Nuo Lin was very fast, crossing half of New York in a very short time. But some people still witnessed the flight incident. Sir, an undocumented Superman-type incident occurred in New York. According to on-site surveillance analysis, the unknown super-ability flew from Fifth Avenue to the suburbs of New York at a speed of at least Mach 3. According to the calculations of relevant professionals, their purpose is probably Xavier Youth Talent Academy. The identity of one of the Superman types has been confirmed. She is Jean Grey, an official member of the X-Men, codenamed Phoenix. Child headquarters, Trident Building. Nick Fury was listening to the reports from his men and looking at the documents in his hands with a thoughtful expression on his face. Can the other person be identified? There was some progress. Someone accidentally took their video. One of them was from the Dragon Kingdom. According to the information we checked, his name was Nuo Lin. But the strange thing is that although there is complete data in the Federation, it can be confirmed that he came to the United States 2 months ago, but 2 weeks ago, he disappeared for 2 months, during which no one knew his specific location. However, we have retrieved X-Men action records and found that mutants codenamed Storm and Cyclops carried out a mission in New Mexico 2 weeks ago. We speculate that Nuo Lin was probably captured by some force during that period, until the X-Men rescued him during their mission. Hill agent spoke quickly and fluently about the information about Nuo Lin. Although Nuo Lin is a gangster in this world, who told Ophelia that she was a member of Hydra before, they can also access the data that SHILD can check, and they are extremely familiar with the SHILD intelligence process. This also leads to the fact that it is difficult to find loopholes in their forged information documents, which are completely targeted construction files. In this regard, Hydra is professional. What Nick Fury and the others want to obtain are all prepared by Hydra in advance, without any flaws. What else? His ability, his hobbies, his codename? None of these. Nick Fury continued to ask. From this information, he could not see anything nutritious. It was simply too normal. Hill shook his head. Not yet. We can only confirm that he can fly at a speed of at least Mach 3. Charles, they didn't register his real name with the United Nations? No. Okay, continue to observe and find all the news about him as soon as possible. Nick Fury will not allow a mutant who has a powerful ability but knows nothing about it to escape his control. When Mutant applied to perform relevant tasks within the scope of the United Nations, he also voted in favor, and even his mentor Pierce also agreed with both hands. This behavior of the other party undoubtedly disclosed all traces of their actions, as well as their respective abilities, and they were able to make targeted response plans. And all they ask for are some useless privileges. What's the harm in giving these things? The information they obtain is more important. Nick Fury picked up another document. Why did Charles and the others set up Group X? Are they short of money? Has Mutant also learned how to do business? His intuition told him that Charles and the others had a big plan. You know, Charles's parents left him billions of dollars in property. After these years of development, they estimate that their wealth is approximately 3.5 billion US dollars. In this era, the wealth of the richest man, Tony Stark, is only just over 100 billion US dollars. 3.5 billion US dollars is enough for the healthy development of Xavier's school, and there is no way it can be used up. Could it be that Charles has some big move? But what is it? Nick Fury was puzzled. He even learned that Hank, who is currently the director of the Mutant Affairs Department, has rarely moved around the department recently after returning to Xavier's school 2 days ago. He seems to be buried in the Research Institute, studying some secret device. Is Xavier's school going to cause trouble? It seems it's time to warn them that this society is our world after all. Regarding Mutant, Nick Fury's position is not that extreme, but he will not speak for the other party. No matter how righteous Charles and the others behave, and they cooperate with their actions every time, it can even be described as licking. But after all, they have the super ability to affect the social balance and even shake the rule of the United States. Just for that alone, he wouldn't really speak for Mutant. He is always alert to the threat of mutants. Nuo Lin didn't know that he had entered SHILD's field of vision, and even Mutant's plan to save the future was misinterpreted by Nick Fury. He is currently explaining to Charles, who is extremely out of sorts. That's the fact. Because of a kiss, I copied Jean's mutant ability, and by the way, I also copied the mysterious power in her mind. And this power has no other effects on me. I can easily use it to do whatever I want. This force, I call it Phoenix Force. Are you sure it didn't do anything to you? For example, manipulate your mind and make your desires stronger. Charles looked in disbelief. He is the only one who knows what kind of terrifying power is hidden in Jean's spiritual world. When Jean was very young, I was aware of the mutation deep in her subconscious. It was a power that I could not imagine, and it was not an ability that a little girl could master, so I set up a mental barrier to isolate her from Phoenix. But what I didn't expect was that Phoenix and her subconscious integrated into another personality, a creature full of desire and anger. Now that you have copied her power, you're a complete Phoenix without any restraints. Are you really okay? Charles confirmed again and again that he could not imagine how terrifying the unfettered Phoenix would be. I'm sure and sure. My current condition is better than ever. As for my desire, it's still the same as before. Nuo Lin definitely knows his situation, and now he can exert the full power of the Phoenix Force Fragment host. How powerful is this force? He felt that he could destroy and disintegrate the entire New York in a single thought. At least it has city-level strength. The true upper limit is unknown. But to do this, he needs to transform into a special form, and Nuo Lin turns it into the Phoenix form. In this form, he can use the energy of Phoenix Force fragments without restriction, and also has the body of a Kryptonian, the molecular mimicry of Shadowcat, and the abilities of Ophelia such as vibration perception, skin shedding, and immunity to poisons. It can be said that he has no weaknesses and has achieved his original achievement, Hexagonal Warrior. Once he breaks out with all his strength, even Dark Phoenix is no match for him, because his defense can completely defeat Dark Phoenix. If we really want to talk about a flaw, I'm afraid it lacks the ability to heal quickly. As for the source of this ability, Nuo Lin already has an idea. Charles felt like his head was buzzing. Nuo Lin can actually perfectly control the power of the Phoenix without being affected at all. This means that Nuo Lin has become the only 5th-level mutant in the mutant collective and the only mutant who can perfectly display all powers, etc. Doesn't the existence of Nuo Lin ensure that mutant is protected from the original ending? That's a level 5 mutant. Although we don't know how powerful it is yet, it is undoubtedly more powerful than him and Eric tied together. In this world, he should be considered one of the most powerful people, right? But Nuo Lin's state also made Charles think of another thing. Did he do something wrong again? If there was no one to block Jean's power at the beginning, but guide her to try to understand and master it, maybe Jean wouldn't go berserk due to stimulation now, and it might even become a time bomb. Once it explodes, it will be a world-class disaster. Thinking of this, Charles asked Nuo Lin about Qin's condition. His voice was extremely bitter, and he had already anticipated the answer before he spoke. To this, Nuo Lin gave him a positive answer. Professor, you did make a mistake. If you had not imprisoned the phoenix, even if Qin could not completely master it, a dark consciousness that was completely uncontrollable would not have been born. I suspect that once this dark consciousness breaks out, her anger will engulf you directly. Charles felt extremely uncomfortable after hearing this. Originally, he always thought that although he did not lead mutants to completely get rid of discrimination and let ordinary people accept them, he still protected one mutant. But now he discovered that his previous ideas were wrong again and again. Is he really not fit to be a leader? Why are all the decisions made wrong? Charles began to doubt the ability of his leader, especially when he learned that in days of future past, Qin had not shown up and was suspected to be dead long ago. With Qin's potential, even if he died, Qin shouldn't die so quickly. Could those sentinels be able to kill even level 5 mutants? He didn't believe it. According to reasoning, all mutants below level May 5th not be able to kill a level 5 mutant unless she dies voluntarily. So, could Qin have died willingly? This is the only reasonable guess. Charles's mood was complicated, as thick as hair. Looking at Nuo Lin, he felt dazed and suddenly wanted to retire where he was. Nuo Lin is more suitable than him to lead the academy forward. Moreover, I am afraid that only Nuo Lin can handle Qin's matter. Wait, there's something going on. Nuo Lin frowned. There's something wrong with the little naughty guy. The other side. On a relatively remote bench in the school, Anna, Katie, and Clarice are chatting about interesting things about Nuo Lin. The corner not far away. Nuo Lin walked straight towards them. Nuo Lin. Nuo Lin. Seeing Nuo Lin approaching, the 3 women stood up to say hello, with smiles on everyone's faces. Katie, Anna, Clarice, how are you today? Nuo Lin greeted the 3 of them, also smiling. Clarice frowned slightly. She felt that something was wrong with Nuo Lin today. He didn't usually greet them like this. Even if the little naughty one is around, he won't be so unfamiliar. But when I looked carefully, it was Nuo Lin's face again. Wrong. That faint golden light. And that amazing smell. Although this Nuo Lin looks the same, his temperament is completely different. You're not Nuo Lin. Clarice's expression changed greatly. Katie and Little Naughty also noticed something unusual. When they heard what Clarice said, they immediately reacted and quickly prepared for battle. Nuo Lin was stunned for a moment. He didn't understand the situation yet. Wasn't he just saying hello? It was the first time she encountered this situation, and she was caught out in the first meeting. This was not a normal development. Are you mistaken? I am Nuo Lin. Look, my appearance, my voice, my movements. Stop quibbling. Your smell and appearance are not similar to Nuo Lin. They are all flaws. Realizing that his disguise had been revealed, Nuo Lin stopped pretending. As his skin color changed, he quickly transformed back into his true self. It was Mystique. I've never had a problem with my disguise. Can you tell me why I failed? Mystique is very curious. Although her mutant ability is not strong, it is definitely very practical. She has used this trick to disguise countless senior executives and nobles. Unless a machine is used to detect mutant genes, there is no possibility of exposure. No matter who she turns into, she can perfectly imitate their voice and appearance, and even their fingerprints are exactly the same. As a result, what she thought was a simple operation was discovered by 3 yellow-haired girls, which dealt a serious blow to her self-confidence. But it's okay, so what if you find out? How can 3 girls without formal training fight with her who has experienced hundreds of battles? If it weren't for the fear of attracting Charles's attention, there would be no need to pretend to be Nuo Lin, the closest person to the 3 of them, to deceive him. The 3 women did not answer Mystique's question, but warned, if I were you, it would be best to leave immediately, because Nuo Lin will be here soon. When he comes, you will not be able to escape. Really? I want to try whether he comes faster or I catch you first. Oh? Try it. Before Mystique finished speaking, a joking voice came from behind her. Her expression changed wildly, and she elbowed her back like a reflex. Nuo Lin just raised his hand and pinched her forearm accurately, but Mystique reacted extremely quickly. While punching, he twisted around and hit the vaginal leg with a quick and accurate kick, which shows that he often uses this move against his enemies. But Nuo Lin arrived first and grabbed her ankle with his other hand. The powerful force made it impossible for Mystique to break free. Damn it. Mystique cursed secretly and launched a 180-degree spinning kick centered on the caught ankle, trying to force Nuo Lin back with the other foot. Little tricks. Nuo Lin chuckled lightly and came to behind Mystique as if teleporting. He held both of Mystique's hands behind his back at a speed that the latter could not react at all. The other hand grabbed Mystique's hair directly and raised her head. Resistance is useless. Come with me. If you resist, believe it or not, I will F***k you on the spot. Looking at Nuo Lin's indescribable appearance, Mystique was stunned at first and subconsciously followed the order, but she quickly realized that she had been taken down so easily. And the body still instinctively acts according to Nuo Lin's words? Mystique only felt a sense of humiliation, but Nuo Lin's hand grasped her tightly like an iron pliers. The difference in strength and speed left her unable to fight back. Although she was caught by Nuo Lin, Mystique felt that her body was strange. That feeling was, how is that possible? She couldn't believe that just a close combat could trigger a physiological reaction. Unheard of. But when she looked at Nuo Lin, she suddenly understood that her disguise would be seen through. Nuo Lin has no one to pretend to be. The seductive aura emanating from his body, his piercing eyes, and that golden light are all unique. Soon, Mystique was taken into custody by Nuo Lin and brought to the shocked Charles. I leave the cross-examination to you. After saying that, Nuo Lin let go of Mystique and left with the sleeping Qin in his arms. He doesn't care what Mystique and Charles say, and he doesn't bother to care about these things. In comparison, he has more important things to do. Ahem, of course he wasn't taking advantage of others. He was really worried that if he did something now, Dark Phoenix would break free tomorrow. After obtaining the Phoenix Force, Nuo Lin's strength has increased unprecedentedly. Neither the Black Robe world nor the Flash universe is a threat anymore. In this case, the previous plan should be upgraded. Solve the Kryptonian problem, and then use Kryptonian technology to develop power in the Black-Robed world, while also studying genetic engineering. In the Marvel and DC universes, Nuo Lin still needs to be careful. But in the world of Black Robes, I'm sorry, I am the real ancestor. It's clear. Another beautiful day. Especially for the people of New York, today is a crazy day. Because Homelander and Queen Maeve from the Super 7 came to Times Square in New York. The two of them happened to attend a promotional meeting in New York under the arrangement of the company. On the one hand, they wanted to get close to the people, attract votes, and increase their presence, and on the other hand, they also wanted to advertise for advertisers. In the world of Black Robes, the Super 7 are undoubtedly world-class superstars. Even the one with the lowest support rate is far from being comparable to those Hollywood superstars. Because they truly have super abilities, and they are also heroes of justice and God's favorites. As long as they are willing, there are countless entertainment companies inviting them to participate in film and television productions. There are also countless publishers looking for them to cooperate in publishing personal biographies. As long as they can invite the Super 7, their movies will not be watched and their books will sell well. Even just spreading a scandal with the other party is enough to get a huge amount of traffic. This is the world of Black Robes. This is the superhero's Garden of Eden. If the mutant and Inhumans next door saw it, they would definitely shed tears of envy. The treatment of both parties is in heaven and on earth. There is no comparison. On the stage, Homelander and Queen Maeve smiled and accepted the cheers of the people and took photos. Behind them is a billboard of huge amounts of superheroes. Homelander and Queen Maeve occupy half of the area, while the other half is the products they endorse. And in the audience, Nuo Lin mingled among the crowd, looking at Homelander's obviously fake kind smile, and felt an inexplicable sense of joy. He thought about that night again, the crescent moon rising in the sky. The world of Black Robe is undoubtedly a world that is bright on the surface, but extremely dark in reality. The whole world is shrouded in bright disguise. The people cheered for the heroes of justice. The superheroes, whose hands are stained with blood, enforce justice on the surface, but secretly often kill innocent people indiscriminately. It can be seen from the memories obtained from the brains of people on the roadside that the world of Black Robe pickets is currently in the early stages of the official start of the plot. Since the lamplighter left the team and disappeared, the Super 7 is still missing one person, and what company is looking for a suitable candidate all over the world? Although Vought has conducted experiments on injecting compound number 5 into many babies, it is not easy to find a suitable candidate. Each member of the Super 7 has its own political significance. Like Locomotive, the purpose is to win the votes of Black people and win the support of this group. Deep Sea is based on the overall composition of the team, for the sake of diversity, and, by the way, to show support for the environment and marine protection. It is purely out of political correctness that they join the team. Black is a qualified assassin, the company's black glove, who performs some shady tasks without any questioning or nonsense. As for Homelander and Queen Maeve, they are undoubtedly the force responsible for the Super 7. They can almost be said to be one of the most powerful heroes, and their strength is beyond doubt. Therefore, they are also the heroes with the highest support rate among the Super 7. As for the Invisible Man, just don't say it. Nuo Lin, who has read the original work, knows very well that the person joining the team to replace the lamplighter is Xinguang, a girl with a heroic dream of saving the world. The Vought company was purely trying to gain the attention of the female community and designed a rather shameful uniform for them to attract the support of men. However, as soon as he joined the team, Xinguang suffered a critical blow, and his dream of becoming a hero was shattered. Taking a closer look at the entire Black Robe world, almost all of them are evil people. There are very few truly good people. Starlight counts as one, Locomotive's brother counts as one, but what about the others? Nuo Lin can't think of it. The original protagonist Huey is not a good guy either. The Butcher, who represents justice and resists the evil superhero, is nothing more than a selfish villain. Good guy? In this world, it can be said to be rare. Perhaps this world just confirms the saying, good people don't live long, but disasters last for thousands of years. However, with the arrival of Nuo Lin, the trajectory of this world will take a different path. After watching for a while under the platform, Nuo Lin turned and walked towards the headquarters of what company in New York. On the stage, Queen Maeve, who was smiling, noticed Nuo Lin's back and felt confused. Among the people here, only Nuo Lin left temporarily, and he has a fatal attraction. What are you looking at? Homelander asked, sensing that Queen Maeve was distracted. Nothing. Queen Maeve shook her head quickly. She didn't dare to tell the truth. With Homelander's temperament, if he knew that she was looking at another man, he would turn around and crush him into pieces. They are openly forming a CP at the moment. No matter what the reason is, Homelander will not allow Queen Maeve to be interested in anyone, otherwise it will be an insult to him. If word spreads, he will be disgraced. Really? Just focus, we still have a lot to do. Homelander raised his eyebrows slightly, as if he noticed something. He remained calm on the surface, but while smiling, he looked in the direction of Queen Maeve from the corner of his eye. A man. Manhattan, Vought Corporation headquarters. As the company that manages the Super 7 and other superheroes, Walt is naturally the undisputed corporate boss in the Black Robe world. While other companies are still entering other fields for money or power, what company has relied on biochemistry and other technologies to create a group of superhumans with abilities superior to humans? After that, they spent a lot of public relations to promote the superhero as God's favorite child who was born naturally. But in fact, it's all based on the compound number 5 they made. Vought hid the facts about compound 5 and relied on the superheroes for profit. Not only did they set up an organization called the Super 7, but they also had many superheroes under them, stationed in some states and cities as propaganda benchmarks, and at the same time enforcing justice. Under the operation of Vought Corporation, the crime rate throughout the United States has been greatly reduced. There are many people who have a fascination with the superheroes owned by what company. It can be said that as long as Walter is willing, he can even use superheroes to start a war that sweeps the world. However, in the subsequent development of this company, it suffered from Waterloo one after another and was pushed out of its position by its own toolmen. Starting today, however, the company is destined to take a different path. Who are you? No one is allowed in. As soon as Nuo Lin entered the door, he was stopped by guards. But after looking at Nuo Lin, a red light appeared in his eyes. With a respectful smile, "It turns out to be you. Sorry, I saw it wrong. Please come in." The guard apologized quickly and respectfully introduced Nuo Lin. This scene made others feel strange, and they all speculated who Nuo Lin was. They can confirm that today is the first time they meet Nuo Lin. Yet it makes the guards so respectful. Could it be that he was a distinguished guest specially invited by the president? Thinking of this, everyone who saw the scene nodded to Nuo Lin with a smile. Regardless of whether it is true or not, there is nothing wrong with looking familiar. In this way, Nuo Lin easily blended into what company without arousing anyone's suspicion. Nuo Lin successfully went to the front desk and asked about the location of the president of Walter Company. With the latter's guilty look in his eyes, he took the elevator upstairs without looking back. When Nuo Lin arrived at the top floor of the building, "I happened to meet Medellin, the vice president of Walter Company, who is about to go out." Medellin's identity is not simple. She is not only the vice president of Walter Company, but also Homelander's wet nurse and ex-partner. Homelander has had no relatives since he was born and has a severe lack of family affection. This is also one of the tactics used by Vought to train Homelander. Later, Medellin came into Homelander's field of vision. From the time he could remember, she had been by his side from time to time and often breastfed. With her maternal demeanor and charming face, Homelander only looked at her. Homelander became the person Vought wanted him to be. A giant baby that lacks family affection, love, and even Oedipus and will never grow up. Medellin is also one of Vought's plans to control Homelander. Facts have proved that the effect is very good. Although Homelander is a little disobedient and even acts mischievously, asking them to always rub his PG afterward, he listens to Medellin's words. However, it is such a supervillain who has become the most powerful messenger of justice among the people. Crazy? Crazy. If Mutant had this kind of public relations method, why would it be so easy to defeat everyone? Who are you? Medellin was wary of seeing Nuo Lin. "I am your future boss." Nuo Lin stated a fact calmly. "Huh? I'm sorry, I don't understand what you mean. Please leave immediately, otherwise I will call security." Medellin took out his cell phone and threatened, "If I were you, I'd better leave before I broadcast the call, otherwise you will not be in prison, but in death." As a senior executive of Walter Company, Medellin knew many secrets. If something big happened, she would be among the first to know. However, she didn't get any news, which meant that Nuo Lin was here to cause trouble. "Are you calling Homelander? Then you can try." Nuo Lin looked like he was asking for help. At this time, Medellin was a little unsure. "You know she's going to be called Homelander, but you still dare to stay here. Are you really not afraid of death? Don't you know the content of Homelander? A fool? Or are you confident?" She didn't believe that a normal person would really think that Homelander didn't dare to kill people. This was still the Vought Company, and it was their territory. Even if something happened, they could still press it down and find any excuse to block the outside. But is this overly handsome man in front of him really a fool? If not, where is his confidence? Stan Edgar? No. He had no need to hide himself, and it was even more impossible to transfer what company. She knew very well how powerful that guy was in controlling Walter Company, and even the superheroes were part of his plan. But he is so handsome. It would be a shame for such a handsome man to die. If Homelander saw him, he would probably kill him out of jealousy. Medellin couldn't bear it. She didn't know what was going on with her. She was in a critical situation, but she thought of these things. Could it be that he is a Peugeot? Etc. Now is not the time to think about this. Called Homelander? Still not calling? To kill or not to kill? Just when Medellin was still struggling, Nuo Lin suddenly said, "It seems there is no need to scream." Medellin's expression suddenly changed. She saw Homelander and Queen Maeve going upstairs together from the elevator. Why is he here? Why are you here? The former is Queen Maeve's thoughts, while the latter is Homelander's questioning voice. Maeve, is this your friend? Homelander is smiling, but those who know him well know that Homelander is angry. It is very likely that the next moment, there will be a big fight. Queen Maeve didn't know Nuo Lin was here. She only met Nuo Lin once, and only once, at a promotional meeting. She quickly clarified, "I don't know him." Really? Why did I see you and him looking at each other just now? Homelander obviously didn't believe it, and he still smiled and spoke, but his voice was full of questioning, like the cold wind, hiding countless sharp blades. "I really don't know him. I just glanced at him accidentally, that's all." Queen Maeve's muscles tensed up, fearing that Homelander, the madman, would release his heat vision in the next second. Homelander turned to look at Nuo Lin and Medellin. "I need an explanation. What are you doing?" Before Medellin could speak, Nuo Lin said, "What to do? What do you think a handsome man and a mature woman would do if they were alone together?" Medellin suddenly exclaimed, "Oh no!" Her face instantly turned pale, and her legs were even trembling out of fear. This person was crazy. What a madman. How dare he say such a thing? This is the rhythm that will drag her into the water. Facing Homelander's angry scrutiny, Medellin quickly denied it. He is a madman. He is an intruder. I have reason to suspect that he is a spy sent by other companies. Catch him first. No need to catch it. Homelander's cold voice sounded, and he was very unhappy, especially when he saw Nuo Lin's handsome appearance that was beyond his reach, as well as the tone and look when he answered his questions, which made him very unhappy. Wait. Don't be cruel. After Medellin subconsciously opened his mouth, he suddenly wanted to slap himself in the face. He was so G crazy. Sure enough, Homelander became even more angry and wanted to question Medellin if he really betrayed him. Did you give your breasts and love to another man? Homelander's cold and bloodthirsty eyes have gradually turned red. No matter who you are, you have to die today. No one can protect you, not even Jesus, I said so. Brush. In an angry state, the heat vision at full power is enough to penetrate the building in an instant. It can be seen that Homelander has used all his strength, regardless of external influences. But this is exactly what Nuo Lin hopes. He wanted to use the most powerful person in the black robe world to prove his power. Homelander is undoubtedly one of the best choices. Then, while the others were stunned, Nuo Lin also stared, and his scorching heat vision collided with Homelander. For a time, they were evenly matched. This is impossible. This is impossible. Three voices sounded at the same time. Medellin is convinced that Nuo Lin is not one of the experimental subjects. Although the company is secretly researching super abilities similar to Homelander, and has even cultivated a group of heat vision babies with different strengths, but for now, who really has heat vision there is only one Homelander. Homelander also didn't expect that the other party actually had the same heat vision as him, and whether it was power or color, they were almost the same. Damn. Who the hell are you? Homelander is getting more and more crazy. He always thought that he was unique and invincible, but the appearance of Nuo Lin made him feel the crisis and the crisis of being replaced. There are actually people with heat vision. This kind of thing must never be allowed. He doesn't allow anyone to have the same ability as him. Homelander released his heat vision crazily, and his eyes were even a little tired and overheated from excessive release. However, Nuo Lin is also not to be outdone. He is an orthodox Superman. How can he be surpassed by a guy in his special skills? Even though she has only been exposed to the sun for a short period of time, after hard work, Kayla's potential is also improving, and Nolly, who was copied in time, also has the same potential and ability. At the same time, He gets more sun than Kayla, and may not be able to match Henry Chow in terms of long-term output, but in terms of short-term output, he is not afraid of Homelander. Damn it. You have to die here. Seeing that the heat vision didn't work, Homelander roared and started close combat. As the black-robed version of Superman, Homelander has no shame in terms of strength. When it comes to physical strength alone, he says he is second, but no one dares to say he is first. Even a soldier man of the same strength is slightly inferior. Nuo Lin is also interested in testing his physical strength. In the cramped corridor, the Kryptonian and Homelander began a cross-universe battle. Punch to punch, foot to foot, there is no skill at all. Both have Superman-like physiques, and their strength and defense are unparalleled in the world of black robes. One is a weak Kryptonian who has only just recovered, and the other is a pirated version of Superman. Since Nuo Lin has not had much fighting training, and Homelander does not bother to study skills, both of them rely on strength. Whoever has greater strength and higher defense will be better. This also led to the fact that in this power showdown, they were evenly matched. It looks impressive, but in fact there is no skill at all. But the visual impact alone still brought a huge shock to Medellin and Queen Maeve. They never thought that this scene would happen. There would be an Easterner of unknown origin who could fight Homelander on a par. That's Homelander, the strongest superhero. Since when can just anyone be able to compete with Homelander? And it seems that Nuo Lin has not fallen behind at all. What about Homelander? Although he did not suffer any loss, the high-intensity fighting made his mentality begin to collapse. If this scene had the biggest impact on anyone, it was Homelander. He claims to be the strongest, but now he meets an opponent who has the same ability as himself and whose various powers are not weaker than his. That's outrageous. His 3 views have been subverted. At this moment, he even had a terrible thought. Could this person be the Superman type that Walt Company once produced to take his place? Otherwise, how can we explain that the other party has the same ability and strength as ourselves? Homelander asked himself, had he indeed gone too far during this period, causing the company to spend a lot of public relations expenses? But he won't just use substitutes directly. He is willing to obey, he really is. I will never make any arbitrary decisions in the future, really. Homelander's mentality is collapsing, but Nuo Lin is not. Instead, he is constantly improving in the battle, and even intends to improve his fighting ability. Gradually, Homelander began to fade away. Homelander, who was about to lose his temper, saw that the situation was not good and immediately flew up and broke through the window to escape. But what made Homelander dizzy was that Nuo Lin also flew. Damn it. He must be here to replace me. I can't just sit still and wait for death. Medellin. Help me. Homeland a chance. He could only pin his hopes on Medellin. She was a senior executive in the company and believed that she would be able to stop the other party. But Medellin also looked confused and couldn't figure out the situation at all. This scene not only broke Homelander's guard, but also made her head buzz. Who I am? Where am I? What am I going to do? Oh, I'm going to stop this fight. Right now, only the What building has been destroyed, but if it continues, it will inevitably lead to unimaginable consequences. She could already predict that the headlines in major newspapers tomorrow would read, "The Super 7 Homelander was chased and beaten violently, crying in the street." No. What corporation will be doomed? She will be doomed too. Medellin quickly contacted the boss of Vought Company, Stan Edgar. When he learned that there was an oriental-faced man with the same ability as Homelander, who beat Homelander until he begged for mercy and ran away at Vought Company, Edgar's first thought was, today is April Fool's Day. Then I felt whether someone had betrayed the company and conducted illegal research secretly. Actually creating another Homelander will cause a huge blow to Vought's publicity and positive image. Idiot. Who did the research behind your back? Haven't you ever thought about how much effort it takes to fully control a super ability person like Homelander? Edgar couldn't maintain his usual composure. Even when facing Rage's Homelander, he remained calm-faced, but now he was extremely panicked. The sky is falling. Medellin, quickly contact the other members of the Super 7 and help Homelander take down that person. Remember, I want to live. He wasn't sent by you? Medellin was confused. No, it's very likely that our hostile force caught him. I'm going to pry it out of his mouth. If that doesn't work, I'll kill him on the spot. Get it? Medellin immediately contacted other Super 7 members and asked them to quickly assemble to suppress the invaders. When others arrived with confused faces, they saw Nuo Lin beating Homelander as soon as they arrived at Walt's company. Everyone was dumbfounded. Is this an illusion? Can anyone beat up Homelander? I also heard that Medellin asked them to help Homelander suppress the opponent. Several people looked at each other, then looked at Nuo Lin, who had a ferocious face and bloody fists, and felt their hearts pounding. I have a stomachache. I'm afraid it won't work. Can we discuss it and let me go to the toilet first? Wait until I feel comfortable, then I can stop the intruders. Like the shadow of a famous tree, Homelander's power is obvious to all. The Super 7 appear to be the strongest collective of heroes, but are actually Homelander. No one is afraid of Homelander, who can crush the other 5 combined. And Homelander is so cruel that he can actually kill them. But now, this person can. Beat up Homelander violently. Looking at his ferocious appearance, he is completely motivated to kill people. They don't want to get involved in this muddy water. However, due to the threat from the company, several people, whose scalps were numb, slowly stepped forward while excusing each other. When Homelander saw help coming, he was overjoyed. The posture of begging for mercy and crying suddenly changed, and he still had the same arrogant expression. Damn it, you're dead today. Neither the locomotive, the deep sea, nor the invisible man, nor Queen Maeve are willing to join the battle. They seek wealth, not their lives. But they are tightly controlled by the company. What company has gone to great lengths to control them? The first is Compound Number 5. The group of 7 actually knew about Compound Number 5, but they all chose to remain silent. They had no power to stop Vought from continuing the experiment. The Vought company, which has mastered Compound Number 5, can mass-produce super ability users at any time. The 7 also understand this truth, so they are wary of the Vought company. Then there is the decentralization of powers and checks and balances. There are hundreds of super ability users controlled by Vought Corporation. If they dare to rebel here, they can summon other super ability people to take action. If one is not enough, 2 will be used, and anyone who dares to disobey will be killed. Then there is the economic control. The What company is in charge of all aspects of super abilities affairs, including packaging, publicity, and advertising, and the entire assembly line. The 7 are synonymous with stars, and they rely on the Vought company to obtain high remuneration. Once they lose the support of the company, even if they are super able, they will lose countless attention in an instant, and they will not be able to continue to enjoy a good life. Just like the Crimson Countess, one of the original 7-person group, she later lost her source of income and could only make money by hosting live videos with the big guys at night. Not at all like the superhero he once was. Vought has taken control of the 7 in all aspects, whether it is Homelander or Locomotive, etc. They cannot afford to lose their identity as the 7. They enjoy people's attention and cheers, and they will do anything to get it. Even when faced with Nuo Lin, who could beat Homelander violently, after hesitating for a moment, he still chose to attack at the same time. Among the 5 people, only Xian was the most obedient. He rushed up first and then flew back at a faster speed. When the others saw clearly, they saw that the black chest was sunken and blood was spurting out like it was free of charge. Several people showed a hint of fear. This is suddenly a bit too much. Is it really something they can suppress? I suggest sending more helpers. The enemy is much stronger than we thought. Locomotive suggested. Medellin looked at several people who looked like they were thinking about her, but saw no movement at all, and couldn't help but tremble with anger. Is this still the Super 7? What a coward. No one counts, no one has any backbone. If you don't take action, when he finishes dealing with Homelander, we will be the only ones left, and Edgar will not let you go, including me. Medellin said leisurely. Several people's expressions changed. They all knew the big boss's temper. If he knew that people like him were disobedient, he might not even be able to get over it. Thinking of this, several people looked at each other and rushed towards Nuo Lin in unison. Homelander is getting more and more rampant. Nuo Lin's strength is only slightly stronger than him, but he is person number 5 here. And it seems that he has not been abandoned, so helpers will be urgently mobilized from other places, even the army. Beat one with N, I have the advantage. Even though he usually looks down on his other teammates and doesn't even regard them as teammates, one thing is that except for the shame of Shanghai, these teammates are more or less capable. Just like a locomotive, it can travel at supersonic speeds. You only need to delay it for a moment, I believe. Boom. While Homelander was still imagining, he saw the locomotive that was about to attack by surprise, but was slapped away by Nuo Lin, who had super reflexes. It's okay, it's not a big problem. The locomotive was still a bit slow, and he could hit the high-speed locomotive with just a little concentration, but they also had an invisible man, and almost no one could detect it after becoming invisible. As long as the invisible man can attract the opponent's attention, he can punch the opponent in the face and win. Before he could see the right moment to take action, Nuo Lin released his heat vision to the right without looking back. There was blood splashing in the direction that should have been the air, and then a figure was knocked away, directly smashing the wall behind it. Homelander could even see a trace of disdain flashing across Nuo Lin's face. In the face of shock perception, the invisible man's sneak attack technique was not as lethal as throwing a stone. They're all a bunch of trash. Homelander cursed silently, but then reassured himself. It's okay, we still have the deep sea. By the way, what about the deep sea? Then Homelander saw Shanghai hiding in the crowd. When Homelander looked over, he frowned and immediately retreated behind the crowd. Shanghai knew how much he weighed, and in terms of combat effectiveness, he was ranked 6th among the 7. It's not that he is so powerful, but there are only 6 of them now. Unless he's fighting in the ocean, he's just a beached shark with nothing to play with. In the end, Homelander had no choice but to look at Queen Maeve. This is his hope. The hope of the people. At the moment, Homelander has forgotten the threats and insults he had made to Queen Maeve. She is like Angel, the only hope to save him. And Queen Maeve is powerful enough, only lower than him in the group of 7. His strong physical fitness and skilled fighting skills can definitely help him fight against the pirated Homelander. Just before Homelander's expectant eyes, Queen Maeve is here. She's really here. Walking towards him under everyone's eager eyes. Alas, no, you're standing in the wrong position. Why did you run away from the other party? No way, you voted. Homelander was shocked. He didn't expect Queen Maeve to see that the situation was not good and directly choose to join Nuo Lin. Nuo Lin glanced at Queen Maeve. Smart choice. After that, Nuo Lin walked towards Homelander, not caring that his back was facing Queen Maeve. Looking at Nuo Lin's back, Queen Maeve didn't know whether her choice was the right one, but Homelander's oppression on them was too great. Every day she faces Homelander, she feels like her life is not hers. When talking to the other party, I was also terrified, lest I make a single move and provoke the other party to mercilessly kill me. She's had enough of this kind of life. Before, no one had the strength to resist Homelander, but now Nuo Lin appears and gives her hope. The only worry is, what is the purpose of Nuo Lin? Will it lead to a full-scale attack by Vought? Can he withstand the anger of what company? The world-famous Super 7 did not last more than 3 minutes in the hands of Nuo Lin. Surrender to surrender, severe wounds to severe injuries, and cowering behind ordinary people in fear. Now only Homelander is left, and the situation is once again one-on-one. To be honest, Nuo Lin didn't expect this kind of scene. He thought it would be a fierce battle, but this is the result? Just by using Kayla's power, she can dominate the world of black robes. Thanks to him for making so many preparations. Nuo Lin was disappointed. A single Homelander cannot detect all of his powers. He even wanted to get the soldier boy out in advance so that he could fully exercise his muscles and improve his actual combat ability. Every time Nuo Lin took a step forward, Homelander took a step back. When there was no way back, he saw the camera picked up by the onlookers outside. when he thought that his embarrassed appearance at this moment was very likely to be spread. Homelander felt aggrieved and angry. He roared and rushed towards Nuo Lin, firing his heat vision unbridled. But this time, all attacks went straight through Nuo Lin's body. The heat vision was absorbed by Nuo Lin. The confused Homelander also punched through Nuo Lin. He looked at the transformed enemy blankly, and fear began to spread. New ability. The other party not only has all of his abilities, but even has abilities that he does not have. This move alone can make you immune to all his attacks. How to fight this? The next second, Homelander soared into the sky without looking back. But as soon as Nuo Lin raised his hand, psychokinesis, which belongs to the 5th level mutant, directly pulled Homelander from the sky and slammed it to the ground. Before Homelander could react, Nuo Lin grabbed his throat. That's a suffocating feeling. That is the darkness where death comes. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Homelander is really scared this time. He was like a child who was frightened by evil people, with snot and tears pouring from his nose. Mixed with blood, it actually makes people feel guilty about bullying children. Just looking at the scene, who would know that the other party is actually a murderous madman? Nuo Lin suddenly felt boring. The strongest man in the world in black robe? TSK. Nuo Lin turned to look at Medellin. Without the other person's knowledge, his mental power instantly poured into his brain, and he learned everything he wanted to know. The real boss of Walter Company, the location of Stan Edgar. Before leaving Vought, Nuo Lin used extensive telepathy to blur nearly all ordinary people's memories of him. Then the appearance of another stranger was loaded. They would just think that it was another super ability attacking the Vought headquarters, not Nuo Lin. However, under the joint attack of the Super 7, the intruders were killed at the cost of severe damage to several Superman types. The Super 7s won again. At the same time, all the videos about him will be deleted. This is not difficult for him who has mastered all the power of Qin. As for the Super 7 and Medellin, their memories have not been tampered with, but only a few 100 million changes have been made. Well, very, very small changes. Because Nuo Lin wants to put them in fear. Fear is the most powerful deterrent against these guys. Use fear to command these people for your own use. Since you want to establish your own base in the Black Robe world, you can't let things get out of control. Even with his current strength, he can use heat vision to destroy a city in half an hour without using the Phoenix Force. Once the Phoenix Force is used, destroying human civilization is not a problem. But is it necessary? It will waste a lot of time to destroy and rebuild again. In this case, it is better to use a simpler method, telepathy. He only needs to control a small group of people who have the power in this world to control the resources of the entire world. And there's no need to worry about punishment. Because this world is neither Marvel nor DC. He is invincible in this world. The first step is to master what company. The Super 7 will become his violent organization. They are the darkness of the world, but there are things they need to do. If anyone in this world tries to resist, let them go dog eat dog. Nuo Lin is currently unable to change the will of everyone around the world to become his loyal subordinates. After all, what he has obtained now is only one of countless Phoenix Force fragments. Before going to find Edgar, Nuo Lin had a good conversation with Homelander. Without saying anything, he just said to be obedient and honest, otherwise he would get a new obedient Homelander. Homelander didn't understand what Nuo Lin meant at first. When Nuo Lin left and the onlookers started cheering, he was even more afraid of Nuo Lin and did not dare to feel any resistance at all. Because he realized that the memories of the hundreds of people watching had been tampered with. And they have no idea about it. Thinking back to what Nuo Lin said just now, an obedient Homelander instead? Wouldn't that be tampering with his will? In other words, the other party has actually changed their will without them being aware of it. Under the 30-degree scorching sun, Homelander felt chilled all over. The other side. Medellin and Shihai breathed a sigh of relief after watching Nuo Lin leave. The locomotive, which was lying motionless on the ground, half opened its eyes to make sure the enemy was gone, then struggled to get up. Fake. He was so cruel, both of my hands were broken. Next time I meet him, I will definitely. What must it be? Homelander's cold voice sounded. Locomotive looked up and saw Homelander's eyes were red, as if he had to die after finishing his words. Locomotive swallowed the words immediately, completely unsure of Homelander's thoughts. Didn't he just want to say harsh words to please Homelander? Why do you feel like you flattered the wrong person? You know, if he hadn't reacted quickly and held his hands in front of him just now, it wouldn't have been his hand that was broken, but his chest. It can be considered that he tried his best. The invisible man in the distance also covered his stomach and stood up, but there were 2 black holes in his abdomen with blood constantly flowing out. Thanks to his Superman-like qualities, otherwise this blow would have lifted him away. To deal with the locomotive and the invisible man, Nuo Lin did not use all his strength, but just struck at random, so they only lost half their lives. Deep Sea, who was hidden behind the crowd, still didn't dare to step forward when the battle was over. He was still hesitating whether to escape, but he saw Homelander's warning gaze. Come over. Deep Sea walked over honestly, his legs were trembling. Queen Maeve also walked over, completely unafraid of Homelander, because she was recognized by Nuo Lin, and he also told her through the power of her mind that she should be responsible for monitoring these people and report to him in the future. Seeing Queen Maeve approaching, Homelander wanted to kill her, but when he thought of Nuo Lin, fear fills my heart again. He took a deep breath and said, from today on, the leader of the Super 7 is Queen Maeve, and everyone must listen to her. Do you have any opinions? Well, everyone was shocked and didn't understand what was going on with Homelander. Queen Maeve has taken refuge with the enemy, etc. Homelander also defected? Then wouldn't their immediate boss be replaced by an intruder? Deep Sea's eyes rolled, and he was wondering if his behavior just now was more conservative. If instead of running away, he surrendered before Queen Maeve, then wouldn't he be the boss of the 7 now? Unwise. Unwise. Shanghai looked at Queen Maeve out of the corner of his eye. He had always thought that she was simply strong in martial arts, but he didn't expect that she actually surpassed him in terms of sensing words and emotions. People should not be judged by their appearance. Manhattan Villa area. Stan Edgar, president of Vought Company, was anxiously waiting for a call back from Medellin in his villa. He had a bad feeling. Today's matter was completely beyond his control. Who is the Easterner with the same ability as Homelander? How strong is he? Where do you come from? What's the purpose? What's going on with the Super 7 now? Why hasn't there been news from Medellin yet? Under the protection of guards, Edgar walked back and forth in the living room, glancing at the phone from time to time, and none of the backup people in the company reported the situation to him. This is not a good sign. Boom. Ta-da-da-da. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. The unique sound of the alarm came from outside the house. Edgar's face turned pale, and what he was most worried about happened. The Super 7 did not take down the enemy, but instead the opponent followed the clues and found him. Edgar racked his brains to think about those people he had offended in the past, and those people who had the ability to do something to him. After thinking about it, there shouldn't be one, right? The enemies of Walter Company have either been eliminated or are in despair, and the remaining ones do not have the strength to oppose them with force. He can still accept the mobilization of the army and police. But now it is obvious that the other side is the one with super ability. Could it be that he is back? No, he can't fly. No heat vision either. Although there were soldiers armed with guns inside and outside the villa, Edgar did not let go at all. As the boss of Vought Corporation who is in charge of super ability people, he knows very well how terrifying super ability people like Homelander are. It is almost impossible to take him down without using nuclear bombs. Even though hundreds of guards have been arranged around him, they just want peace of mind. Edgar anxiously awaits the final result. As the door opened, Edgar saw a scene he would never forget. He arranged for his men outside to follow a stranger. At this moment, he suddenly woke up. The gunfire just now didn't seem to last long. And the men inside the villa were also motionless, and the intruder still came to him. Who are you? Edgar vaguely guessed that the other party's ability could control people's hearts, but it was his first time to control hundreds of people in an instant. There are many people with super abilities, and psychic types have also appeared, but none of them have shown such powerful methods. Edgar would not allow such a person to be born. My name is Nuo Lin. Didn't you say that you want to transfer what company to me for free? Nuo Lin's eyes flashed red. How could? Edgar smiled enthusiastically as soon as he started speaking. Yes, yes. I'll have someone print the contract now. Looking at Edgar's behavior of urgently contacting a lawyer, Nuo Lin is sitting on the sofa like the real owner of the villa. This is the correct usage of telepathy. Definitely, it is also limited to the world of black-robed pickets. Who says this world is not deep? I can only move it casually, and the slightest exertion will be too much, and I can't withstand the torture. What happened next was a matter of course. After Stan Edgar's repeated requests, Nuo Lin finally signed the contract and became the majority shareholder of what company. And in a friendly way, he acquired all the shares from other people. At this point, what company has become Nuo Lin's voice? The whole process was completely uneventful. The outside world has no idea about this. As for those who realize something is wrong, that's fine. Because those who dare to speak up will soon become cool with their opinions. Those who have opinions, but dare not speak out naturally have no objections. Very good, everyone is happy. When Nuo Lin stepped into what company with a contract, the Medellin monk is a member of the Super 7 who can move and automatically visualize all the processes in his mind. Nuo Lin's method was completely beyond their knowledge. It could be said to be a dimensionality reduction attack. Originally, everyone was playing house, but as for you, a set of 18 dragons subduing palms plus the Tathagata divine palm came down, and the gods descended again. Well, not only did the table flip over, but the roof was also torn off. They have no power to resist because everyone around them belongs to the other party. To various extents. In fact, every move they make in secret may be seen by someone who is interested and then passed on quietly. It makes my hair stand on end just thinking about it. And every time they think of or see Nuo Lin, their body's hormone secretion is abnormal, their minds are filled with fear, and they dare not resist in their hearts. From today on, Nuo Lin is the only boss of what company? Do you understand? The former boss, the unsmiling Edgar, simply relayed a fact to Walter's senior management in the conference room, without any need to notify him in advance. In his eyes, both the Super 7 and Vice President Medellin are tools for making money. Even now that Nuo Lin has replaced him as the CEO of what company, he still thinks so. What about Homelander? You are so arrogant outside, but you have to bow your head in front of me, and you don't dare to make any move. He got it right. But Nuo Lin also got him right. Just 2 words, pick it up. Never reason with someone who cheats. If he reasons, he won't cheat. It just so happens that Nuo Lin is like this. I just showed my cards and cheated. What can you do to me? So, what if you don't accept it? Do it. People in the conference room, led by Queen Maeve, applauded to welcome the new boss. Except for Queen Maeve, everyone else has their own suspicions. As the saying goes, a new official takes office with 3 things in mind, and it is the same at home and abroad. Now that the new boss has taken office, how should we arrange them? Will it pose a threat to their interests? They had previously attacked the new boss under the threat of the old boss. If they really wanted to start a fire, it would most likely burn them on their butts. The key is, if the old boss is dissatisfied, they will at most lose the huge benefits of the hero level. However, with the new boss, not only do they not know the opponent's preferences, but they can't beat the opponent, and they will be beaten with one hand. If you really want to start a fire, if you don't protect everything, you will lose your money, your identity, and your life. What's more, he was directly controlled by brainwashing and became a zombie. Several people looked at each other, seeing Edgar's fade in their eyes. They became more and more awed and fearful of Nuo Lin. Shanghai was the first to express his stance. Boss, I will definitely cooperate with you in all your work from now on. You ask me to go west, but I will never go east. If you ask me to kill dogs, I will never kill chickens. Once the deep sea opens its mouth, you will know if there is one. Everyone looked back in shock, because what he said next was not in English. Although what he said was still difficult to pronounce, at least he could hear it clearly. It was obvious that he had put in a lot of effort. Shanhai puffs up his chest. Little boy, are you going to fight with me? Fortunately, I am smart and made 3 hand preparations for different plans, and I happen to use them today. Even I admire myself. Nuo Lin also gave him a special look. He knew what kind of person Deep Sea was like. In the TV series, Black Robe World, he was a small role, a comedic actor, the type who could step on anyone's feet. What can I say about this kind of person? He is knowledgeable and obedient, but he has no strength. But Nuo Lin didn't expect these people to be of much use, just to maintain his rule when he returned to Marvel. This kind of people who know their own position and understand their interests are much easier to manage. Nuo Lin didn't say anything, just nodded to him. Shanhai was also extremely excited. This was the approval of the big boss. At least I don't have a problem with him, so I don't have to worry about what happens next. After Edgar completed the handover, he left the conference room. The atmosphere in the entire conference room became more solemn. Homelander kept smirking, a forced smile, trying to remain as nice as possible. The locomotive and the invisible man did not dare to speak, and there was even a layer of cold sweat on their foreheads. Nuo Lin didn't say a word, but put tremendous pressure on them. Okay, I'm not here to do harm to the people this time. I won't hold you accountable for the bad things you did before. But there is one thing. From today on, everyone must act in accordance with the regulations I specified. As long as you obey, everything else is business as usual. But if you don't obey me, I don't mind replacing someone who is obedient, do you understand? Everyone nodded, feeling relieved. If we dig deeper, except for Queen Maeve, everyone else must be shot, as far as the matter in the deep sea is concerned. Looking at it this way, the new boss is really good. Not only does he not pursue the case, but he also keeps everything as usual, just to comply with the new regulations. As long as you don't brainwash or get rid of them, even if they change their ways and become charity ambassadors, they are willing to do so. One more thing. From today on, what company will officially change its name to Umbrella? Its main development direction is pharmaceuticals and medical care. As for the business related to super ability people, it will be separated and established as a separate department. Medellin, you will continue to be responsible for the tasks related to people with super abilities. As for medicine and medical care, I have other arrangements. Okay, boss. Medellin agreed immediately, not daring to have any objections. Anyway, what Nuo Lin says at this moment is whatever they say. They are only responsible for listening and executing. By the way, boss, Black Color may not be able to return to the team due to serious injuries, and the Lamplighter has retired before. There are currently 2 vacant positions in the 7-man team. Do you have any suggestions? Nuo Lin raised his eyebrows. Are there any candidate targets? Yes. We originally designated her to fill the position of Lamplighter. Medellin took out a document with a beautiful photo posted in the upper right corner. Who else could it be if it wasn't Starlight? Medellin explained. We combined the poll results and finally decided to add Starlight to the combination. Her ability is to absorb the energy of electricity and release high-power attacks. She also has defense and strength far beyond ordinary people. There are many things that can be explored in her character and struggle history, and she will definitely gain a lot of fans. It's fine, it's just her. Nuo Lin nodded, not hiding his satisfaction at all. He definitely knows that Starlight's character is indeed very popular with the audience. After all, in the original work, Starlight's approval rating surpassed Homelander for a period of time and became the captain of the 7. Regarding business arrangements such as the Super 7, Nuo Lin did not want to interfere too much. He believed in leaving professional matters to professional people. Facts have proved that Walter's company is still very successful. It has gained huge wealth by packaging super abilities. Part of this money will also be used to research and develop compound number 5. The entire business process is very complete. He only needs to make it work correctly. Just drive on the track. One thing I have to explain in advance is that you'd better be honest in the company and don't do stupid things just because you have super abilities or seniority. Otherwise, I don't mind letting him be like this. Nuo Lin gently clicked, and in an instant, the several-meter-long conference table turned into a handful of dust and fell. Homelander's smile became even brighter, and the locomotive, the invisible man, and the deep sea had clear eyes, as if they were 3 good students. But upon closer inspection, several people's legs were shaking, and large beads of sweat were left on their cheeks. There even seemed to be an unpleasant smell of urine. Shinhai swallowed his saliva with difficulty and was the first to promise. "Don't worry, boss, I'm the most obedient." Nuo Lin looked at him deeply and said, "It's best this way." "Okay, the meeting is over. You can arrange the rest by yourself. By the way, remember to find logistics to replace the conference table. This thing is not strong enough." After saying that, Nuo Lin stood up and left the conference room. The remaining people still sat there and did not dare to move. They looked at the ashes scattered on the ground, looking suspicious of life. They couldn't help but wonder, if Nuo Lin's finger had been on them just now, would they have ended up like this? "I remember. Is part of it made of iron?" Medellin murmured. Everyone trembled again. Seeing Nuo Lin looking so relaxed, even Homelander, who has the strongest physical defense, can't help but wonder, did he use his full strength? Probably not. "I go first." Homelander stood up with difficulty, turned around, and walked into the bathroom. Then, the 3 locomotive deep seas also followed. The 4 of them looked at each other and smiled awkwardly. One person took some paper and entered the cubicle. What was he doing? "Don't ask. It's convenient to ask. Do you have any opinions on Superman being killed?" After leaving the meeting room, Nuo Lin took the time to process all the information and research data about compound number 5. According to Edgar's memory, Nuo Lin found multiple research bases scattered across the country. Using telepathy ability and Phoenix Force, Nuo Lin backed up all the data and packed it to the Umbrella Company headquarters, formerly the What Company building. Several boxes of number 5 compound were also obtained, including temporary number 5 compound. As long as you inject this thing, you can immediately gain a super ability based on your physical constitution, which lasts for 24 hours. However, the side effects are also very obvious. Depending on the person's constitution, each person can generally only use it 3 to 5 times, and the body will develop malignant tumors very quickly. To solve this problem, the only way is to inject permanent number 5 compound. However, the best time for injection is in infancy, and the survival rate will be very high. If injected into adults, it may cause some side effects and even direct death. And ability is completely random. With good luck, it's possible to get Homelander's ability, but if not, love sausage find out. This thing is like opening a blind box, giving everyone the possibility to obtain super ability. Whether it is strong or not depends on the face. So far, the Black Robe world has not solved the problem of random ability of compound number 5. Therefore, Nuo Lin is planning to increase investment in improving drugs while acquiring the Marvel world and summoning geniuses from the Marvel world to solve the problem of compound number 5. By then, we will be able to mass-produce super ability users. If you have the right ability, you can get it directly. For example, teleportation. It's just a pity. Although there are people with teleportation abilities in the Black Robe world, they are either not yet born, or they are the male protagonist Huey. At this time, the male protagonist Huey has not yet been injected with the temporary number 5 compound. And what about Huey's ability? Although it can teleport, it cannot teleport with clothes on. Be prepared to be naked before each use. In addition to Huey, there is Medellin's child, Teddy Stillwell. They are not yet born at this time, so how can they be copied? Perhaps, the only way is to find Nightcrawler to copy ability. Anyway, Nuo Lin is not familiar with him, so there will be no psychological burden even if he is killed. While backing up data, Nuo Lin also used telepathy to change the memories of all researchers. Although changing their memories to this extent only makes them more loyal, there is also the possibility of rebellion in the future. But it's much better than just locking them up with money. Multiple insurance is always stronger than one layer of insurance. At the same time, what corporation building? A girl dressed simply, with eyes full of hope and expectation, walked into the door led by Ashley, an assistant in Medellin. "Starlight, this is Walter. Oh no, it should be the headquarters of the umbrella company. After you meet the boss later, you can officially become a member of the Super 7. Ashley greeted him warmly and looked at the other person as if he were looking at a money tree. Umbrella company? Isn't it what company? Starlight was confused. That was before. From today on, it will be officially renamed Umbrella Company, and there will also be a new president from Dragon Kingdom. But don't worry, everything in the company will remain as usual. I will take you to meet your future teammates later," Ashley explained quickly. Starlight nodded, not too entangled in the large amount of information contained in these words. She was just starting out now and admired the so-called Super 7. After various auditions, she finally stood out and was about to become a member of the 7-person team that enforces justice and then shoulder the important mission of saving the world and maintaining peace. Every time I think about the bright future, I feel extremely excited. Starlight saw her teammates, led by Ashley. There's the incredibly powerful Homelander, there's the strong woman Queen Maeve, and there's the world's fastest man, Locomotive. When the idols who only appear on TV stand in front of them and will fight alongside them, Starlight feels that the burden is even more heavy. She is determined to perform well and become a messenger of justice like Queen Maeve. Queen Maeve and the others also saw Starlight, and they were all surprised when they saw their new teammates so pure and beautiful. In the original Super 7, except for Black, all the other men were all lustful ghosts. Before Nuo Lin arrives, they have to use their identities to make good use of Starlight. This is called the induction ceremony. But now, Homelander has temporarily become Superman, Locomotive has become the Flash, and Abyss has become Aquaman. They all behave very seriously and dare not have any thoughts at all. But inside, I was thinking about something else. They suddenly remembered Nuo Lin's praise of Xinguang at that meeting. Why did they always feel that it was somewhat meaningful? What does it mean to be pretty good? Just listen to Medellin briefly introduce the two sides, then look at the photos and say it's pretty good? Could it be because he fell in love with Starlight? This is possible. Doesn't warning them prove to be a declaration of sovereignty? The boss has taken a liking to this woman, so naturally he won't allow others to mess around. Thinking of this, several people glanced at Xinguang again with strange eyes, feeling more and more possible. So several people smiled and greeted Xinguang. Their amiable appearance made Xinguang feel that he was worthy of being a messenger of justice, and he treated newcomers so enthusiastically. But then, she felt something was wrong. After several people greeted her, they discussed it aside. She could see Queen Maeve frowning slightly, as if she didn't agree with what they said. It didn't take long for him to stretch out again, looking thoughtful. Starlight also saw Queen Maeve looking towards her. I don't know if it's an illusion, but the other party seems to be sizing her up. She suddenly had a bad feeling. Really? When Queen Maeve came over, she said something like a bolt from the blue. I don't know how Xinguang left. She just felt like the sky was falling. Nuo Lin is not clear about this matter. It took several days to collect everything needed and return to the Umbrella building. First, after sending all the supplies to the Marvel Universe. Before leaving, Nuo Lin once again summoned the members of the 7. But before he went to the conference room, someone knocked on the door and came in. The person who came was none other than Xinguang. With a troubled face, she walked up to Nuo Lin. Xinguang? Why did you come to me? Nuo Lin frowned. Could it be that those guys turned a deaf ear to his words? I want to make progress. Starlight mustered up the courage and shouted loudly. Huh? Nuo Lin was even more confused. He had a sense of déjà vu before traveling back in time. Seeing that Nuo Lin didn't move, Xinguang gritted his teeth, looked back at the door that had been locked after entering, then held the zipper and slowly pulled it down. Good guy, no clothes. I have had a dream since I was a child. In the future, I must join the Super 7, become a hero who protects the world and help more people in need. Starlight took off her clothes and walked forward. What Queen Maeve said to her came to mind again. If you want to join the Super 7, you must obtain the consent of the new boss. You must do your best to convince the boss and make him satisfied so that you can realize your dream and become one of us. Queen Maeve also told her that this was the only way to protect her. The world was not as bright as she thought. If she did not find an amulet, she would be coveted over time. Starlight didn't expect Queen Maeve, whom she admired most, to say such a thing. She also looked at the other members, with a look that seemed to say, "You know how to choose." Xinguang didn't know how to get back. She thought about it for a while and finally figured it out. Mainly because Queen Maeve later told her about the dark side of the superhero. That subverted her outlook on life and frightened her at the same time. As for the main reason why she came in the end, it was another sentence that Queen Maeve said inadvertently. If you want to change this dirty world, there is only one way: become his woman. In this way, you will have the most powerful man in the world behind you, and you will become the woman with the highest status and the qualifications to ignore all laws. At that time, you can become an umbrella company and even a lawmaker around the world. Definitely, the premise is that you can satisfy him enough and please him. He is Nuo Lin. Nuo Lin is the most powerful super ability person in the world. His power is unfathomable. Even Homelander is just a non-threatening baby in front of him. So she came, for her dream, for joining the Super 7. She was willing to do anything. At this moment, Starlight is like the heroine in 1001 Nights, feeding a tiger with her body and infecting the sinful king with love and light. Nuo Lin was silent. He guessed something. Apparently, this was what Homelander and the others thought of. He looked down upon this kind of behavior, but she smelled so good. Nuo Lin is not Lu Xiaohui. A lamb comes to her door on her own initiative, and it's a first-hand one. Don't give it up for free. Speaking of which, he has been busy since he came into this world. Now is the time to enjoy the specialties of the Black Robe world. At the same time, he also wanted to conduct an experiment. Can a person who acquires super abilities by injecting compound number 5 also have his abilities copied and improved? With a rigorous scientific attitude, scientists from the University of Nottingham worked tirelessly and day and night to finally complete the scientific demonstration. The answer is yes. The ability of Starlight is not strong. It mainly absorbs electrical energy and releases it instantly in the form of light within the body. It's easy to deal with ordinary people in the city, but it's useless against a super ability person with a little bit of defense. In the end, you still have to deal with your opponent in close combat. This is much worse than the electro-optical man, who can also transform into elements, which is not on the same level at all. For Nuo Lin, improvement means little, nothing at all. However, his ability can infinitely improve the super ability of those with the ability of the opposite S**X. As long as you work hard, Starlight can at least surpass Homelander in the short term, let alone killing gods or Buddhas. And because Starlight's ability is temporarily weak, every improvement in XX is visible to the naked eye. It's a pity that her ability is mainly to absorb electricity. If she can absorb sunlight, then during the day when there is enough sunshine, she can transform into a small motor with infinite power, and she will have endless waves of fun. Although Nuo Lin can absorb sunlight and use this ability to turn the energy in the body into light energy shockwave, it is of no use. Isn't the heat vision better than this? It's better to wait until the Starlight ability is improved in the future to see if there is anything eye-catching. Excluding ability and practicality, overall, Nuo Lin's evaluation of Starlight is still very good. As a strength-strengthening ability user, his combat power is still a little bit more exciting than that of Ophelia and Shadowcat. Moreover, he is very obedient. This was the first time we met, and we directly achieved the three-way achievement. Starlight sacrificed so much, and Nuo Lin was not stingy with rewards. He directly called everyone to the conference room and promoted Starlight to the vice captain of the Super 7 in front of everyone. What, you mean Homelander? Naturally, go down and become an ordinary super ability person. Men, you should be aware and exercise more at the grassroots level. The benefits will be great. And even Homelander has no objections. How dare others say no? Homelander smiled kindly. Nuo Lin shook his head secretly. I still like your unruly look. Everyone warmly welcomed Xinguang's instruction to become the vice captain as soon as he joined the team and clapped his hands loudly, fearing that the boss would feel that he was not supportive of his work. Afterwards, Nuo Lin explained his plan to leave this world and go to other worlds to play. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the audience was shocked. What? Is the boss a visitor from another universe? The kind of universe they had in mind? This is really a dimensionality reduction blow. Boss, are you a god? Shanhai said flatteringly. You can think so for the time being, but don't put too much mental burden on it. Gods are just slightly more powerful beings. Well, they're just a little bit stronger than you. Nuo Lin seemed to be comforting them, but in fact he was beating them. Asgard is a god, right? He can defeat more than 99.99% of Asgardians. It's not an exaggeration to say that. Even if Thor comes, he is not afraid. Besides, the god on Earth is not God. Phoenix Force is not a god. Anyway, after saying this, Nuo Lin's face didn't turn red and his heart didn't beat. Others looked like they were suddenly enlightened, and their faces were even more respectful. Their boss is a god who can travel across the world. If you tell it, it will last a lifetime. No wonder Nuo Lin's strength is so extraordinary, and they searched all the information and couldn't find any trace of Nuo Lin's existence. He is a god from a different universe. I see. Homelander also feels a little better. He may not be willing to lose to humans or other super abilities, but if he loses to gods, it's normal, right? He didn't lose face. Then the boss also knows God? Shanhai opened his mouth wide and was excited. If I remember correctly, he should be eating, drinking, and playing in the almighty city right now. Ahem, okay, that's all. I will come back every once in a while to see if I'm not here. During this time, someone had thoughts that they shouldn't have, you know the consequences. Don't worry, boss, we are loyal to you and will never have any petty thoughts. Locomotive took the lead and assured Shanhai, his eyes looking over as if provoking, Boy, I'm the fastest man. Get serious, I'll eat ashes from behind. Not to be outdone, Shanhai patted his chest and promised, Boss, I will supervise it for you. As long as someone dares to eat it, I will tell you as soon as possible. As he spoke, he glanced at the locomotive as if to say, Don't look at it, I'm talking about you trash. Homelander and the Invisible Man successively promised that they understood clearly and that if they want to continue to nourish their lives, they must follow Nuo Lin's footsteps. It's a pity that they are not beautiful women, otherwise there would be no need to worry so much. On the contrary, they will worry about whether they will be replaced by other women. For their own position and for their progress, they are rotten people, so naturally they don't care about any baggage. Moreover, the objects they lick are gods, not humans. Can licking gods be called licking? In front of everyone, Nuo Lin disappeared. Several other people looked at each other, full of gunpowder. Especially Shanhai, he is even more valued by the other three people. This guy has a wrong mind. Queen Maeve said that as the first person to surrender, she still has privileges, and her only worry is her unstable status. Seeing how Starlight became mature and charming after being nourished, Queen Maeve felt that maybe she should also pursue advancement. By the time we returned to Xavier's school, nearly a day had passed. However, Nuo Lin stayed in the Black Robe world for a full week. The impact of this kind of time difference may be difficult for ordinary people to adapt to. But Nuo Lin is not an ordinary person. He is thinking about a somewhat heavy question. Will Kryptonians die of old age? If he frequently travels between different universes, it means that his aging rate is nearly 10 times that of other people. 10 years for an outsider is 100 years for him. If it were just an ordinary person, I would probably die within 10 years. He remembered that he saw a piece of data before traveling through time. The lifespan of a Kryptonian was almost hundreds of years. This was without being illuminated by the yellow sun. But there are also some settings that show that. Superman will age under the yellow sun. Does this mean that Superman may die of old age naturally? Unless it absorbs enough energy to break the biological essence and become a higher-level Superman form. Nuo Lin is not sure how strong the flashlight Kayla is among the different versions of Superman, because there are too many versions of Superman and her strength fluctuates greatly. The upper limit is very high, and the lower limit is also very low. Abuse also happens from time to time, and death from old age is not impossible. Although the potential will continue to increase, Nuo Lin still feels that putting the lifespan improvement plan on the agenda is also an insurance measure. Such a handsome appearance cannot be wasted. It will not be convenient for you to eat soft food when you are old, ahem. Before Nuo Lin could think about it, a voice containing surprise came from outside the door. Nuo Lin, you are finally back. As soon as the door is opened, who is it if it's not Qin? I've heard the professor talk about the phoenix in my mind. Thank you for saving me yesterday. Nuo Lin shook his head. You don't need to thank me. Your problem yesterday had something to do with me. If I hadn't copied your power, it wouldn't have triggered the Phoenix Force's stress reaction. No, you let me know my problem in advance. The sooner the problem is discovered, the sooner we can come up with a solution, right? Qin smiled playfully, but Nuo Lin still saw a hint of worry in her eyes. It's hard for anyone to know that they are a time bomb now. Nuo Lin comforted her. It's okay. I'm responsible for everything. Don't forget my ability. Even if you have a problem, I can help you suppress her. Don't worry. Qin nodded, not doubting the authenticity of the words. Thinking of another thing that Charles told her before, she couldn't help but look at Nuo Lin again. Before being discovered, Qin quickly said, By the way, the professor wants to discuss something with you. Let's go quickly. Qin took the initiative to take Nuo Lin's hand and ran to the conference room. Nuo Lin always felt that Qin was a little strange, as if she was hiding something from him. But it's not a bad thing to think about. Come to the conference room. Everyone, including Wolverine, looked serious. When they saw Nuo Lin coming, everyone's expressions changed in different ways. Charles smiled and said, Our savior is here. What happened? Magneto? Nuo Lin asked in a positive tone. Charles nodded and sighed. This is Raven, codenamed Mystique. After you captured her yesterday and interrogated her, we learned that Magneto was doing another stupid thing that jeopardized the mutant world. He built a genetic radiation machine that can activate the X gene hidden in the human body, turning invisibility into dominant expression, and thinking that it can transform normal people into mutants. Recently, countries around the world will hold a United Nations summit, and heads of state will gather in New York. This will be the largest gathering of heads of state in history, with heads of state from more than 200 countries and regions discussing many issues. From the world economic situation and arms treaties to the impact of the mutant issue on the world. Magneto plans to use a genetic radiation machine at the United Nations Summit to turn all high-level officials of various countries into mutants, in order to reverse the situation and bring mutants to the world stage. To activate the gene radiation machine, you need to use Magneto's variant ability. Once used on a large scale, it will squeeze out vitality, so Magneto wants to capture the little naughty girl and let her trade her life for mutants' future. Nuo Lin nodded, not surprised at all. Professor, if Magneto really creates this kind of machine and turns all high-level officials into mutants, it shouldn't be a bad thing for mutants, right? Scott tried to look away from the intertwined hands of Nuo Lin and Qin and asked, If all senior executives become mutants, it may indeed be able to change our environment, but based on the future described by Nuo Lin, it is obvious that this plan did not succeed. And what I'm worried about is there really any problem with the idea of artificially stimulating the X gene to create mutants? Genetics is an extremely abstruse field, and the more we study it, the more elusive it becomes. Once something goes wrong and serious consequences occur, the blow to mutant will be fatal. Charles looked at Nuo Lin, obviously asking for his opinion. According to his thinking, Magneto must be stopped. He didn't dare to gamble with mutants' future. But he had doubts about himself and thought twice before making every decision, fearing that it would lead to a bad ending for mutant. There are not many opportunities left for them. I have a little impression about this. Nuo Lin seemed to be reminiscing, but there was no intention of letting go of Qin's hand. This made Scott's eyes wide open. Good boy, let me go. That is a jade hand that I have never touched. I remembered. I have seen a record in the parallel universe. The transformation effect of Magneto's genetic radiation machine is not perfect. The genes of mutants stimulated by its radiation will be overstimulated and collapse. If it is used at the United Nations Summit, then there will be an endless interface between ordinary people and mutants. Charles could not imagine the consequences of Magneto's actions, resulting in the death of almost all of the country's top officials. The two sides will inevitably break out into a fight to the death. We're going to stop him. Raven, you don't want to see mutants become extinct, do you? Charles tried to win over Mystique. Although he had learned the location of Magneto's lair from the other person's mind, he still hoped that the other person would change his ways. To this end, he told Mystique about mutants' two future situations. Especially after learning that one of Sentinel's main genes is mainly hers, Mystique has been in torment. Mystique looked at the ridiculously handsome Nuo Lin and then at Charles. Did you really not lie to me about mutants' future? Absolutely not. Nuo Lin can testify. Charles's face straightened. Raven, I know you don't agree with my ideas, but things are different now. We must unite all mutants to gain a foothold in future crises. Otherwise, history will repeat itself. In the end, Mystique nodded to join Xavier's school camp. It was definitely not a decision made just because Nuo Lin was handsome enough to make people like him. Although she still had doubts, the news was too shocking. After calling Magneto, they worked together to confirm the authenticity. Otherwise, they will become mutant sinners. After receiving a satisfactory answer, Charles immediately began to prepare people for attack. Be sure to destroy the genetic radiation machine before Magneto takes action. This operation is led by Nuo Lin and Scott, Ororo, Qin, Wolverine, and Raven are dispatched together. After a pause, Charles continued, by the way, bring John, Peter, and Bobby. Scott was dumbfounded and said, Nuo Lin leads the team? He has only been on one mission. This matter is settled. Charles refused. Mystique and Ororo looked at the calm Nuo Lin in surprise. How could they not see that Charles was preparing to focus on cultivating Nuo Lin and even regarded him as his successor, who would most likely become the leader of the academy and even the mutant? John and the others have not experienced actual combat yet. Will this operation be too dangerous for them? Ororo asked hesitantly. With their ability, the best way to improve is actual combat. In the future, they will soon face many crises alone, and there will not be much time to train slowly. Charles has seen the preliminary plan written by Nuo Lin. Although the members of the Seven have not yet been determined, John and the others are indeed the most suitable candidates among the younger generation. If they are not suitable, the only option is to let the official members of the X-Men take over. It's a pity. Why is Nuo Lin unwilling? He is a living sign. After the action was decided, the others immediately went down to pack their equipment. Nuo Lin handed Charles the plan used by what company to market and promote super ability users. This is a complete plan I got from the Black Robe world. We can learn from their operation methods to create our Super 7. Sorry to bother you. Charles was overjoyed, looking at the thick documents in his hand, as if he saw mutants' hope. But then he thought of something and sighed heavily. What happened to Qin? I did something wrong. If I could do it all over again, I would never set up a cage to block a beast. Nuo Lin, if I give Qin to you, can you help me save my fault and prevent Qin from being controlled by Phoenix's desire? Charles thought for a long time, trying to find a rescue measure, but in the end he suddenly discovered that in order to curb Qin's dark desire, only Nuo Lin in the world could do it. Only Phoenix can fight against Phoenix. And Nuo Lin is the only candidate. Nuo Lin paused after hearing this and turned to look at Qin, suddenly able to understand the unusual behavior of the other party just now. It turns out that Charles made this decision. And Qin didn't refuse. This, or that sentence, they all come to your door automatically, there is no reason to refuse. Nuo Lin directly assured her, leave it to me, don't worry, nothing will go wrong with Qin. Charles nodded, showing his old father's smile. At this moment, he had a sacred feeling of entrusting his daughter to Nuo Lin. Although he is not Qin's real father, he has raised her since Qin was 12 years old. To this day, he is actually almost like his father. Leave it to you, I'm at ease. Charles made a pun, which means entrusting both Qin and Xavier's school. This time leading the team also allows Nuo Lin to demonstrate ability as soon as possible and convince others. Especially John and his new generation of mutants must be convinced by their strength and wisdom. Charles said some words of experience and wanted to push Nuo Lin up. As for Scott and Araro, their strength is flawed, and Scott's recent performance has been very inappropriate. The future of mutants still depends on the unfathomable Nuo Lin. Late at night, Blackbird fighter jets flew rapidly toward the Atlantic Ocean in the dark night. Thanks to Hank's modification, the Blackbird fighter can accommodate 10 people. Storm and Cyclops are responsible for piloting the fighter planes. Wolverine, Pyro, Iceman, and Colossus sit in the back on the left. Nuo Lin, Qin, Shadowcat, and Raven are sitting on the right side of the back. Originally, Wolverine and others wanted to sit next to Qin and Shadowcat, but when Nuo Lin sat down, several women immediately took away Nuo Lin's left and right sides. In desperation, the four men could only huddle together, occasionally looking at each other helplessly. It was the first time for Iceman and Iceman to participate in an action. Logically speaking, they were very excited, but seeing this posture, all the excitement was diluted by depression. Only Shadowcat Katie's laughter echoed through the cabin. Before the operation, Nuo Lin specifically proposed to let Shadowcat go out together. Charles didn't agree at first, but after hearing about Shadowcat's second mutation, he immediately agreed. Mutants that are capable of secondary mutation are generally not weak. The White Queen counts as one, and the Beast counts as another. The former caused Charles some suffering in the beginning. Beast is also a veteran member of the X-Men and is quite powerful. By the way, one thing you may need to pay attention to is that when I came to see Little Naughty, Eric targeted Senator Kelly for testing. If nothing else, they may have taken Senator Kelly away and used a genetic radiation machine to transform him into a mutant. Mystique suddenly thought of Eric's original plan and added to Nuo Lin. So, in addition to preventing Magneto from using the gene radiation machine in advance, this operation also needs to save Congressman Kelly? Then our previous plan. Qin frowned slightly and said worriedly, "It's okay, the action plan remains unchanged. If we can save it, we will save it. If we can't, we won't save it." Nuo Lin waved his hand. If he was unlucky, it would be fine. Anyway, he was a staunch anti-mutant fan. He had been seen on TV a lot recently. Jean Grey even had a heated debate with Kelly at a debate some time ago about the mutant issue. I think this is inappropriate. The offensive against mutant is getting bigger and bigger now. If Senator Kelly dies at the hands of Magneto again, I'm afraid it will be even more detrimental to us. Scott objected to this. Let's not talk about whether it's too late. Could it be that rescuing him can improve Mutant's situation? Don't forget, the person who captured him is Mutant. Nuo Lin glanced at him coldly. He is not stupid. There is a high probability that he will continue to criticize Mutant after he is rescued. They will only think that if all mutants are controlled, then they will not be caught. Even if I save him now, I can only make up for it. At that time, we will still continue, or even intensify, and madly advance the Mutant Registration Act. One thing to note is that the Mutant Ancestors Act was the predecessor of the later Superhero Registration Act. In the Marvel Comics universe, the mutant family has had a very rough experience, and has experienced many genocide events, including Days of Future Past and M-Day. In 20 years, the number of mutants dropped from tens of millions to less than 200. They were also forced to register under the Mutant Registration Act, and all were forcibly concentrated in Xavier College, just like the Nazi concentration camps during World War II, being treated unfairly in many ways. And in this universe, if the mutants don't take some countermeasures, the end will be miserable. Nuo Lin naturally does not allow that day to come. As a member of the mutant camp, trying to preserve the mutant power is also to protect himself. Nuo Lin is also preparing to win over various superheroes who will appear later. This is also part of the plan. I will never give those people a chance to defeat them one by one. By the way, he can strengthen his woman's strength because he is destined to travel to different universes to improve his strength. A lonely island in the Atlantic Ocean. This place should have been empty of people, but at a certain moment, a secret base suddenly appeared. This is one of the sub-bases established by the Magneto camp. Magneto himself also participated in the construction. From the foundation to the completion, no outsider was allowed to interfere, so it can be hidden until now without anyone discovering it. Haven't you contacted Raven yet? In the castle, Magneto frowned, with dissatisfaction in his tone. Toad shook his head. Could it have been discovered and caught by Professor X and others? It shouldn't be possible. Raven has never failed in her operations. With her ability, she won't be caught even if she fails. Magneto has great faith in Raven's ability, and Raven is also his confidant, helping him invade many hard-to-reach places. Those famous prisons and even the White House are easy to come and go, not to mention a mere Xavier Academy, which is simply difficult for beginners. Toad heard this and lowered his head. He had always wanted to compete for the #1 spot in Brotherhood, but Raven pinned him down firmly. In terms of trust level, it is far inferior to Raven's status in Magneto's heart. No matter, let our future brother wake up first. I have been looking forward to it for a long time. Eric's patience was exhausted, and he signaled the Toad people to wake up Senator Kelly, who was standing in the center of the stage. This guy has been very active on the mutant issue recently, which makes people very unhappy. Who are you people? After Kelly was woken up and realized that he had been kidnapped, he felt panicked. Let me introduce myself. I am Magneto. You guessed it right, one of the mutants you hate most. This one is Toad, who has a very evil tongue, and this one is Sabretooth. What are you demons trying to do by catching me? Do you want to kill me? Come on. Even if you kill me today, it will only prove that I am right, and more people will resist you. Although Congressman Kelly was scared, he still mustered up the courage to speak out. Magneto smiled and walked towards the gene radiation machine. I need to correct you on one thing. We are not demons, but God's favorites and the masters of the future world. But it's reasonable. After all, humans will always be afraid of things they can't understand, even God. But from today on, you don't have to worry about us. What do you want to do to me? Representative Kelly had a bad feeling. You know, God, he's old, and it's normal for him to take a nap occasionally. And I decided to speed up the process. Magneto got on the genetic radiation machine and wanted to activate genetic modification. However, at this time, the unique roar of fighter planes came from outside the base. There is an intruder. Toad and Sabretooth immediately walked out. Magneto also stood up. Boom. With a loud noise, the base door was blown away by people outside. A team of 10 headed by Nuo Lin came to Magneto. Is my old friend here? Magneto stood up and spoke calmly, looking around but not seeing his old buddy. Seeing this, the corners of his mouth also curled up. What does Charles think? Do you think that sending a group of unweaned students can stop my plan? But no one answered him. Come on, I'll leave these two to you. Nuo Lin waved his hand, and Pyro, Iceman, and the others faced off against the dumbfounded Toad and Sabretooth with a righteous gang fight. Wait a minute. If you have the guts, just go 1v1. How can a group of people be considered a hero? The Toad man spoke hurriedly. Pyro was eager to try. He wanted to show off his abilities. But Katie smiled and said, You want to fight alone? Yes. Either a group of us fights you alone, or you fight a group of us alone, choose. Toad was stunned. Didn't this mean the same thing, little girl? How dare you play tricks on me? Toad immediately launched a long-tongued attack, but missed. Shadowcat has long since transformed into molecular mimicry and burrowed into the ground. What greeted the Toad was a ball of blazing flames and biting ice. Learn about the Fire and Ice package. As for Sabretooth, it went directly against Storm and Colossus. In order to train the actual combat ability of Colossus and others, Storm mainly provides support at any time during the finale, while Colossus is the main force, engaging in close combat with Sabretooth. This is Nuo Lin's plan. To put it bluntly, there is no plan. There is no such thing as a sneak attack. You already have absolute strength, so why do you do a sneak attack? Just do it. But plans can't keep up with changes. When Nuo Lin was about to play with Magneto, Wolverine and Scott stood up directly. They looked at each other and rushed towards Magneto. This is a battle with a man's dignity on the line. They want to defeat the enemy in front of Chin and let Chin know who is the real man. Nuo Lin. Don't they want to prove themselves? Let them perform first, and the protagonist will always appear last. Nuo Lin shook his head and signaled Chin not to do anything. In terms of real combat power, Chin was very strong, but due to the Phoenix Force, Chin's combat effectiveness was really -10. So the sealed Chin is better to be a mascot. The battlefield of the entire base is divided into 3 parts. Nuo Lin took Chin to the center of the stage and casually lifted the iron shackles holding Senator Kelly. Ms. Gray, thank you very much for coming to the rescue. Although Congressman Kelly is very tough on mutant, the enemy is strong and we are weak at the moment, and we still need to rely on people from Nuo Lin's side, so his tone is not tough. This is Nuo Lin, our captain. Chin replied gently, and then looked in the direction of Magneto. They had never fought against Magneto before, they had only heard about each other, Futian from Charles. Magneto was a figure of the same era as Charles, and the two teamed up to defeat the most powerful mutant Black Emperor Shao at the time. According to Charles, Magneto is probably the most powerful of the current mutants. That's why this operation is so big. Without an absolute numerical advantage, there is no way to defeat Magneto. These are also Charles's original words. But this was before, times have changed now. Magneto, I heard from Charles that you are the most powerful mutant? You don't look like much, you're just an old man. Logan and Scott came to Magneto and started to unite while communicating with each other. As a melee mutant, Logan is naturally responsible for attracting Magneto's attention. Scott is responsible for remote output. As long as the plan goes well, no matter how strong Magneto is, he has to accept his fate. Scott is very confident in his Cyclops, and at full power, it can cut through gold without a problem. No mutant can stop his output. Did Charles send you guys here? It seems that he is really old. He is too old to fight me face to face. Magneto still maintained a calm smile, but his eyes fell on Wolverine's sharp adamantium paws, and a meaningful light flashed. Perhaps it's not necessary to use all of them to deal with you. We alone are enough. Logan gave Scott a look and stepped forward, continuing to attract attention. Magneto seemed not to notice and continued leisurely. Really? How do I feel? Do it. Logan suddenly roared, and he jumped forward like a giant bear. The killing intent formed from countless fights on the battlefield rushed towards his face. At this moment, he transformed into the most murderous and ferocious beast, with 2 glowing metallic lusters. Its claws were aimed straight at Magneto's neck. Idiot, now that you know I am Magneto, how dare you move your claws on me? Magneto had already anticipated the 2 men's movements. With a wave of one hand, Logan felt the bones in his body tighten and dislocate, causing severe pain. Driven by the metal bones, his flesh flew up and flew uncontrollably in front of Magneto, perfecting Scott's Cyclops. Take it. Score. Hit the bullseye accurately. The Cyclops released at full power hit Logan's chest instantly with temperatures exceeding 10,000 degrees. Thanks to the power of adamantium, the 2 Cyclops stagnated after hitting the ribs of the chest. But it still made Logan cry out in pain, and he quickly gritted his teeth and held on, quite a bit like Guan Wusheng. Upon seeing this, Scott immediately stopped outputting and wanted to see Wolverine's situation, but as soon as he took a step, the iron sheets on both sides broke away from the wall under the control of Magneto. They were as flexible as rubber and turned into iron needles in midair. Scott quickly turned sideways to avoid it, but saw the iron needles turned into anklets again, binding his legs and hands to the ground. Even though he tried his best, he still couldn't break free. Logan also received similar treatment. I don't know if it was Magneto's evil idea that stacked him up with Scott on the bottom and him on top, looking at each other affectionately, while the iron plate took away his mobility in circles. As for Logan, his hands were forcibly crossed on his abdomen. As long as he popped out his claws, he would penetrate Scott. The same is true for Scott. As long as he dares to use Cyclops, he will instantly pierce Logan's head. No matter how sharp the two claws are, how can they exert force when they cannot move? Their breaths hit each other's faces heavily. I asked, "How long has it been since you rinsed your mouth?" Scotty looked disgusted. "Now it's your turn." Magneto looked at Nuo Lin and Sheen as if he had a winning chance. Even his toad people were played to death by the ice and fire package, and then they were beaten down by Katie, who appeared from time to time. Even though Sabretooth was at a disadvantage in the battle with Colossus, although his skills had the upper hand, his strength was completely abused, and he was beaten to a bloody pulp. But Magneto remained unfazed. This is the confidence that strength brings. You should be the person who almost beat Sabretooth to a pulp before. What's your name? Nuo Lin. Nuo Lin smiled slightly. Nuo Lin? It sounds like you are from the Dragon Kingdom. In this country, you must have been treated differently, right? I can understand your experience. Yellow-skinned people have a hard time in this country. But it doesn't matter. As long as you follow me and work for me, after the United Nations Summit, the whole world will become a world of mutants. In that era, no one will insult you because of your skin color, because we are all a new race, mutant. Magneto is very optimistic about Nuo Lin's ability. Whether it is flight, laser, or the extremely exaggerated super strength, they are all very practical abilities. When a great mutant nation is established in the future, elite mutants like Nuo Lin will be needed because he can restrain those disobedient ones. Differential treatment? You are right. Nuo Lin thought seriously for a moment and nodded. Can we not treat him differently? Ophelia used public funds to buy him a car and a house. Shadowcat acted as a licking dog, and all the girls in the school lined up to be favored. Those boys hated him and wanted to replace him, and they secretly united to isolate him. This is really too different. Magneto consciously grasps Nuo Lin's heart. His eyes are rulers. Just like in the past, he can directly hit the pain points of other young mutants with just a few words. At this age, it's easy to guess, and if it matches his skin color, he can't say anything casually. In that case, then join me. I will be the king of the future world, and you will be the general of King Mutant. Magneto opened his hands as if to welcome the future. No, I will never listen to someone who is weaker than me. Nuo Lin smiled playfully. Magneto was stunned, and his face instantly darkened, but soon returned to normal. Maybe you don't know my strength yet, it doesn't matter, because the facts will prove everything. I am Magneto. Without any movement from him, the entire underground base was crumbling under the influence of unknown forces. Then one piece of iron sheet separated from the wall, and, under Magneto's control, it changed like water. This is one of Magneto's bases. It was built with today's situation in mind. There are metals everywhere, and he can exert all his power here. You wait here while I go get Magneto. Nuo Lin asked Sheen, but the latter suddenly took Nuo Lin's arm and gave it a little force, and the two looked at each other. Without hesitation, he put his feet up and took a sip. After confirming that the exchange was completed, Sheen breathed heavily and said, "Is this okay? You must be careful." Senator Kelly on the side rolled his eyes. At this moment, they are still talking about love. As for Scott and Logan, who were bound together and looked at each other affectionately, their eyes were red. Fake. The two of them were looking at each other, but Nuo Lin got the advantage. And also, inadvertently, the two of them looked at each other again. Their lips were almost touching, and they suddenly felt their stomachs turning and making them vomit. "Damn it, don't spit on me. Otherwise I'll stare you to death. Would you like to give it a try? Let's see if your Cyclops is faster or my claws are faster. Have you not learned enough about physical biology? No matter how fast your claws are, compared to my blink of an eye or the speed of light. Swallow it back." The quarrel between the two did not attract anyone's attention. Magneto was very calm as the two of them kissed. Young people like to play like this in the face of life and death crises. He understood it very well. But Magneto is obviously too confident and self-righteous. While he was still laughing, Nuo Lin, who was fully buffed, turned into a cannonball and came to Magneto in an instant with a speed that most people could not catch. Magneto was startled. Although he had guessed that Nuo Lin had great power, he never thought that its speed would be so fast that it would make a sonic boom. But after all, he is not a novice in combat. Years of training in ability and combat have allowed him to instinctively use the sharp blade summoned by the ability command to stab the enemy. At the same time, a steel block dozens of centimeters thick was blocked in front of him, decapitating Magneto. Hidden everywhere outside the Ministry. However, dang, 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 dang. Magneto was horrified to discover that at the moment when the sharpest side of the steel blade he made hit Nuo Lin at supersonic speed at a relative speed, the tip was squeezed by the indestructible body until it shapeshifted and bent, even into a pancake shape. The scene was like a volley of thousands of arrows, like a violent storm beating the earth. Although it was majestic, it was unable to cause any damage to the steel jungle. The whole process takes less than a second, and thanks to Magneto's control of magnetism, the most real situation can be understood. But before he could react, he saw Nuo Lin hit the giant steel shield with a bang. The collision between the fist and the steel shield produced a thunderous roar, and violent and terrifying airwaves swept across all directions. Magneto's hair had also started to flutter. But Magneto didn't dare to be distracted, and instead gritted his teeth and used his ability to resist the continuous punches. At supersonic speed, Nuo Lin threw more than 100 punches in 1 second. Every punch can easily smash the giant elephant into pieces. "Zero, please give me flowers." Its power is not inferior to large-yield missiles. While resisting, Magneto controlled more steel in front of him. Even though there was a steel shield 3 meters thick between the two of them, it still couldn't bring Magneto a sense of security. He saw with his own eyes that the original steel shield was penetrated by flesh and blood. He witnessed the shape-shifting bulge after the steel was hit hard. Nuo Lin is not a human being. This kind of power is simply not something that humans can use. The indestructible steel is not as good as a wooden board or even a thick cardboard in front of him. He even suspected that Nuo Lin might be able to tear steel into pieces with his bare hands. Although the steel controlled this time was far less heavy than the weight of the Golden Gate Bridge later. But its degree of difficulty is not bad at all. With every attack, Magneto felt a terrifying force beating on his heart, feeling exhausted and fearful. He tried to make an iron cage to restrain the opponent, but the steel bars as thick as elephant legs were broken by Nuo Lin's 2 punches. Damn F***K. Where did Charles find this monster? I'm really not afraid of it. Being occupied by a dove? This guy shouldn't even exist in the world. Indestructible defense, super strength with flying bricks, super speed that cannot be caught by the naked eye, and incredible super reactions. It's not scary alone, but if they are all concentrated on one person, it will create the ultimate monster. Magneto has seen and studied the Hulk before. He is also a power player. The Hulk can compete with Nuo Lin in terms of strength and defense at most, but in terms of speed and reaction, he cannot compete with Nuo Lin at all. This is not on the same level. Magneto is not afraid of the Hulk, but he is powerless when facing Nuo Lin. He still has many means at his disposal, but now, let alone fighting back, he can only passively take a beating. 0. His consciousness is that of a mortal and cannot keep up with Nuo Lin's attack speed. He relies entirely on years of training to turn his ability into instinct to respond to attacks. And this was because Nuo Lin was released into the sea. Magneto is sure that if he uses other methods, the defense in front of him will collapse in an instant, and the steel-destroying fist will fall on him, which is enough to make him mature in the blink of an eye. For a puddle of mud. Seeing this scene, Magneto chose a strategic retreat. Under his control, the ground cracked, and the steel pillars hidden underground rose and bent, trying to block Nuo Lin's vision and briefly create an escape opportunity for himself. Just as Magneto was about to turn around and fly away, a scene that made his eyes split open happened. Nuo Lin seemed to have known what he was doing, and his whole body turned from steel to air, just like a ghost passing through layers of defenses and appearing in front of Magneto. Both eyes are red, and the heat vision is ready to attack. Game over. Magneto decisively raised his hands and admitted defeat. You win. Nuo Lin walked over and took off his helmet that can isolate mental power. At this point, the arrogant Magneto has completely lost the possibility of resistance. Out of good intentions, Nuo Lin reminded him in a very gentle tone, "Don't try to resist. I forgot to tell you that I can also use telepathy." Magneto was shocked and almost cursed. He even doubted that Nuo Lin was really a mutant. Which company has so many mutant abilities and is so big? Then came another wave of shame. As the most powerful mutant in the world and the future leader of the mutant nation, he was defeated in a battle with a new generation of mutant, not to mention that the opponent had not yet used all his strength. This backwave is too outrageous. With Magneto defeated and surrendered, Nuo Lin first released Logan and Scott. The two snorted at each other and never looked at each other again. The Toad People had already been defeated in the ice and fire double-soaring combination, and Toad lay motionless on the ground as if dead. Sabretooth, on the other hand, was tightly held by Colossus, unable to move his hands and feet. After Nuo Lin made use of his knife, Sabretooth suddenly fainted. The best way to deal with someone with strong self-healing ability is to make him faint. You can also use this trick on Sabretooth. If the enemy has a sharp weapon that can cut steel, your life will be in danger. Nuo Lin reminded. Colossus nodded repeatedly. Even though they were all of the same age and even had some minor conflicts, after seeing Nuo Lin's battle just now, everyone, including Huaren, was extremely hostile to Nuo Lin. Exhibition. You know, Magneto, who was killed instantly in a joint battle between Logan and Mr. Scott, was violently subdued by Nuo Lin. The visual impact of primitive combat is enough to make people feel desperate and unable to resist. Among peers, if the other person is a little better than you, you may be jealous, and if the other person is much stronger than you may be jealous. But if you are too strong and there is no possibility of being matched, then you can only be in awe. Such is the case with Burning Man John and Colossus Peter. Hearing Nuo Lin's preaching words, he agreed quite a bit. Ororo and Chin looked at each other, and both saw the wonder in the other's eyes. There is no doubt that after this battle, Nuo Lin has completely established his identity as the interim leader. Even Logan and Scott wouldn't have a problem with it. This is the benefit of showing strength. Even among mutants, the strong one is the most respected. A few hours passed. As the Blackbird slowly lands at Xavier's school, Nuo Lin was the first to step off the plane, followed closely by Qin. Then came Magneto and 3 others. As for the Toad, they were carried down by Colossus. Firemen and Icemen chatted and laughed all the time. When they got off the plane, they held their heads high and met the adoring eyes. Charles breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that everyone was intact. Nuo Lin, please. It's okay, just stretch your muscles and do a warm-up exercise. Nuo Lin waved his hand and said relaxedly. Magneto in the back row twitched the corners of his mouth slightly, always feeling offended. He looked around and couldn't tell that he was a prisoner at the moment. Instead, he looked like a guest. Then he pointed out to Charles. Charles, you are really lucky to find such a good prospect. I don't have to worry about you. Are the chairs gone? Charles's expression moved slightly and he laughed. If Nuo Lin needs it, I can give it to him at any time. He is more suitable than us. Eric was surprised. Charles was talking about us, not me. Although he lost this time, he still argued. That's not necessarily true. He is indeed much more decisive than you, but strength is strength. Whether he is really more suitable than me, what is needed is wisdom. You'll find out later, but before that. Charles shook his head, looked at Kelly and apologized. Senator Kelly, I'm sorry for frightening you. Charles, you have a very good relationship with this criminal, Kelly said in a strange tone. This incident was just an accident. I want you to promise that from today on, Eric will not do anything similar again. Charles remained good-tempered. Nature is hard to change, and evil people are evil people after all. If you want this matter to end, then you must build a special prison to lock him up so that he can never come to the outside world to cause damage. Congressman Kelly was imposing, high-spirited, quite a bit anti-customer-oriented. He understood that the mutants at Xavier Academy for Geniuses were very kind and did not dare to cause trouble for upper-class politicians like him. Even if he speaks harsh words today, he will not be threatened in any way. Charles frowned and wanted to say something else, but Nuo Lin came up to him and shook his head. Then 02 saw Nuo Lin coming to Kelly's side. What are you going to do? I'm a senator. Let me tell you, if you do anything to me, the problem will be quite serious for mutant. Well, before Nuo Lin could finish speaking, telepathy invaded his brain memory and replaced one memory with another. The main thing is to replace Charles and the others with another race, the Skrulls. Yes, they're those Skrulls who can disguise themselves as others and even integrate into and invade other civilizations through large-scale identity changes. Each of them has abilities that are not inferior to Mystique. Even stronger. It is difficult for people like Senator Kelly to change their stance. Coupled with his special status, the best way is to let the other party divert their firepower. The Skrulls, who have been hiding on Earth for decades, are obviously the most suitable scapegoat. Although the Skrulls have a relationship with Nick Fury and even have frequent contact, what does that have to do with Nuo Lin? You must know that not all Skrulls are kind. This race is not a good one. There is a branch of it that wants to invade the Earth. As long as Senator Kelly knows the traces of the Skrulls and realizes that they are far more harmful than the mutants, think about it. What will be the consequences? Mutants are still humans after all, and their power is meager. Most mutants are vulnerable, but every Skrull is extremely threatening. They have highly developed technology. Is there any need to say more about the degree of threat between the two? After replacing Kelly's memory, Nuo Lin knocked him out and ventilated Charles and others first to avoid exposing their flaws. Nuo Lin spoke out the replaced memory. Eric applauded and praised. Charles, I kind of believe what you said now. He is indeed more suitable to be a leader than you, but compared with me, he is still a little behind. If you hadn't interrupted my plan, the mutant kingdom would have been established in a few days. Charles ignored the old man and frowned. Skrulls? Is there really this alien race on Earth? If they all have Mystique's ability, doesn't it mean that they can be replaced by anyone at any time? There are even Skrulls among us. Do Kurus exist? Hearing this, Eric also realized the seriousness of the problem. Anyone who uses Mystique knows how useful it is. However, now there is an entire civilization of people who can shapeshift at will, and even have the ability to know all the memory, and even the ability of the shapeshifter. My scalp goes numb just thinking about it. Nuo Lin nodded and affirmed, the scrolls must exist. According to what I know, they came to the Earth to hide as early as 1997. Now no one knows how many of them are on the Earth, nor do they know how many people's identities have they replaced. And I also know the news that the scrolls are being hunted by another civilization in the universe, the Kree Empire, which means that the Kree will come to Earth at any time, and the Kree Empire is a very intrusive military empire. Hiss. Everyone took a deep breath. Unexpectedly, the Earth was already facing so many threats before they knew it. We need to report this. We must make more people aware of the crisis, Charles said urgently. No, it's not our responsibility to talk about this. Nuo Lin shook his head. Mutants' identity is very sensitive. If we report these things, not only will they not believe it, but it may even arouse hostility from more forces. Charles was silent. Nuo Lin, what do you think? We still act according to the previous plan. These things can be leaked by finding some accidental opportunities. Kelly is a very suitable candidate. This is also one of Nuo Lin's plans. To be honest, the internal fighting on Marvel Earth has never stopped. Perhaps this is the bad nature of intelligent life. People with 7 emotions and 6 desires will persecute the other party for the sake of their own living space, lest the other party become stronger and swallow him. Even now, it's a mixed universe of mutant and MCU timelines. They still cannot escape the fate of killing each other. Mutants now have the largest number and the largest goals, so they are the biggest contradiction and the best direction for politicians to divert their attention. When mutant is almost dead and completely controllable, the increasing number of super abilities have become the next targets of destruction and suspicion. The Mutant Registration Bill to the Superhero Registration Bill are all clear evidence of infighting. After the internecine fighting was almost complete, the power of the Earth weakened, and the foreign invasion began. Nuo Lin, who is familiar with the plot, naturally does not allow this to happen. In order to ensure a sufficiently peaceful environment, he must let those politicians who have nothing to do know that enemies outside the universe are ready to move. When their focus is on the outside world, then mutants' living environment will undoubtedly be much better. Hearing Nuo Lin say this, both Charles and Eric nodded frequently. There is a saying that setting up a foreign enemy to divert attention is indeed a good way. In this process, mutant will suffer misfortune and secretly accumulate strength so that he can truly protect himself from persecution. A good idea. But it's still not as good as mine. Eric still said the same thing. He thought his plan was flawless. Before Nuo Lin could speak, Charles couldn't listen anymore. Nuo Lin, you go down and have a good rest first, then leave it to me. Nuo Lin nodded, not bothering Charles and Eric to reminisce about old times, and he didn't have that much time to repeat himself. Wait until Nuo Lin leaves. Eric changed his previous lazy demeanor and said in a solemn tone, Charles, that guy Nuo Lin, do you really know his background? Is he really a mutant? His power is too exaggerated. That's Qin's power. Do you remember that I told you before that there is a power in Qin's brain? Okay, it's not that power. Seeing that the topic of Charles was getting further and further away, Eric was quite irritated. After hesitating for a moment, he still described the battle just now. After Charles heard this, he was also surprised. Is Nuo Lin originally so powerful? He has great opportunities in other worlds. Other worlds? What nonsense are you talking about? Eric was furious. He seriously suspected that the other party was playing tricks on him. Don't worry, this matter has to start from that day. It was a dark and windy night. Eric held his forehead. This old guy is really old. Just when he wanted to interrupt again, Charles finally started to talk about the focus of the question, mutants' past and future. Nuo Lin, who returned to the dormitory, was not going to turn over the cards tonight, but was going to sum up the gains and losses first. This battle was barely enjoyable. With the full force of his Kryptonian blood, his body was dense enough to withstand Magneto's Iron Thorn attacks, which meant that he could also block powerful bullets and automatic rifle attacks. This level of attack only made him feel a little bit, and his skin turned red. Nuo Lin guessed that he could already withstand ordinary missile attacks. Except for nuclear weapons and other powerful missiles, it is exempt from almost all conventional weapons currently used by mankind. Coupled with Ophelia's ability, even ordinary biological and chemical weapons should have no effect on him. Unless it's something unreasonable like a zombie virus. That's off the viral bandwagon. As for his strength, he is enough to tear apart a tank with his hands and penetrate 3 meters of steel in a short period of time. Definitely, the premise is that there is enough storage space. If he is sealed in a 3-meter-thick steel wall and there is not enough storage space, it will be difficult to say. However, he also possesses molecular mimicry, so Xia Chang's method is simply impossible to trap him. Not to mention the Phoenix Force. And Magneto can be regarded as the top character of pyramids on the current Earth. He only used less than half of his ability before he knocked back and killed Magneto with his ability. It can be said that his strength has been ranked at the top of the integrated Earth surface. The only thing lacking is fighting skills. Although Nuo Lin advocates breaking through all methods with one force, the skills still need to take some time to practice. No one knows whether they will encounter opponents of equal strength in the future. After thinking for a while, Nuo Lin thought of Bruce. Although Bruce has not been Batman for many years, his fighting skills are definitely still above the level. Even among those soldiers, not many are stronger than Bruce. As for the people in Xavier's school, Nuo Lin has thought about it, but they are all amateurs and have used super abilities. Who is still working hard to study fighting abilities? And it's time to visit the Flash universe. Thinking of this, Nuo Lin immediately started the ability teleportation. 3 hours ago, Bruce, who had been monitoring Central City, finally saw the person who gave him complaints and headaches. The Flash from another universe, Barry Allen. The moment I saw the Flash appear, Bruce's heart tightened and his breathing became much heavier. He had expected that Nuo Lin was lying to him. As long as Barry Allen never appeared, or did not appear in 2013, the world would not usher in the end. That future is really too cruel, so cruel that it makes people suffocate and despair. But now, with the arrival of the Flash, everything has progressed according to Nuo Lin's prediction. The weak Kryptonian Kayla, the killed human god Carl, the Flash Barry Allen who broke the timeline and traveled through the parallel universe, and definitely a dog named Arthur, a mermaid who was so fat that it was difficult to even walk, and Wonder Woman, who is working in the circus. Everything fits together. Barry Allen is the beginning of everything and the end of everything. The doomsday clock is counting down. The hawkish Kryptonians who destroyed the universe are already on their way to the Earth at this moment. And Nuo Lin has not arrived yet. Bruce picked up the phone and contacted the military again, including the Air Force, Navy, and Army. The military exercise was sponsored by the Wayne Group, and Wayne was responsible for all expenses. There are even extra wages and military expenses. In response, all military departments rushed to sign up for 253. A fleet approached New York, and tens of thousands of troops were stationed in the suburbs of New York. Fighters hover over New York. The outside world thought that Bruce was old, crazy, and had so much money that he wanted to donate it all. The stocks of Wayne Group's subsidiaries have been affected to a certain extent. But Bruce didn't care. As long as the chance of success can be increased by 0.1%, he is willing to do it all. The false reputation from the outside world is nothing to him. If you can't survive even that day, everything will be like the moon in the mirror and illusory. Bruce found Kayla. After discussion, Kayla stayed to wait for Nuo Lin, while Bruce immediately set off to find Barry Allen. Center City. An uninvited guest came to this peaceful city. Looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar city, Barry Allen rushed home immediately. He changed the past. According to his thoughts, both parents in this timeline are alive. With expectation, he came to that familiar place. Then I saw a familiar figure. Yes, that's his mother. In another universe, my mother has been dead for many years. She was singing a song and wearing an apron and was busy with dinner. Barry Allen remembers the melody and every rhythm of the song he sang. Unknowingly, my eyes were already moist. Hi. Happy birthday, Barry. His mother, who had only appeared in his memory countless times before him, said happy birthday to him as cheerfully as ever. He hadn't heard this sound for a long time. Barry Allen envied himself in this universe, and today, he wanted to enjoy this moment on his behalf. The day he had been dreaming of. He thought silently, what a perfect world. However, outside the house, on the street facing the gate, there is a street tree that has only been planted for 2 days, and a deeply hidden camera transmits the scene to the other side in time. Bruce watches Barry Allen and his family enjoying the beautiful day. He sympathized with the other party, but was also very angry. For his own selfish desires, he violated the superhero's guidelines and committed a series of immature and irrational behaviors. This universe will fall victim to Barry Allen's immaturity. As a native of this universe, even if Bruce sympathizes with the other party, he will never remain indifferent. Is Barry Allen miserable? Very miserable. But there are more people in this world who are worse off than him. Bruce is one of them. His parents were gunned down in the street in front of him. How could Barry Allen compare to that kind of misery? But if Bruce had a chance to go back and change the future, Bruce wouldn't save his parents either. He would rather watch his parents being shot to death again, leaving his young self alone and helpless. He won't change anything. Because the death of his parents will promote the birth of Batman, knowing that violating the timeline will cause terrible consequences, he would rather bear the pain alone. Wayne Manor. When Nuo Lin sent the message, he only saw Kayla standing in front of the computer. Monitor the arrival of Zod and others at any time. The appearance of Barry Allen means that Zod will come to Earth in these 2 days. Kayla wants to confront Zod about Carl's news. Is Barry Allen here? Seeing this scene, Nuo Lin guessed the truth. If Barry Allen hadn't come, Bruce would never have left the computer, and Kayla would have been sunbathing in the special sunroom. Hearing Nuo Lin's voice, Kayla turned around instantly, with joy on her beautiful face. Bruce has gone to Central City to find Barry Allen. Let me wait for you here. Zod and the others are coming soon? Nuo Lin nodded. If nothing happens, Zod will come in these 2 days, and they will give the Earth 3 days to hand you over. Kayla looked complicated when she heard this. According to the original direction, she will also be killed by Zod, and no matter the Flash returns to the beginning of the battlefield, she and Bruce will not be able to avoid the fate of death. The Earth will also be destroyed under the action of the World Engine. Today is September 29th? Nuo Lin glanced at the time, and the memories before the time travel gradually came to life. What's wrong? Is it some special day? We are going to find Central City. Today is the time when Barry Allen obtained the Speed Force in the original time. If we miss tonight, Barry Allen in this world may not be able to obtain the Speed Force. In the subsequent battles, we will also lose a pretty good helper. Although Nuo Lin prides himself on being able to solve Zod and the world engine, he must also consider the future of this world. He cannot live in this world forever. There will always be a time when he will no longer exist. Originally, the Earth had lost Wonder Woman, middle-aged Superman, and Aquaman. If there is one less the Flash, how will we resist the alien enemies or enemies from other universes in the future? Nuo Lin is not a nanny. It is an ordinary enemy that still needs to be dealt with by the native people of the Earth. If he really encounters an enemy that he can't deal with, he won't be too late to take action. At least, it will be delayed until he comes back. Then let's go. But this. Kayla pointed to the computer and hesitated. It's okay. Do you think Bruce doesn't have a backup in his car? From what I know about him, he can remotely control satellites in Central City. Whether it's surveillance or defense, it's not a problem. Nuo Lin reassured her, so what if it was time for Zod to leave? There were still 3 days, which was plenty. A few minutes later, Nuo Lin and Kayla followed the navigation and flew into the sky at the same time. Nuo Lin was even faster than Kayla at the moment, so he deliberately controlled to fly side by side at a similar speed. Their flight speed was as high as Mach 3, and they arrived at Central City not long after. When Bruce and Barilon were found, a quarrel was taking place. Deshawn had a look of disbelief on his face. Deshawn never thought this day would happen. Originally, he and Xiaoshan were exchanging experiences on rescuing their parents, dating, etc. But at this time, an old man in his 80s suddenly got out of a luxury car and brought the two of them here. The key is that when the other party opens his mouth, he talks about his Gotham City's Bruce Wayne, Batman. Barry Allen also wanted to question that in his world, Bruce was not that old. It was obviously the same time, so how could such a big change happen? As a result, Little Flash excitedly solved his doubts. It turned out that the Batman of this universe had retired many years ago. People in this era had only heard of this character appearing in Gotham, but if they wanted to understand him, they could only through the CDs that were left behind. Just forget it. He asked Bruce why he suddenly found him, considering that he had only been in this universe for a few hours. However, who knew that when he mentioned this, Bruce's expression changed visibly, and he scolded him completely. By the time Bruce finished scolding, Barry Allen was already stunned. There is no superhero in this universe. But because he destroyed the timeline, the world without superheroes was invaded by Zod. However, on their side, there are only the Flash, the old Batman, and the recently rescued female Superman. And the future is doomed. In short, the world will be destroyed because of his own stupidity. Barry Allen wanted to refute, but was speechless for a long time. Xiaoshan didn't know how to speak. After all, Xiaoshan is only 18 years old. No matter how much fun I have, when something big happens, I feel at a loss, and even feel it doesn't matter. He had never experienced the shock of losing his parents at a young age. When disaster struck, he thought it was no big deal and even pursued a perfect solution. In the original work, he goes back to the past again and again to save Batman and Kayla and tries to kill Zod and destroy the world engine. He repeated this for decades, and he continued to do so until his hair turned gray. But in the end, he couldn't achieve his goal. Until Big Flash goes back to the past again and changes the timeline. The timeline where Xiaoshan is located is called a restart, but isn't it destroyed? The multi-universe collapsed, destroying parallel universes one after another. It's like a millstone, sucking in the world beings and crushing them. This is the price of immaturity. In the end, Deshin was still immature. He tampered with the timeline randomly for his own selfish desires, but his original strength was unable to bear the consequences of changing time. That is to say, the person who questioned Barry Allen was Bruce. If it were another person with a dark heart, he would probably choose to kill Barry directly. When a force capable of destroying the world falls on a naive person, the consequences are disastrous. But why did you know in advance? This is what Barry Allen wonders about. In his memory, Bruce did not have the ability to predict the future. That's what I said. Another voice came from heaven. You finally came. Seeing Nuo Lin and Kayla arriving hand in hand, Bruce breathed a sigh of relief. Barry Allen, on the other hand, was puzzled. Noticing Barry's eyes, Nuo Lin's heart moved. It was obvious that the other party did not recognize him. Does that mean that he will not go to the DC universe in the future? No, probably not. The DC universe also has many parallel universes. Maybe the universe I will go to in the future will not be the universe where Barry came from. After all, according to Warner's plan, the original DC movie universe has been abandoned. The Flash travels through the universe, actually for the future. How is the harvest this time? Bruce asked nervously. If nothing happens, it's stable. Nuo Lin is quite confident. Maybe this time, he can truly realize his own strength. Zod is not easy to deal with, not to mention there are so many stargazing minions and world engines. Although Bruce was very happy when he heard this, he still suppressed his excitement and said as calmly as possible, "Then we still have to pay more attention, for fear of other accidents." What are you talking about? Xiaoshan felt puzzled. Why did the three of them laugh after just saying a few words? Weren't they still looking angry just now? What else can I say? Of course I will wipe your butts. Bruce didn't speak so aggressively this time. He was mainly angry at Big Flash. Although Little Flash was more childish at this time, he had saved them many times and he had done his best. The main reason is the Big Flash, which is simply a brain twitch and makes people mad. File Size glanced at each other, quite embarrassed. Barry Allen didn't expect this result. But things have happened, and all he can do is try his best to save it. How can I help? There is one thing you must do. Today is your time to obtain the Speed Force, so you must help him obtain the Speed Force, and you must also teach him how to use the Speed Force. In order to make Xiaoshan and Dashan feel at ease when talking about this matter, Nuo Lin emphasized it again and again. He is not worried that Barry Allen will not be able to obtain the Speed Force. According to the setting, Barry Allen and the Speed Force have a very close relationship and are extremely compatible. If anyone else went through the same process, they might gain not the speed power but death. Nuo Lin also covets the power of the Speed Force, but it is not the time to obtain the Speed Force yet. I'll try to find a female speedster with the Speed Force later. Don't worry, leave this matter to me. I promise to complete the task. When Barry Allen heard the timeline, he immediately remembered the situation when he obtained the Speed Force. We're supposed to go to the Central City lab, and there's going to be an accident tonight, and I'm going to be struck by lightning there, and I'm going to get the Speed Force. Struck by lightning? Are you sure you're not joking? Xiaoshan was originally very happy when he heard that he could also obtain super strength. However, when he learned that he was going to be struck by lightning, he immediately started to retreat. Is there any way to save yourself if you are struck by lightning? He still has a lot of time to enjoy, and his parents are still alive, so there is no need to take risks. Didn't you say that the next thing is stable? I don't think you need to let me gain power anymore, right? In fact, you don't know me. I am just a waste. Who plays with women and attracts fans? I also add too much people party that. Before Xiaoshan finished speaking, he saw Nuo Lin ducking behind him, knocking him out with a knife and handing him over to Tianshan. Give it to you. Dashan scratched his head in embarrassment. Don't pay attention to what he said just now. I'm not that kind of person, at least not me. Seeing that everyone seemed indifferent, Dashan quickly took Xiaoshan away. What should we do next? Just wait here. Bruce looked at Nuo Lin and regarded him as his backbone. Nuo Lin thought for a while. Let's go. Wait until he becomes the Flash, then we will go directly to New York, Metropolis. It is best to destroy the world engine before it reaches the Earth. You have the final say. I hope everything goes well. Bruce is now resigned to his fate. He has done everything he should do and what he shouldn't do. If he still can't save the world, there is nothing he can do. Perhaps this universe is destined to be destroyed? In the following time, Nuo Lin took Kayla for a walk around Central City and also went to the mall to buy a few sets of women's clothing. Definitely, Nuo Lin didn't have so much money, and Bruce was responsible for all expenses. Use Bruce's money to pick up girls for yourself, mainly for free. Bruce didn't care at all about this. It was good to have someone to help him spend money. Don't wait until the person was gone and the money was not spent. It's good to enjoy the last quiet time before the war. Happy time is always short. Nuo Lin and others didn't wait for Barry Allen to obtain the Speed Force, but they waited for Zod. A Kryptonian battleship is speeding toward Earth from outside the solar system. By the time the Earth noticed this uninvited guest, the spacecraft had already arrived in outer space. Bruce immediately obtained the information about the spacecraft from the reconnaissance satellite. Without hesitation, mobilize defense satellites to target targets. Just press the button. I saw the missiles attached to the defense satellites swooping towards the Kryptonian spacecraft. However, there is at least a 1,000-year gap in technological generation between the two sides. The missiles carried by several satellites were destroyed before they even got close, turning into inconspicuous fireworks in the universe, which seemed to tell the story of Bruce's overestimation. Bruce didn't give up and switched to another satellite. It carries a high-yield nuclear bomb. As the top technology group in the United States, is there any problem with having a nuclear bomb of its own? Don't look at Bruce from other universes. He is always fighting hand-to-hand with his enemies. In fact, the behemoth Wayne Group controls more than half of the resources. There is also countless wealth around the world. It's comparable to Samsung in Bangsi country, or even stronger. They originally had the ability to develop nuclear weapons, but they just said there was no need to research them. If Bruce is really serious, he can mobilize the Wayne Group's incredibly wealthy resources in a matter of minutes to attack all supervillains indiscriminately. Such a group is no longer something that ordinary companies can touch. Even Tesla in reality is far from comparable. Under Bruce's control, the nuclear bomb, which symbolizes the highest force of mankind, has been aimed at the Kryptonian spacecraft. But before he pressed it, rays of light lit up, and in almost an instant, a hole was torn out of the satellite defense line established by the Earth. Including the nuclear bomb and satellite, all were destroyed and paralyzed. People on Earth can look up and see dozens of fireworks in the sky. There were discussions. Little did they realize what was waiting for them. The outer space orbital defense line has been torn apart, and the atmospheric combat plan will be launched next. Bruce was not discouraged. It was all expected. If the Kryptonians were so easy to deal with, they wouldn't have destroyed the Earth in the original timeline, and there would still be nothing they could do to save it through flashbacks to the past decades. Prioritize destroying the world engine they launched. As for the spaceship, it doesn't matter. It's not too late to let them down. Nuo Lin reminded. Bruce nodded to express his understanding and hung up the phone at the same time. These were calls from the top management of the United States, questioning Bruce for rashly launching an attack on an alien spacecraft. Reason. Bruce didn't have time to argue with politicians, so he directly ordered the publicity mouth of Wayne Group Holdings to reveal a signal to the world that the invaders were coming. And in outer space, Zhao. On the Kryptonian spaceship. General, all satellites in the area that may block us have been cleared. Zod sneered. The native life on this planet is too rude and naive. What gives them the courage to stop us in front of the Great Krypton? How can a backward civilization that has not yet embarked on space travel stop the invasion of a higher-level civilization? As a wounded person, he has the confidence to be civilized. Krypton's technology is definitely among the top 3 in the entire universe. They once conquered the North and South, fought against invincible enemies all over the world, and had colonies all over the universe. Had it not been for the conservatives gaining the upper hand and voluntarily canceling all bases except Krypton, Kryptonian civilization would not have fallen into this state. Hundreds of millions of Kryptonians were killed in the explosion of Krypton. They were the only ones left alive. And now he wants to rebuild Krypton and let Krypton go in the direction it really should go. All civilizations in the universe will once again feel the power of the newborn Krypton. And he will also become the master of New Krypton. Are you sure about Kayla's signal? Not yet. I don't know what happened some time ago. We were completely unable to receive Kayla's signal feedback. We can only confirm that she is on this planet. Fiona shook her head. Someone on the side said excitedly, General. After data testing, this planet called Earth can perfectly adapt to our survival with only a few modifications. When Zod heard this, he was ecstatic and ordered, send my order to launch the world engine. Once Kayla is found, immediately start the planet transformation plan. The great Krypton will be reborn in fire. Become the cradle that gives birth to our people. As a Kryptonian, Zod's command to save Krypton has been engraved in his genes since he was born. As long as the Kryptonians can be reborn, it is worth paying no matter how high the price is. As for the billions of life that originally existed on Earth, they're all a group of backward civilizations anyway, and being able to contribute to the rebirth of Krypton is their greatest honor. On the ground, many people saw the fireball falling from the sky. In a U.S. military base, a general with a resolute face ordered, calculate the orbital data for me. I want to know all the information on that thing. General Swanwick, the device that represents the engine of the world is descending at a speed approaching Mach 24 and continuing to increase. According to our predictions, it may eventually land on an island in the southern Indian Ocean, with a volcano nearby. Swanwick frowned after hearing this. What is there that aliens should care about in that place? There are only some rocks and some vegetation on the volcano. There are hundreds or even thousands of such places in the entire sea area. General, another ship is over New York City. What are these things? Alien revenge for Bruce Wayne's unauthorized attack? Or some kind of invasion? Bruce Wayne hasn't been contacted yet? Swanwick frowned. No, his phone number has been unreachable. We even contacted the person in charge of Wayne Group, but we couldn't get in touch with him. Damn it. What on earth is he doing? Swanwick seemed very angry. Wayne Group had made frequent mistakes recently and done many unbelievable things. First, several missiles mounted on weapons and equipment were launched, including even a nuclear bomb. Then they funded and contacted the Army, Air Force, and Navy to conduct joint military exercises and stationed many troops. Originally, they thought Bruce had too much money to spend and wanted to fund the country in this way. As a result, it now seems that the other party has anticipated this moment. Launch an attack as soon as the unknown aircraft arrives. A rash attack on aliens is undoubtedly a declaration of war. Then, the Wayne Group spread the news about alien invasion of the Earth. A series of operations that are confusing. The people above frantically asked them to find Bruce Wayne and come up with an explanation. But the other party is now missing. Not long after, the world engine crashed into a small island in the southern Indian Ocean like a huge amount of pop. Huge amounts of impact caused tsunamis tens of meters high on the sea level. The volcano near the impacted island was shattered, ejecting dust and crushed bedrock up to 2 kilometers high. Seismometers in many places around the world recorded the impact of earthquakes caused by the world engine on the Earth. That kind of strong earthquake made the nearest mainland countries feel a scene like the destruction of the world. But such an impact did not cause any damage to the World Engine 840. The World Engine is made of unknown metal, and its strength is beyond human imagination. General, news from Wayne Group. They proposed to launch an immediate attack on the World Engine and also gave us some information and an introduction to the World Engine. World Engine. This is Krypton's planet transformation device that uses gravitational waves to increase the mass of the Earth. It can transform the Earth's atmosphere and terrain into a preset shape. When the transformation is completed, the Earth will become suitable for Kryptonians to live in. New Krypton. Looking behind him, Swanwick's expression became even more ugly. If Bruce didn't lie to them, then these aliens really came to destroy the Earth and mankind. And there is no plan to keep him alive. The data prediction is very clear. Once the transformation is completed, all humans will die. They were simply unable to adapt to the environment at that time, and the aftermath of the transformation process was devastating to the surface and even underground. What did the people above say? They ordered us to attack. Swanwick was silent for a moment. He didn't dare to gamble, and Bruce Wayne was not a fool. His contribution to Gotham was obvious to all. Unless it's Alzheimer's disease. But is it possible? No, General. A group of mercenaries launched an attack on the world engine under the instructions of Wayne Group. They used miniature nuclear bombs. What? New York City. A group of mercenaries assigned by Bruce Wayne under the Money Offensive risked being shot and launched an attack on the world engine. All weapons are supplied by Wayne Group. In this world, Wayne Group is the largest partner of the United States military, and they rely on various advanced equipment manufactured by the Wayne Group's weapons department. The weapons held by these mercenaries are top-notch in the world, and they are completely unlimited. Tanks, fighter planes, missiles, everything. Their only mission is to destroy the alien spacecraft. As a trumpet mushroom cloud rose, the micronuclear bomb was affected by its gravitational field when it approached the world engine and flew away from the target and exploded in the distance. All shockwaves are also isolated by the gravity device on their body. And all the high-tech weapons of mankind cannot cause damage to the world engine. This is a technological gap, and there was an insurmountable gap between the two sides before. With the technology that humans have just emerged from the Earth, compared with the spacecraft of the first-class civilization in the universe, the difference is greater than that between ants and elephants. The mercenaries' actions also triggered a counterattack by the Kryptonians. General, humanity is trying to destroy the world engine. Do we need to fight back? Split out a team to deal with them, and the others will go with me to find Kayla. Zod looked at the group of people making useless attacks with contempt. If the Earth can destroy the world engine, he dares to live broadcast eating. This is the technology of Krypton. Even if it has not been updated for a long time and is a product of hundreds or thousands of years ago, it is not something that Earth's technology can touch. The nuclear bomb they are proud of? Let's break through the gravity defense around the engine first. Even giving them 100 years to attack will not work. Unless the spacecraft's own energy is exhausted otherwise. However, just being beaten is not enough. It is enough to send a small team to guard the two engines. The physical fitness of Kryptonians far exceeds that of Earthlings. The Kryptonian standard combat equipment they wear has amazing defensive capabilities and is difficult to break through with ordinary weapons. With this combination, everyone can slaughter an army on Earth. As for the combat effectiveness of the flight machine, I am not bragging. One Kryptonian flight machine is enough to destroy all the fighter planes on Earth. In their eyes, the Earthlings' counterattack is worse than a mosquito bite. General, there's a situation. At this time, the Kryptonian responsible for collecting Earth information shouted, "We have detected a person approaching the world engine in New York City at a speed of Mach 3. A person? Kayla. Get that person out." Zod immediately thought of Kayla. The man quickly called up more data. "General, this is a man. And he didn't use any flight device." When Zed and Fiona heard this, they immediately looked over. In the picture, a man was flying in the air without relying on any equipment, and behind him was a strange-looking fighter plane. Who is he? Is there such a strong person on Earth? Zod was also surprised. He could fly in the air without relying on anything. Even if you look at the entire universe, there are only a few races that can do it. Even Kryptonians, whose physical fitness far exceeds that of Earthlings, cannot do it. At most, it can jump hundreds of meters high, but it is not considered a flight. Unless using personal equipment such as flight backpack. Fiona on the side looked very fascinated. Because the distance was too far, she couldn't see clearly, but the profile of the man fascinated her. Fiona shook her head and forced herself to look away. She was a powerful Kryptonian warrior and the deputy commander. She couldn't lose her composure just because of an Earthman. But after a while, she looked over again and couldn't help it. It was so beautiful. Do we need to take action? Zod frowned for a moment. "Everyone, follow me," and set off immediately. Let the people nearby stop them first. Yes! New York City. People in this city are evacuating in an orderly manner with the cooperation of police, firefighters, and the military funded by Wayne Group. Mercenaries and the military joined forces to launch a war against the world engine. But even though they tried their best, they couldn't shake the engine of the world at all. The world engine, which is 300 meters high, is intimidating just standing there. At this time, the teams that had already received the order to attack had already flown to the southern Indian Ocean to guard the world engine, and the other came to New York to deal with the ungrateful human army. This Kryptonian team is actually only 4 people, and each team of 2 guards an engine. This shows how confident they are in their own strength. In fact, this is also true. Only 2 Kryptonian fighters, after rushing to New York City, were able to cause huge damage to thousands of mercenaries, AC/DC, armed with the most advanced weapons, as well as more than 20,000 Kaigwa soldiers. 200 fighter planes from Earth were dispatched, but they all crashed within a few minutes. As for the aircraft carrier group cruising in the eastern waters, even if they have powerful firepower, they dare not act rashly. After all, the battlefield is in New York City, which is one of the largest cities in the United States. Unless there are extremely special circumstances, we must not tilt our firepower towards New York City. They dispatched aircraft carrier-based aircraft, as many as 90 in number. But not long after arriving in New York City, it was destroyed by the Rogue Star team. This battle was something no one expected. Fortunately, Bruce funded the military exercise and stationed a large number of troops near the East Coast. Otherwise, it would be a wishful thinking to mobilize such a large number of troops to fight against the Kryptonians. But even so, a huge number piled up, but they were also suppressed and beaten by 2 Kryptonians driving fighter planes. The 2 sides are not on the same level at all. It can be called a dimensionality reduction blow. And this is just the surviving Kryptonian team after the explosion of Krypton. It can be said, the Earth is completely using human lives to pile up, but after exhausting all methods, it still cannot destroy the world engine. In the end, they had no choice but to retreat. The Kryptonian team did not pursue. They circled around the world engine, waiting for Zod to find Kayla and order to activate the world engine, connect the 2 ends of the world, and transform the core of the Earth. Just when everyone was at a loss what to do at the scene, Nuo Lin, Bruce, and others who came from Central City finally arrived in New York City. Kayla did not fly side by side with Nuo Lin, but sat in the Batfighter. Nuo Lin's plan is to destroy the world engine first, and then concentrate on solving Zod and others. Compared to Zod, the world engine is undoubtedly more harmful. This is a real star-destroying weapon. If transformation is transformed into destruction, then it can definitely ignite the core of the planet and turn the Earth into a cosmic firework. The 2 Kryptonian warships had already received the order and saw Nuo Lin approaching rapidly. Without hesitation, he immediately rushed forward to kill him. However, things turn around. But just like the Earth's army against the Kryptonian fighters, the Kryptonian weapons are ineffective against Nuo Lin. The powerful body alone can ignore all the light energy weapons of the fighter plane. The 2 Kryptonian fighters also tried to evade the maneuvers. But Nuo Lin, 2 heat visions were coming from a distance. One of them, unable to dodge, lasted only 2 seconds before being destroyed and falling. However, this level of damage obviously cannot kill a Kryptonian warrior. Moments before the fighter plane crashed, he jumped out of the cockpit and landed steadily from an altitude of hundreds of meters. The other ship didn't survive long before it was hit by Nuo Lin and crashed. But this time, his luck was not so good. The moment he jumped out, Nuo Lin caught up with him and grabbed his throat. He aimed 2 heat visions at his head and released them with full power. The most powerful heat vision quickly penetrated his head armor and pierced his skull. Subsequently, Nuo Lin ignored the Kryptonian who fell to the ground, but ran towards the world engine with a clear goal. The world engine is equipped with the material drive of the ghost engine, which can reverse space, create a gravitational field to defend itself, and penetrate the Earth's core. If you want to destroy it, the first step is to withstand the event. Otherwise, any more attacks will be deflected by the gravitational field. The ghost engine is almost a standard feature of Kryptonian spacecraft. Zod's battleship and Kayla Carl's spaceship are both equipped with this engine. The gravitational field alone is not scary. The biggest threat to Nuo Lin and Kayla is the kryptonite inside it. This is a spaceship built with Kryptonian technology, and the materials used have the properties of kryptonite. It contains a higher content of kryptonite. If a Kryptonian comes close, the super ability gained from the sun will be instantly lost. In the original book, because Carl was not a native Kryptonian, after growing up and becoming stronger on Earth, he would immediately become as fragile as ordinary people after being exposed to kryptonite radiation. Zod and the others survive in the Kryptonian environment, so they will not lose their power even if they are near kryptonite. Their physiques allow them to completely overwhelm ordinary Earthlings. The closer we get to the world engine, Nuo Lin felt the strong gravity more and more. His whole body was being squeezed so hard that he kept falling, and it was even difficult to maintain his flight. The strong gravity caused his face to shapeshift. He is now a man of steel, and thermal weapons are almost completely ineffective against him. The main reason is that he has experienced too little eye exposure and insufficient energy accumulation. If he could reach Carl's original level, he would be able to destroy a world engine. But Nuo Lin's confidence in destroying the world engine is not the power of Kryptonians, but Phoenix form. Nuo Lin activates the Phoenix force in his body. A phoenix cry penetrated the sky, and then red energy spread from Nuo Lin's body, forming a huge amount of energy phoenix behind him. Nuo Lin's eyes turned red, and the Phoenix force filled every cell in his body. Combined with Superman's power, he felt like his whole body was filled with powerful force. Under the blessing of Phoenix force, Nuo Lin stared at the deep darkness of the world engine, like the central area of the entrance to hell. Crimson energy burst out from his eyes, confronting the gravity beam. Then, Nuo Lin transformed into a phoenix the size of a file of tens of meters and headed straight for the center of gravity amidst the sharp sound caused by the pressure. In everyone's shocked eyes, in less than a few seconds, the phoenix transformed by Nuo Lin crashed through the world engine and successfully flew out from the top. Phoenix form plus Kryptonian form allowed Nuo Lin to break through the world engine defense without suffering the embarrassing state of Superman in the original work. Probably due to the power provided by the Phoenix force, Nuo Lin was not too weakened by the kryptonite, and his power was still at an extremely powerful level. Compared to the original, it was only weakened by less than one level. Facing the sun, a steady stream of energy gathered in Nuo Lin's body to replenish the battle losses, and his strength began to gradually increase. It worked. Nuo Lin really did it. Seeing this scene, in the Batfighter, Bruce waved his fist excitedly. Now that a world engine has been destroyed, it is equivalent to solving 1/3 of the problems. Can you be unhappy? Kayla also smiled from the bottom of her heart. The only ones who felt angry were Zod and others who were rushing to New York. They stared blankly at the destroyed world engine with disbelief on their faces. Earthlings actually destroyed one of Krypton's highest crystals. How is this possible? After destroying the world engine in New York City, Nuo Lin used his psychic abilities to greet Bruce and Kayla. Then it accelerated towards the sky. In just a second or two, Nuo Lin's feet generated huge pressure due to the excessive speed, causing the water molecules to liquefy into water droplets to form white mist that appeared at Nuo Lin's feet. At the same time, a roaring sonic boom burst out. Then, the speed rapidly surged to over Mach 3, and it reached near the stratosphere and mesosphere. It used supervision to see the world engine in the southern Indian Ocean and flew towards the target. The oxygen at this altitude is very thin, but for Nuo Lin, who has a Kryptonian physique, he only needs to hold his breath to last for a long time. When the sun reaches a certain level, it can even survive completely without oxygen. By that time, eating and breathing are no longer physiological needs, but spiritual needs, and have become a habit. During Nuo Lin flight, there was a stream of red light, like a pop of light cutting across the sky, shadowy and hazy, and a pair of huge amounts of red wings like a phoenix. After receiving the prompt, Bruce quickly controlled the Batfighter and rushed towards the southern Indian Ocean. There is no doubt that that empty sea area will become the final battlefield. No matter what the purpose, Zod could not allow the last world engine to be destroyed. Once Nuo Lin succeeds, Krypton will be destroyed, and the desire to rebuild Krypton will become a distant dream. They don't have more resources to repair the world engine, and they can't wait so long. Therefore, they must rush to stop Nuo Lin before he arrives. In order to make myself faster, Bruce invested a lot of money and mobilized a lot of manpower and material resources to provide energy security for the entire flight. I want to go out. Kayla looked serious. This battle should be hers, but now Nuo Lin blocked all the battles for her. Kayla felt bad. She wanted to fight side by side with Nuo Lin. You can't go out yet. Zod and the others may send some people to come and cause trouble for you. In your current state, you are no match for those people. Bruce shook his head. This was what they had agreed on before. Although those Kryptonians don't seem to be very good, in fact, even without Zod, they can still pose a threat to Kayla. Kayla is too weak now, and her physical quality cannot be compared with the real elite soldiers of Krypton. Even if she absorbs the sun, she can make up for the gap to a certain extent compared with ordinary soldiers. But Krypton has a large number of people. In addition to Zod, there is also a deputy commander, Fiona, who is much stronger than ordinary Kryptonians. Kayla has almost no chance of winning against her and other ordinary Kryptonians. It is best to wait until file size flashes together to help, but there is also a very high probability of death. Naturally, Nuo Lin would not let Kayla take risks. Kayla was silent. Although the Bat Fighter was no different from cardboard to her, and she could leave at will, she had no choice but to give up when she thought of Nuo Lin. At least, you can't go out until Barry Allen and the others arrive. Bruce was relieved, but he still had something to say. This battle belongs to the Earth and humans, so he will naturally not miss it, even if he dies, but heroes will die one day, right? Either die in embarrassment and loneliness in his own manner, or die gloriously on the battlefield in the name of a hero. Bruce would rather choose the latter. This is his destination. Different from their mood. Zod is extremely angry at Shiren for destroying the world engine. At the same time, there was also a sense of crisis. When they saw Nuo Lin destroying the world engine, ignoring the surviving soldier and heading straight for the southern Indian Ocean, they immediately knew Nuo Lin's plan. Damn it. Chase after me immediately. You must get ahead of him and protect the world engine. Zod roared loudly and remotely controlled the mothership located at high altitude to respond. It is difficult to catch up with their fighter planes alone. There is only a faster way. Even if the speed of the spacecraft is far lower than the speed in space due to drag, it is definitely far faster than Mach 100 times. How long does it take to get from one end of the world to the other? A full 20,000 kilometers. Even at Nuo Lin's speed, it took over 4 hours. It was originally close to the afternoon, fast forward to dusk, but after flying for so long, it was just in the early morning. The sun was rising and the sun was shining brightly. By the time Nuo Lin arrived, Zod and others were already ready for battle. Earthlings, where are you from? I am General Zod of Krypton. Please stop your actions immediately, otherwise you will declare war on our planet Krypton. Although Zod is a hawk, his purpose of setting out is for Krypton. Even though Nuo Lin destroyed one and wanted to destroy the second world engine, which was very dangerous to them, he did not resort to force rashly. Because Nuo Lin has unknown origins and is powerful, they do not want to fight to the death with this unknown existence at the most critical moment. One bad move may cause consequences they cannot bear. After Krypton is rebuilt, it won't be too late to concoct Nuo Lin. Krypton in its heyday was fearless of any enemy, not even civilization. Nuo Lin came to a stop in front of Zod and others. Zod, I give you 2 choices. Either leave the Earth or die. The Earth is not yours to touch. You can go to other planets to rebuild Krypton. Zod frowned when he heard this. He was not sure about Nuo Lin's identity. At the same time, he asked his men to mobilize the database to search for any possible identity of Nuo Lin. But in the end, nothing was found. After a one-to-one correspondence between the civilizations in the known universe, it is impossible to see that Nuo Lin is real. General, let's go up. Fiona looked at Zod and volunteered. Zod stretched out his hand to signal her to retreat, and then shouted, "I can leave the Earth, but I need you to hand over someone. Her name is Kayla, and she is a member of our tribe." "Kayla is my woman, get out." Nuo Lin didn't give them another chance to speak. Before Zod could react, he rushed under the world engine with ease. This spacecraft is obviously much higher level than the other one. When Nuo Lin arrived, it immediately released a movable tentacle made of unknown metal. It quickly expanded to hundreds of meters and was more flexible than the hand, trying to restrain Nuo Lin and kill him. However, Nuo Lin obviously didn't give it a chance to get entangled, and used molecular mimicry to penetrate it the moment the tentacles came into contact. The tentacle's intelligent program obviously did not expect this result, and after a few milliseconds of overlapping, it withdrew the block again. But the result was the same. It couldn't touch Nuo Lin's body at all. It was not until after entering the gravitational field that Nuo Lin stopped the molecular mimicry, turned his head upward, and used the same trick again. That gorgeous phoenix looked so cold and terrifying in the eyes of Zod and others. "Stop him. Zod is crazy. Fly the fighter plane yourself to intercept it." More than a dozen spaceships left the mothership, and at the same time the mothership also launched various attacks to block Nuo Lin. The world engine is Krypton's last hope. The outbreak of war. Nuo Lin in Phoenix form plus Superman form will face the remaining power of Krypton plus the world engine. The challenge is understandable. Even if Henry came over, it would probably be quite difficult. You know, in the original book, Henry Chow first dealt with the Kryptonian soldiers, then went to deal with the world engine, and then fought one-on-one with Zod. If faced with all the power of the Kryptonian team at the same time, whether Henry's superpower can prevent the destruction of the Earth is a problem. Anyway, it is impossible to add Kayla via file size. The Kryptonian attack brought some trouble to Nuo Lin, but only a little. Since he had to fight against the gravitational waves released by the world engine at full strength, Nuo Lin did not have the extra power to deal with the miscellaneous fish, so he only used his thermal vision to shoot in the air. The power of thermal sight is enough to destroy Kryptonian fighters that even missiles cannot defeat. The only problem is the Kryptonian mothership. The defense of this thing is not weak, and it is also made of Kryptonian material. The most important thing is that Nuo Lin doesn't want to destroy it directly. This spaceship probably contains all the science and technology of the stars. As long as he can get it, he can immediately own the technology tree of the first-class civilization in the universe. After a few minutes of stalemate, all fighter planes except the mothership were swept down by heat vision. Without their interference, Nuo Lin finally launched the final blow against the world engine again. With the support of Phoenix Force, Nuo Lin once again broke through the world engine defense. As a brilliant spark shines in the sky, Zod's hope explodes. "No, we could have built a new Krypton on these ruins and made Krypton great again. But you and Kayla ruined our only hope. Krypton is gone, and the Kryptonians will become history. I have no people, no chance. It's you. I'm going to make you, Kayla, and the humans you protect pay the price." Zod's eyes were about to burst. When he came, he thought everything would go smoothly, and there was no ability on Earth to stop him. This is also true. The power of the people on Earth is not even enough to shake them in the slightest. Just sending a small team at random can wipe out the army of the most powerful country on this land. They don't even need to take action. The world engine alone can destroy a large city in an hour and level everything on it. It will only take about a week to transform the entire Earth. However, they did not expect that Kayla, who had just arrived on Earth not long ago, would actually find a man who was terrifyingly powerful. The other party destroyed the world engine and ruined their hope. Now their souls are taken away. The only thing left is revenge. Yes, revenge. At least that's what Zod thinks. Everything he did, no matter how violent or cruel, or how many people from other civilizations he killed, was for the welfare of the Kryptonians. He is willing to trade the lives of all other civilizations for the reproduction and prosperity of his own race. Nuo Lin's actions undoubtedly ruined his dream. Zod stood up from the broken spaceship and stared at Nuo Lin. Accumulating strength under his feet, His whole body flew hundreds of meters in the air like a spring, punching Nuo Lin. However, Nuo Lin had already predicted that although destroying the world engine cost a lot of power, it even weakened the power of the Kryptonians a lot. 0. Please give me flowers. But the Phoenix Force still gives him considerable strength. Nuo Lin also discovered that Phoenix Force seems to be able to replace the sun to replenish strength to a certain extent. Although it does not have the power to continuously strengthen the physical body with the sun, it can reduce the negative effects of kryptonite. The Man of Steel and Flight can still be used. Zod's sneak attack was not successful. Nuo Lin grabbed Zod's right fist with his backhand. Before Zod could swing his left fist, he kicked it away. Zod slammed face down into the ground, and his mask, which had been damaged by the explosion, was finally overwhelmed and lost its function. Tearing off the obstructing mask, Zod was attacking again, but he felt that his body was filled with sunlight, like a rechargeable battery plugged in, and the energy increased crazily. His strength is also increasing. As if aware of the problem, Zod directly disbanded the armor and exposed his body to the sun. But the distant noises and successive explosions made him feel particularly harsh. The side effects of superhearing are unbearable for even an elite warrior like Zod and cannot be controlled quickly. Nuo Lin seized the opportunity, and when Zod was distracted, he made a move from the sky. This move is not called Tathagata Palm, but it is more than 100 times more powerful than Tathagata Palm. It was a phoenix, spitting out a mouthful of phoenix fire that destroyed everything from its beak. The flame beam falls. The space is turbulent, as if it will collapse at any time because it cannot bear it. But Zod was completely unable to control his body due to the noise coming from his ears. He half-crouched and covered his ears with a look of pain. By the time he realized that the phoenix fire was coming, it was already too late. He tried to avoid it, but only left the center of the flame. 0. The phoenix fire continued to spread around, and in the blink of an eye, it burned into a huge pit hundreds of meters deep and thousands of meters wide on the ground. Whether it is a volcano or an ocean, they are burned and decomposed the moment they come into contact with the phoenix fire. This is not a simple flame, but the power to manipulate the decomposition of matter from the subatomic level. Countless seawater flowed into the fire pit, but it didn't last even a second before it was broken down into the tiniest particles. Just this blow alone is conservatively estimated to have decomposed 2 billion tons of seawater, which is almost equivalent to the amount of seawater swallowed by the Maria Trench in a year. As for Zod, he, who was almost at the center, faced the Phoenix Force attack and didn't even last 3 seconds before being decomposed along with his cyanide battlesuit. After all, a nuclear bomb with a yield of 50 million tons would evaporate almost 100 million tons of seawater. And Nuo Lin's full blow was equivalent to 2050 megaton nuclear bombs. Not to mention decomposition at the subatomic level. Zod has not been exposed to the sun for a long time. How can his original physical fitness resist the decomposition of the Phoenix Force? After confirming that Zod could no longer die, Nuo cancelled the Phoenix Force. To use this blow, with Nuo Lin's current strength, he still needs some sunshine to recover. However, those fallen Kryptonians were also destroyed in this blow. Only the Kryptonians left behind on the mothership. When they saw the destruction of the world engine, saw Zod's death, and saw Nuo Lin's terrifying blow, Fiona, Zod's deputy, even lost her will to fight at this moment. Manpower can actually do this. What a terrifying man Kayla found. At this moment, Kayla and Batman are here too. There is also a file-sized flash beside them. After being reminded by Nuo Lin, Shashin did not go wrong this time and successfully obtained the Speed Force. After a short period of adaptation, he headed straight to the southern Indian Ocean. On the way, I met Bruce by the way, and I carried him across thousands of mountains and rivers and across the ocean to get here. Definitely, Kayla flew here on her own. And the huge hole that Phoenix Force had created long ago has now been half filled by seawater. Without the Phoenix Fire, the infinite seawater of the ocean is enough to make up for almost any pothole. But this also gives a glimpse of how brutal the battle was. As for the world engine, Not even the scum is left at this moment, and it is also buried in the fire of the phoenix. Finally caught up. Looks like I can still participate in the final battle. The Great Flash is full of enthusiasm. These things are all caused by him. Naturally, he will join in to prevent Zod from destroying the world. Decisive battle? Maybe, but where is the enemy? Only the ones flying in the sky are left. Bruce stared blankly at the trench that was being filled quickly. He glanced around and saw only the Kryptonian spaceship that was staying in the sky without any movement. Maybe we can't participate in the decisive battle? I'm going to help Nuo Lin. Kayla didn't hesitate and immediately rushed towards the Kryptonian spaceship. And Nuo Lin entered the Kryptonian spacecraft one step ahead of her, confronting Fiona and others. Nuo Lin did not take action immediately, but said bluntly, "You are the only Kryptonians left now, so do you want to fight me desperately or keep the last blood of Krypton? I advise you to think carefully. If you take action, I believe you all know the final result. If you surrender, Krypton may still have a chance to rebuild. Now it's your turn to choose Maru."